And we're live. Hello, my friend Dorinos, Cappuccino Puppuccinos. What's up, my dudes? What's up, buddy boyos? Shout out to the Cope Gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the Mystery Gang. We got 7 folks already in here. Pretty weird. Let's see. Let's take a look at the chat real quick. Pretty inactive. All right, makes sense. Just started, so can't really complain. Put that on the mute. We got 2 likes. Let's get up to 7. We got 4 people in here now. Get likes up. Let's see. Get the likes up. Fuck it. Get the likes up, buddy boyos. Starting pretty early today. Better get the popcorn. Yeah, I always start early on Sunday. I try to start early on Sunday typically, so try to anyway. Oh boy, start a little early on Sundays. Get it over with. See how long I can go for typically. This is normally my long stream. Saturdays normally go from like 6 to whatever, 6 to something, 6 to 9 or 6 to 10 or something like that, depending on where I am. Oh boy. Drink some water. Got some wine. We have 1 viewer now. Holy shit. Hello, 1 person. How you doing? With everyone just reloading the stream up, I guess. Probably because you can't see it. What is up, my duderinos? Yeah, starting early. Missed yesterday's streams. Watching over it now. Yeah, I wouldn't watch that stream. It's too crazy. It gets crazy towards the middle of it for sure. It's a weird stream. That one was weird. That was a weird stream. I left for 1 second, and all of a sudden we were on like a different topic. I was like, "What the hell happened?" So odd. Before I share memes, I found a lot of memes today. I'll hold off on memes until I get more people in here. Get the likes up. Yeah, get the likes up. Ooh, boy. What is up, my Deuterino Puppuccinos? I'm so ready for work tomorrow. Cannot wait. Starting early. Hey, Brosel. What's up, my dude? What's up, Black Run? How you doing, buddy? William A. Same. Oh, you weren't here yesterday either. You guys were out there, a slang on a Saturday night for once. Fucking just slaying it. Playing enlisted right now. Okay. 8 folks in here. All right, we got 8 folks in the chat. People should file in pretty soon. It just went live, so let's see. 7 people in the chat. All right. Medican Black Pills stream earlier today, so that was pretty chill. We were on for like a good few hours actually. I kind of came on and came off a few times, and then but yeah, we talked about a lot of things, so it was pretty chill stream. I think he did like 5 hours today or something like that, so he went on pretty long. Can I join stream? Not right now. I'll open the stream up later on once I'm I normally open the stream up after like a half hour. I like to read the comments first. I like to get the memes done as soon as I can. But yeah, I'll let you on if you want to come on. Try to keep it kind of I was here for an hour and then I went to buy clothes. Of course you did, buddy. You were out there slaying. Don't you lie to me. You were out there slaying Stacy. Yo, what's up, the Dope Panda? What's up, my dude? Saffron Pill talking about how you were rewarded for being mediocre in corporate wagey culture. Yeah, no need to expend energy if you know the payback. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god, that was a really good base comedy made actually, really, because like it really is true. Like we really do have like corporate America does not reward you for working hard. At my current job, like I like to say I'm doing working hard, but I'm really not. Like I work maybe a few hours a day. I might work maybe put like a full 2 hours of hard work in a day. The rest of the time I'm either browsing YouTube, browsing whatever website I'm on, or just hanging out on my phone, watching my stocks go up and down. And yeah, this is gonna be if it ever gets out, I'm gonna get fired. But it's true. Like it really is weird. It's odd how but the weird thing is that my boss thinks the world of me though. They're like, oh my god, he's such a good guy. He does so much work, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, and then I have to wonder, like, well, what was the last person who was doing my job doing? Like, like how bad were you at your job that like I get praised for doing what I consider to be the bare minimum? It really is insane to me. What's up, Coke Gang? All aboard the mystery machine. I got broads in Atlanta, designer. Oh boy, Mother Ruth. He hasn't been on in a while. He was on like 18 streams ago or something like that. It better be rowing in the right direction with your tribe than to be rowing the right direction on your own. Yeah, exactly. It's almost better. Like you're better off. Like if the rest of the work culture is lazy, you might as well just be as lazy as they are. Because like if you're like rowing in the wrong direction, like oh you're working 55 times harder than everybody else is. And like yeah, come on guys, we're going this way. This is the right way to go. And it's like everyone's looking at you like you're crazy, dude. Are you fucking insane? Like why are you working so hard for? Everyone's just laying back. No one's rowing with you. Well, why the hell would you work hard when no one else is working hard? Screw it. Let it all burn the way I see it. Lol. Okay. Hi. What's up, Anon Emouse? Anon Emouse. Okay. The Mystery Army based. We're gonna do some black pill magic this stream. Oh my god. Don't bring that stuff up. I let it go on for too long. I'll admit that myself. But I was like, fuck me. I came back and I was like, I left for like 3 seconds to go to the bathroom or something like that. And then I came back and I was like, what? What's going on? I think I left to go get some water. I was like, I came back and I was like, what are we talking about? Like, what's going on? Because like I don't take my phone with me at all. I just leave my phone here. So like I don't like monitor the stream when I'm away. Because I assume like people are staying on topic. But like it was a really weird. I don't know how we got there. It must have been J-Man or something like that. J-Man must have threw us there. Somebody brought it up. How can you watch stocks? That would torture me. I just watch them, dude. Like I just do it. It's what I do for fun, really. My IT clients don't be doing shit, but they be watching crypto stocks in the office. Shit is hilarious, dude. It's true. Like office culture or like corporate culture is like half of it's just knowing how to navigate office politics. There really isn't a lot of like work involved. Like most of my job has been keeping my boss happy and making her think or giving her the perception that I'm working hard and less about actually working hard. That's not to say I don't get my work done. I get my work done very, very fast. But like the rest of the time, though, I'm just laying around wondering what the hell am I supposed to be doing right now. Like I'm just like whatever. So like I don't go looking for work anymore. That's the mistake I made in my first job I ever got, which was like I was like trying to be a hard worker and work my ass off, and I ended up getting so burnt out. That's when I had my breakdown. Like, hey man, put your foot down next time. Yeah, I don't want to hear magic shit. I want full anti-magic prejudice show. If it goes there, I'll put my foot down. Hype. What's up, Medican? What's up, my dude? Designer is speaking some weird magical language, some mad language shit. Brother will praise be the Saint Moody brother. Incel. No point in swimming against the current. Might as well go down with the rest of society. So society. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Society. No pussy, no peace. I can't breed. Blue balls matter. Hocus pocus time. Yeah, we're doing some crazy shit today. Free Sanchez. Yeah, free Sanchez, dude. Praise Incel Grimothy Grimworth. What? Just Harry Potter Max, bruh. Worked hard at a place lifting heavy ass trailers while everyone else sat back in the truck on their phone. I should have been those people. Yeah, like there's no incentive in this culture to work hard. Like this whole idea of like hard work pays off is bullshit. Smart work pays. You should work as hard as everybody else is. Unless you see some like big incentive to work hard, don't ever work hard, dude. There's no point. You're just busting your ass for nothing. Learn the social skill of asserting yourself to say, I don't want magic to my stream. You got to project that MD energy. Oh, God. Yeah, I got to like get angry about it. Like, come on, no. Incel. Oh, he played with fist in the air. Incel. Hey there, buddy boyo. What's up? Maybe cheat in corporate America, work for school. Oh, God. I believe it, actually. Like, plenty of people. See, look, here's the problem with being a hard worker in society. The problem is that people will mooch off your hard work. People will quite literally, like, you'll be the dude busting his ass, getting all your reports done, sucking up to the management, trying to get work done. And, like, everybody else is just laying around on their phones for, like, 7 hours a day looking at you like, oh, this dude's a hard ass. He's going to work his ass off, blah, blah, blah. And, like, everyone's going to be like, all right, well, I'll let him. He'll get all the work done, and we'll just hang out. Praise be to Incel and Holy Prophet. ER. Aleister Crowley called World War II for sigil magic. The rabbit hole goes deep. It does. Suicide. Grim. Fist in the air again. Look at you, boy. I conjured up Becky last night. I'm currently in jail on my phone right now. I didn't know they let you have. Well, I guess they do have phones in jail, but they don't let you. No cell phone, my dude. Drink some wine, hang out. Let's see. Definitely suicide. Oh, God. Laugh my ass off. Boom. Headshot. Anyway, man, how you doing, boyos? Got off work an hour ago. Feels good, man, to get off work. Just kind of hang out. Timmy Turner. He was wishing for Burner to kill everyone walking to the soul furnace. Designer. Okay. You really do. Hard work for what? Exactly. Hard work for what? Like, you should work hard for yourself, and even then, you got to make sure that what you're working hard for is realistic. Don't just like work hard for like whatever. MD would actually allow magic shit in his stream though. Yeah, he has some pretty like, he's not big into like evolution, which I'm not particularly sure how he arrived at that position. But yeah, I have heard him say he's like, oh, the missing link doesn't really, it's missing the missing link. Like, that's the whole part about that. I don't know. But I do got to conjure up the energy whenever I see something get out of hand. Like, I did it with Saffron. I kicked him out. People got mad at me for doing it. I'm like, okay, come on, guys. He can't just come in here and like scream his head off. But I do like him though. He should come on again. Maybe not until sitting. Maybe I know and Medic and Black wants to come on too, but I'll let him on too. But not at the same time. Try to keep him separated. I mean, energy, like how he took over the stream last night. ER6. I've done that a few times. Back there were like 2 streams ago. Things got out of hand. I was like, okay, nope, this is my stream. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I worked hard in the warehouse for about 3 weeks, and that's all I could take. Every day I felt like a month packing boxes. These guys are looked down on by folks in the office, of course. Yeah. I worked at a grocery store of most of dudes that would just play Call of Duty mobile on their phone. Dude, what the fuck? If he needs to roast the dating roach, but other than that, he seems to be on that magic shit a little bit. Evolution in terms of ordinate species, I don't think holds up. Okay, well then what exactly can we become from then? Because like that's the only theory that we typically have. Unless you believe in like some other sort of like, well, we like came from aliens or some shit, or we came from God. I do believe in short-term adaptation. Okay. Free my man Saffron. He's I don't know where he is. He ain't here. Probably because it's too early. Some had been there for decades. One Polish guy did an 8 shift and then crossed the road to do another 8 shift in the warehouse. Oh my God. I have no mouth and I must scream. EDMD. Oh, MD. Pandemic. Oh, that guy, yeah. Based, my man David. Someone said evolution is the perfect explanation for biological diversity. Okay. 18 people in here. Let's get some memes up here. We got memes, some memes to show. Where did I start at? Start here. First meme of the day. I have no Stacy and I must coom. Oh God, I have that meme. I have that meme somewhere. Share screen. Share screen. Here we go. This is by some guy named Baron says whatever. Knowingly attractive men of Reddit. When you go about your day, do you notice people noticing you? But you have a comment here. I got a coworker that is attractive who had long curly hair. Over the weekend, he got married and cut his hair. As we were walking around, no less than 4 girls stopped him and said, "Oh my God, why did you cut your hair?" Then made the awe sound when he told them it was for his wedding. Because of COVID, they've never seen his chin. Oh my God. There you go. If you're not Chad, it's nothing. Here we go. This one's from this one is a callback to last night, actually, about the 911 stuff with the police. Here we go. 2 days ago, I called 911 4 times last night, no answer. Has this happened to anyone else? I always thought 911 operators had to pick up in a few rings. It honestly scared the shit out of me. I was calling to request medical assistance for a person I saw, and I wasn't in the middle of being robbed or killed, but what if I was? It's terrifying to me that I called 4 times and it just rang and rang. No answer. This is a serious issue that needs to be solved. I'm livid. Update, because of the fucking ridiculous comments, there is no non-emergency line, and the thing I saw was homeless man who I believe was dying and dead, not waking up in the street. I don't know, man. They ain't gonna show up though. Ain't no one showing up to help you guys. You're on your own. Let's get some black pill memes in here. Hold on, I got some black pill memes. Here's one from Stone Toss Comics. You don't date trans women, but I was born this way. Me too. It's like, well, there you go. Me too, boy. Me too. Here's some life fuel for some people here. Age of partners men and women find most attractive. Most attractive age of women to men: 20, 20, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 21, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 22, 20, 20, 21, 21, 20, 24 at age 45, 20, 20, 23, 20, 22. For men, it's like 23, 23, 24. It's always older: 25, 26, 29, 30. 31, 32. They're trying to date around their own age now. It's like, 38, 49, 40, 45, 46. It's like, there you go. That might be life fuel or death fuel for some people. Let's get a spicy meme in here now. Here's a good meme for you guys. Here's a good meme. Your great-grandmother, 12 kids. Your grandmother, 6 kids. Your mother, 2 kids. You, an abortion and a dog. It's the best they could do. This is the best they could do. An abortion and a dog. Your ancestors are looking down on you right now from heaven saying, "What have you done to my family?" You failed us. Let's read the comments. Let's see. I'm Kumi. Bro, that thumbnail. Dude, Shin with the Ikari, like a fucking crazy man. You have listen, it's so complex, people don't really know it. The shit they say to disagree with it isn't even relevant. We used to use phlogiston to explain, but that's that's all I want to get into it. Okay. God damn it! If you're good looking, the halo effect is your daily routine. I am a ghost to women. A hair pill is brutal. Hair can be everything for some men, boyo. It is. Imagine human beings created by an AI. That's the reason why we were here today. Humans have to be complete the cycle of being an AI, making AI. Used to police not showing up. Yep. Where's the girl from the meat department guy? Guy with such a stone energy, I can't help but watch him and laugh when he's on scam. I don't know where he went. Maybe he actually went to jail for that chick. He's like, okay, I'm gonna hit her up real quick and like let her think it's Here's some rope fuel for you guys. Rope fuel. Up here we have Heightism Exposed retweeted. Psych, I don't mind short men. I just wouldn't procreate with them or take them out in public. I've got issues with short guys. If you're 5'8" or less, please kill yourself. Dad, don't waste your height on short guys. Dang. How short guys are such a waste. If short girls go with tall guys, you're basically telling me tall girls go with short guys. No, that's disgusting. Short guys are gross. Men under 5'10". What is your purpose on earth? Laugh my ass off. Fucking hate short men. Never trust short men. Short guys, please don't talk to me until you grow. Okay. Short guys are losing. Short guys are irrelevant. What's the purpose of guys under 5'8"? Like, why are you on earth? Dang. God, would you rid us of short guys? I hate short guys. This is the fair gender here. This is the gender of empathy and respect and yeah. Here's the society that the greatest generation fought for. Look at this. Old grandma and granddad's like, oh, let's go down to the wine bar and drink some wine, or let's go down to the bingo hall tonight. It's like, oh, well, here come the Antifa. Yeah, good luck, buddy boyo. This is the road you created. You should have fought harder, old man. Dang, you didn't know that. In Judaism, the bachelor was considered to be a social pariah, no better than a murderer. That's crazy. So the greatest generation died for this. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. The greatest generation died for this. They fought so hard. It's like that meme, like, thank God we defeated the Germans. Like, well, I'm not gonna read that one. That's a bad meme. Here's a new game for you guys. Cuckold Cuckold Simulator Early Access. I mean, it even has the fat wife included here. This is just bad. This is so wrong. This is wrong on so many ways. Oh my god. Cuckold Simulator. It's like, who made this game? Cuckold Simulator. It's like, there's so many simulation games now, dude. There's so many simulation games. Like, you have like Cuckold Simulator where you take care of Daquan's kids or some shit like that. Reported number of opposite sex partners in lifetime by age and sex. So let's see, 16 to 24 women. 10 or more. All right. 5'9". So yeah, by 16 24, it's already over. 25 to 34, it's getting more over. 35 to 44, holy mother of God. Look at this. Your odds of finding your virgin waifu are extremely low. Extremely low. 45 to 54. Yeah. And 55 to 69. There you go. But yeah, this group down here, it's over, boyos. If you weren't down here making it, you never had a chance. Spicy meme. Oh, here's the self-end rate for by race. Age-adjusted U.S. Self-end rate by race, 1981 to 2016. This is pretty old, but hey, it's probably still relevant. Non-Hispanic white, it's at the freaking peak out of nowhere here. Then we have the Asian rate down here. All right, then all right. Hispanic rate down here. Black rate's lower than everybody else's. Weird. American Indians, like, well, we're drunk. Oh, they're also over here. I'm wrong people. Who is this? Other. What is other? What the fuck is other? Everybody else, I guess. And then what is this? Oh, the total. So the means right here. What's going on, white people? Why? Don't do it. Don't rope. Don't praise the rope. Here's one. Where are the female managers? Japan's newest foreign CEO asked. John Mark Gilson. Well, Japan is not as cucked as we think they are. Not as cucked as we think they are. No, they're pretty bad, but not that bad. But this foreigner here comes into Japan and thinks we're all the female that. We're all the female manager that. What's going on? There's something wrong here. This is the fact that he thinks there's something wrong with this tells us that he's cucked. It's over. John Mark just wants to fuck his assistant. Probably. What's this one here? What meme is this? I'm not gonna use that meme. Nice meme. 26 minutes. So we're already 26 minutes in here. Holy shit. I think I have some GIFs to show too. Where is this at? Oh, here's some. This is the reality of every incel right now. If you're afraid of snakes, I'm sorry. This male has overslept. At the moment, he stands no chance of mating. Look at him screaming into the ether. He's like, "Oh my god!" look at him. He's like, "Wait a second. What year is it?" No. Here's one for all the non-bent people in here. Drop the weapon. Gender police, pronoun unit, gender police, middle school biology. I like it. Middle school biology. Like, oh, please, don't come over here. Drop the weapon. Oh, boy. Here's one. Bodybuilder marries sex doll after whirlwind romance during coronavirus lockdown. He ascended. He took the TFM pill and said, "You know what? I'm just gonna do what I got to do." I'm not sure if this is talented or just weird. I don't know what to even call this. what is this? Like some black man riding a horse, but he's like just standing on the back of it. Like what? He just gave up. The horse is like, "Why are you riding me like that?" He's like, "I don't know." Dante Sparta. In the UK, a study was conducted that shows the average relationship lasts only 2 years and 9 months. That's the average relationship in the West. Yeah, I believe it. That picture is in my hometown. Is my hometown. Oh, small world. Something you're telling me the truth, buddy boyo. Like you know it's over when Cuckold Simulator has this for like their thumbnail. Look at this chin. Look at it. He's wearing a fedora. I mean, like this is the whole 9 yards here. Cuckold Simulator. Here's one for all the wages like me. How in the hell could a man enjoy being awakened at 6:30 a.m. by an alarm clock, leap out of bed, dress, force feed, shit, piss, brush teeth and hair, and fight traffic to get to a place where essentially you make lots of money for somebody else, and we're asked to be grateful for the opportunity to do so? How could you do it, boyos? How could you do it? How is this possible? And be grateful to do so. Fuck. Get rid of this image. What is this? Oh, this is just so like so fucked up. She never would have given you a chance when she was 20. When her skin was clearest, her social life was the most robust, she was in her best physical shape, and when her youthful energy was at her peak, she wasn't into you. So what? Don't get caught up in that. Grow up. People mature. She's approaching her 30s now. She's more mature. Her worldview is different. Her priorities are different. Looks don't matter as much now. Her height preference has now relaxed. Before you had to be 6'2" to date her. Now she wants a man to be her height or taller. Her self-esteem is higher. No, it's not. Before she would sleep with a man she just met, now she requires several high effort dates. Okay, this is the problem, though. She's making you go jump through hoops that nobody else had to. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. Let me continue, though. Before she would sleep with a man she just met, now she requires several high effort dates and impeccable charisma and commitment to on the guy's part before any physical contact initiator. Her skin isn't as clear as her body isn't fit as it used to be. So what? The stress from her work has consumed her. She has a great job, makes great money, and a total catch. As if men give a fuck about any of this shit down here. Nobody cares. No man cares at all about that shit. The past is the past. Learn to let it go. She's ready to settle down now. She wants a nice, stable guy, which happens to be you. Embrace the present. Leave the past in the rearview mirror. Oh shit! Like this whole middle part here is fucked up. Telling men, oh, just accept her now that she's used the fuck up. She's bitter now, and she requires you to be high charisma, high commitment, all this crap like that from a guy. When she let other men have it for free. Why? Why would any man work for something another man got for free? It's not. It's just not. It's just not. It's like these people don't think about what men actually want, or the other half of the equation here. It's like, oh well, X equals whatever the fuck I think it says, whatever I think it says, instead of like man. Like, well, what do men want? Men want something different than this. And as if men give a fuck about the goddamn great job, career, and a total catch. Like, that doesn't make her a total catch. Well, what made her a total catch was that clear skin, was her social life, was the robust physical shape. Like, yeah, all that stuff made her worth dating. Now it's like, well, why do I want you now, dude? Screw it. That one's insane. Almost pisses you off a little bit. Oh, sweet baby, this one's just gonna be Ted, good old Ted here. My friend's toddler babbled. Don't forget to subscribe as he was put to bed. Kid watches so much YouTube he thought it means goodbye. Oh my god. He's like, end me. I was right. I was right. He's like, he was right. Spicy meme coming up. 31% of Japanese women admit to cheating on their own lover. 6% say they got caught. This number's probably higher than this. Probably like 50%, at least 50%, 60% maybe. Maybe even higher. Has to be higher. I don't believe this fucking stat for a second. Women always lie. At the end of the day, it comes down to this, guys. It comes down to this. This is what it really matters right here. You've been with two men. Why don't you kill yourself? This is from, I forgot what the movie's called. I watched it before. It's like Rosh Hashanah, what it's called. I think of what it's called. Maybe for something else, actually. I forgot the name of the movie, how the name goes, but yeah. But I've watched this movie before. You've been with two men. Why don't you kill yourself? It's like based. Based samurai. This one's pretty good. Son, allow me to offer you my warmest congratulations. I'm certain that you'll remember today as the happiest day, happiest in your life. Thanks, Dad, but the wedding's tomorrow. I know. Boomer, the dad. The son's like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, there it is. Russia. Yeah, I watched that before. Yeah, it's pretty good. Here's one. Over 50% of liberal white women under 30 have mental health issues. Are we worried yet? I mean, I can't imagine why. Oh boy. All right, 36 minutes. I got more memes to show. I might save it for next time. I'll do one more for the FBI out there. For the FBI in the chat. FBI in the chat. Here you guys go. This is what I'm gonna do to you guys next time. Me, my FBI agent is a hoe. FBI's like, god damn it. He's like, ha ha ha. Gotcha. All right. Time to 36 minutes. Do women actually believe their SMV gets high when they get older, or are they just coping? They're coping hard. They have to be coping, dude. Like, or maybe nobody's ever explained to them how this stuff actually works. But like, men don't give a fuck about your job. Men don't give a fuck about your goddamn about your fucking career, or how many men you really they care about how many men you've been with. But like, we don't care how experienced you are, quote unquote. We care more about like, are you useful? Are you cooperative? Are you actually like worth a fuck to fucking buck? Like, are you not a whore? Like, okay, how many men have you been with? You've been with 85 men. Okay, well, I don't want to be with you then. It's nasty. Like, yeah, we care about all that stuff. But like, women think that men want what they want, and it's like, no, like they're so solipsistic, they can't think of like they're supposed to be the gender of empathy, but at the end of the day, what they really could expose themselves to be is like the gender of solipsism. All they think about is themselves. They think about what they want, and then they project that onto you and think that, oh, this is what you want too, and it's like, no, like this is not what men want. All right, let's invite, copy clipboard. There's the link, the message. Mental health industry never ceases to amaze me for its total incompetence. You just passed around these women who are naive and low IQ psychology majors. These therapies are made to make money. Absolutely, they don't do any real helping. How come you are black and don't speak French? I mean, I wasn't born in a French speaking country like that. Ronan, I'm not letting you in here. No, not doing it again. Ronan the Black Cell. What do you mean, Ronan? I'm not doing it, Ronan. So I think someone else wanted to talk to me earlier, so I want to let them in here. What the fuck is music therapy? Listening to music and commenting your feelings, such a scam. Well, before I let people on, okay, someone wants to do it. Okay, whatever. And hold on, give me a sec. Let me get my shit together. I'll let you guys in. Give me a sec. Oh, I wanted to show that meme too, but I'll leave it for next time. I gotta save my memes up real quick. My man got that blunt. Got Chad's babies in his throat right now, so Chad's nasty ass blunt in his mouth. Bro, I would take a decent looking girl. I was gonna let you in. You should have just. Did you just leave because I said something or what? I'll let you in, buddy. You're coming in. I don't know what happened. All right, well, this last.
Greetings, comrade.
What is up, my dude?
Not much. What's up with you?
Just starting my stream, getting shit ready to go, passing out some memes.
Seize the memes of reproduction.
Seize the memes of production. Yep. The memes of reproduction. Oh boy. Do you think that a Marxist state would fight this stuff better than a capitalist state?
It would really depend on because, I mean, what I've been thinking of, like with the past week after what happened with the last weekend stream, is like a lot of black pill content is already like kind of already Marxist and like methodology. So I think a lot of like TFL incels and FAs would actually benefit from reading some theory. But at the same time, there's some stuff in Marxism that does kind of sway towards like progressive liberal, like just nonsense. So I guess it would depend. Honestly, because my ideas about like what a socialist state would look like is actually more so with a agrarian socialism, which is intrinsically more conservative.
Okay.
So like with Zabata and all that.
Yeah, I'm not too refreshed on Marxist communism, when I call it socialist theory, really that much. So some of the stuff goes over my head, but like I just know, like I know the basics. Like how the perceived perfect utopian view of it is, I guess, what I want to call it.
It's not really utopian. It's because Marxism itself is more like a tool to examine like history and economics and how that relates to individuals and society as a whole. And obviously, you have like an anti-capitalist like sentiment, which I do, but at the same time, it's like capitalism as like in and of itself is just an emerging property within like human societies. Like I'm not somebody who blames like everything is blamed on capitalism because it's the cause of everything. No, it's like more fundamental than that.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
I just said yeah.
What's up? What is up, Ronan?
I was gonna say, I'm actually, I was doing a class.
What?
Also reading some shit about manifesto. He had the right idea, but when
you're breaking up, Black Ronan.
Hello?
You broke up quite a bit there.
Can you hear me?
I think I can.
All right,
but
what I was gonna
break up quite a bit, so
say is that
you're breaking up a lot. Are you like somewhere like with bad internet or something, or what? Are you at your house?
I was reading up about Karl Marx.
Yeah, there's something wrong with his connection.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with your connection, dude. I might have to drop you because you're not really. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Yeah, probably get off of it and try to come back on.
Yeah, I would leave and like reconnect. I don't know if you're like out in public somewhere and you can't like like a 5G connection or something, or a 4G connection, but like you're tripping right now. I don't know what's going on. Like it skips every other word.
Like he's not even saying anything now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll remove and then I'll see what he says in the private chat later on.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yo, what's up?
What's going up, my dude? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How about you?
Doing good, buddy. Still
Cool.
streaming.
Yep.
So you wanted to come on and talk about something or what?
No, just chill. Nothing really in particular. So yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
So did anybody happen to see the Grotesque Subhumans video before coming on? Because it came out like 30 minutes before you started streaming.
Oh no, I haven't watched it.
No, he talks about like really like black pill incel content's kind of moving away from what it used to be. It we're going towards like this, like a post-black pill community, quote unquote. And so I wanted to hear other people's perspective on it. Like, what do we do going forward?
Well, you can only talk about. I said this before. You can only talk about the issues with women for so long. Because, like, at some point, you kind of said everything you have to say, and what else do you have? What else can you really add to that discussion? It's like, okay, well, hypergamy. Okay, obviously, how what else is there to talk about? Okay, like women are hypergamous. Women like tall men. Okay, we all understand that. We all also understand that it's kind of over for most men as well. That the dating market's all inflated, it's all fucked up. It is what it is.
And he also mentioned how like this issue isn't just becoming like a quote like a subhuman issue. It's like normal guys and even some like Chad Lights are out here like saying, what the fuck is going on. So at a certain point, like what happens when the black pill, like the floodgates open and it goes mainstream?
I mean, the black pill it would probably destroy it to some extent. It would definitely destroy the purity of the argument for sure. People would just start. The problem with the thing with mainstream is that nobody really understands the underlying. I'm not screaming about this a month ago. Yeah, you did scream about this a month ago, Richie Hart. It's true, but yeah, like if it goes mainstream, people are just gonna like they're gonna understand the slogans, but I think that's gonna understand the underlying mechanics of why this stuff actually exists. It's kind of like the same with like Christianity in a way. A lot of people don't actually understand the mythology and all the stuff behind Christianity. They don't understand like very, very specific Bible verses, and they know the stuff like that. And they know the surface level stuff, but they can't ever go like they can't ever like give you any like real like philosophical reason why this stuff actually works or doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like how like mystery schools, were set up like the mystery schools like held all the esoteric teachings, but for the common man and the mercantiles and all that, they had like the commonly held myth about it. They didn't understand like the full teachings of it, like with the Dionysian mystery schools and Osirian mystery schools.
The exact same thing. Like people don't understand the underlying philosophical or want to call it underpinnings of the arguments. They just understand like, oh well, yeah, women bad. That's all they really know. And it's like, okay, well, that's good enough to get you through the day, but it's kind of like it's not the full complete picture of what's going on.
Yeah, but I don't think that the black pill will ever become mainstream. It will become diluted into the red pill again, because that's what happened to the red pill back in the 2010s. It got diluted.
You're absolutely right about that. Can I chime in a little bit? I feel like if the black pill does go mainstream, the black pill will implode on itself. It'll become a shell of it'll become a shell of its former self. You know what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, like how a market becomes oversaturated and diluted.
Yes. And the thing is, believe it or not, like 50% of men, half of men in the West, right? We're black pilled. We're just not black pilled by name. Get what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, I can understand because I overheard like a conversation on the bus today, leaving work, and this guy's like talking about making up a Twitch channel, and like I'm like just shaking my head, and this one guy says, but it's only gonna work if you're a female." Like, damn, man.
Of course, dude. At my job, one of my coworkers, she's 17. She literally said, "I don't gotta fucking work here. I could just go home, make an OnlyFans when I turn 18."
And she's not really all the way wrong either. Like she could easily, assuming she's actually able to like monetize it correctly, she could probably make more money doing that than actually working a job. So
she's 5'6" and she's 5'6" and has blonde hair and blue eyes.
I think to a certain extent, like every man recognizes it. They just don't know like how to like accurately like formulate it or put it into words.
Yeah.
Like we all like to a certain extent we all knew that looks is what mattered, like as far back as elementary school. We just didn't know to what extent.
Of course. Let me chime in on that. High school and middle school are the only times in your life where women are honest about how they feel about sub 8 men.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
Because the thing is, right? Once they get older, they have to hide. Women are black pilled, but they're subconsciously black pilled. If you get what I'm saying by that.
Well, I've always looked at it as men are black pilled, but women provide the black pill.
Exactly. Yes. And so let me chime in on that a little bit. See, as women get older, right, they're not gonna say explicitly what they like and what they don't like. Their words will mean one thing, but their actions will be the complete opposite. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're very Machiavellian.
Exactly. They'll say, "Oh, height doesn't matter. You just cannot be below 5'9". Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Like
I
I've
don't
seen
know.
my
Hearing my one itis in middle school telling me that she hated me kind of set me down a dark path that here I am today.
dude. My crush from high school fucked my bully and got pregnant by him, and now the kid's in foster care. I told you the story a million times.
Yep.
Brutal.
But it bears repeating because I believe that's going to be like the norm, if it isn't already the norm.
Yeah, it's already
Yeah.
been the norm. I mean, but let's be honest here. It's been the norm since the dawn of time, really.
They think nothing about sub-8 men. They don't even notice their existence. Yeah,
No,
they really
they don't. Like when I'm at work, like girls don't even notice my existence. I might get a hello every now and then, and a girl might start a conversation up with me. But I'm just so black pilled. Like I am black pilled into asexuality. I can't even get hard anymore. I don't even like they don't acknowledge my existence, and I don't acknowledge their existence. I just keep to myself.
Yeah.
And to some extent, like the powers that be, they do want it this way to some extent because like we had all this huge scare, especially the boomers had this scare about overpopulation for decades. They were scared about overpopulation. You got to stop. You got to do overpopulation. And to some extent, this is like what they want. They actually do want you to like, okay, well, no, don't pursue women. This is why they want women in careers. Okay, like don't pursue men. Like just focus on your career.
But keep clocking in and fulfilling your wage slave job. Yeah,
you
want that.
You can double the output of your economy by just giving, well, probably quadruple it now by giving women money. Like just by giving them their own money, you can easily just like quadruple the economy and just keep them working, keep them wage slaving, keep them in wage slaving as well, and it all comes together at the end of the day.
Last. I need you to do me a favor. Do me a favor. I want you to go, if you want some hardcore black pills, I need you to open up a new tab and go on female dating strategy on Reddit.
Oh man, dude.
Yeah, that's
just do
when
it.
I was at Reddit, when I used to go on Reddit, I would. Oh man.
Mr.
Why? What else has been posted on it?
Martaros, tell the homie last about the black pills that be on r- female dating strategy.
Yeah, they pretty much they just pretty much tell them how they're cucking their own boyfriends.
Yeah.
With other guys and all that. They're not even secretive about their whole dual mating strategy anymore. They're saying it in the like right in the open. They don't even care anymore.
Yeah, don't forget Forever Alone Woman. So on Forever Alone Woman, they actually was closed for a while. It was a private subreddit, but they opened it up. But men are actually banned from participating in it.
That same thing happened to femcells too, something like that. It keeps on happening when those so-called lonely women open a Reddit or whatever. They keep on getting flooded by requests. But sorry to stop you. Go ahead.
So what I was gonna say, thank you, I appreciate that. But what I was gonna say is that the reason why they're quote unquote lonely is because Chad does not want them. You know what I'm saying by that?
Yeah. That's pretty much what they mean when they say that.
Yeah. See, thing is, right? Men and women, right? Low status men and even average women, right? We live in two completely different universes. It's like Marvel and DC. You know what I'm saying? When men say, "Oh, we're lonely," it's because no woman wants us. When women say they're lonely, it's because no Chad wants them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I've seen posts on there about big as hell chicks bragging about, why can't I find a high value man? Why do all these short manlets keep hitting me up? Why can't I find a guy with a 6-pack? And these bitches be big as fuck, look like fucking Majin Buu out of Dragon Ball Z.
These goddamn
Sims. Yeah, these goddamn Sims, Aaron, gassing their ass up.
Where have all the good Chads gone?
Yeah, basically.
Hey, I got a question for the panel though.
Yeah, sure.
All right, if things are going on this, and I might have asked it before, so bear with me if I did, but if things are on this trajectory and the black pill is at this point in time, like with the popular culture and shit, how long do y'all think until it's like openly known?
It will never become openly because parts of the black pill are so like deep and so like heart wrenching that most normies can't handle it.
Well, what parts would those be?
Like about lookism, about the race pill, the height pill, the status pill.
I think most people could probably handle lookism to some extent.
Not blue pilled liberal normies. They can't handle that shit. Okay, I tried black pilling my friggin' one of my therapists at the walk-in clinic a couple years ago, and he's too soy boyish to get it.
Yeah, but if you shove enough evidence down their throat and say, hey, wait a second, like we see a pattern here, like obviously the stuff hasn't been exposed to them in such a high degree to where like they would be able to acknowledge it, but like put it in a textbook and say, hey, wait a second, this is how the world actually works. Like they accept other parts of science, like there were kinds of people denied that the Earth was fucking round, and like okay, well, Earth is flat. Like most people have some inkling of an idea that looks matter. Like it's not like it's like this like some esoteric like lost art here. Like most people have some idea that like in reality, yeah, I'm attracted to somebody. Like what does attraction really imply? And it implies that I'm attracted to the way they look. You know nothing about this person other than the fact of how they look.
Also,
Jack Nickelback. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
What I was gonna say, they actually did a study where they showed a picture of like a good-looking person and an ugly person and two babies, like fresh out the pussy, like fresh, like that birth smell still on them. And guess who the babies all crawl to?
Yeah, they call it the attractive one.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the brain is intrinsically attracted to like geometrically pleasing aesthetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think shit based off the golden ratio. I forgot what that was, but all right. But
and then also,
no, go ahead.
Another thing, black pill about the height pill. In all of the United States' 200-year history, the taller presidential candidate usually wins.
Yeah,
I mean, just look at Bloomberg.
Yeah, maybe Mike
Manleyberg.
Yeah. How tall was Abraham Lincoln? Was like what, 6'5"?
He was like 6'1", 6'2".
He was a tall dude. Because someone told me the dude who shot him, John Wilkes Booth, had to raise his arm up to shoot him.
That's fucked up. You get mauled by the dude you're assassinating. Like, god damn. Hey, hold on. About the black pill going mainstream, though. Like, about the therapist and all that. That's different because that's like a blue pill dude who has to shift to like a black pill. He has to change his whole worldview. Like all these children now, like middle school and high school, they're growing up with this shit. They're growing up with their mom their mom being the OnlyFans model. Like this is normal to them. So
it's
once they control the world, like what's it gonna look like?
It's all designed to destabilize the world, destabilize the country. It's literally demoralization.
Another brutal black pill I found out on television and entertainment in WWE. I'll notice how the taller wrestlers usually become champion, because in WWE the champion, the quote unquote match is predetermined. It's a predetermined like match. You know what I'm saying? But the taller wrestler usually wins.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying by that? Like The Rock is 6'1", I think. The Undertaker is 6'10". Triple H is 6'4". You notice that, right? All the wrestlers who become the face of the company are usually taller men.
Yeah, of course.
Possibly became popular because they were taller. I don't know.
Yeah. But the height pill is very brutal. I notice the height pill in real life every single day.
Yeah, sorry, that one's kind of hard to miss. But like the black pill going mainstream, this is like it's just going to be like certain things. Like the problem is a lot of people have a hard time accepting the facts of genetic determinism and determinism in general. Like determinism literally implies that like you have no control over anything. You don't have a lot of control over where you grow up at, over what you think, over where you live at, over how big you're going to be or how small you're going to be, over anything. So like that's a hard pill to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow that.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no control over anything. What are you talking about? Like, oh yeah, your country going on the shitter. Yeah, that was supposed to happen because you got too lazy and your country got lazy and then things degenerate over time. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, but I feel like the black pill. I feel like the way the way I how to explain this shit. The way I interpret the black pill is that like half the pill is red, the other half is black. If you get what I'm saying. Hello?
You're talking about maroon pilled?
Yeah, I had now half the pill. The bottom is red, the top is black. That's the type of black pill I usually took. Because some parts of the red pill are true. So it's going to take both the red pill and the black pill.
What percentage is determinism? What percentage is behavior? Look up what determinism actually implies. Like even behavior isn't malleable as you think it is. Even behavior isn't. Like your behavior is an extension of your genes reacting in the environment. That's really all it is. You get taught your behaviors. It's not like you just like, oh, I just behave in a way because I choose to behave in a way. Like no, you don't. You don't get to choose that. You behave in a way because you behave in a way.
You're basically the result of how can I say it? You're a synthesis of epigenetic phenomena, I guess. You're always reacting to the environment depending on your own genetics and stuff.
Who wants to drop for a few minutes?
I could drop.
Okay, let me. Black Pill J, is this really you?
Yeah, this is me. How y'all doing?
How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Yeah, I'm not gonna be here too long. I really like y'all streams, so
okay. I'm good.
Oh my God, it's really you, Black Pill J. I thought you were a troll for a second. Oh God, my heart was sinking for a second.
I fuck with Mystery School, man. I mean, I think that hopefully this podcast will continue to grow because I really enjoy your podcast, bro.
Oh, all right. Well, that's good.
We were talking about the hype pill, and I was talking about how in WWE they predetermine wrestlers, they pick them to go on TV based on height to a certain degree.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, but you see that in what's like sperm donors.
Yeah.
Yeah, they literally say you have to be above 6 foot or something like that to definitely become a spinner.
Because I was watching an interview with Triple H and talked about how originally they didn't want Rey Mysterio to become the world heavyweight champion because he was too short, and it would be a good look for the company.
And also, how do you suspend a disbelief for a dude who's like that short be beating a bigger guy? It literally has to be some sort of trickery. That makes any sense.
Yeah. The hype pill is brutal, dude.
It's crazy, and now women have no problem putting their heightism up front, especially with TikTok. And I know you showed those memes earlier, Mystery, of women just blatantly. A lot of women just blatantly hate short men, even though their dad was short.
Yeah, they're not hiding it anymore.
Yeah, and the thing is, right? Men were a lot shorter back then. Like back in the 1900s and 1800s, men were a lot shorter. So was there heightism back then?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they literally laughed at Napoleon for being quote unquote short, even though he was like the average size at the time. But like he was shorter than most of the other nobles, actually.
Yeah, and plus, I think the economic situation back then was set up to where even a relatively shorter man could actually succeed in this area.
Yeah, Black Pill J, I said earlier that sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I said earlier another thing about the hype pill is that they pick presidential candidates based on height.
Oh yeah.
Hello?
I believe that.
They vote people vote for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry.
I was gonna say, look at JFK versus what was it, Nixon?
I was about to mention that.
Mm-hmm, yeah. No, it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere, and now because of TikTok, it's like we're seeing it more and more. And so you guys really think that the black pill is going mainstream faster than, let's say, the red pill is?
Oh, not faster than, absolutely not. The red pill.
I feel like the black pill is going mainstream, but just like soap and water to dry eggs on a frying pan, the blue pill simps get rid of it. If that makes sense.
The blue pill simps what?
Just like soap and water to dry eggs on a frying pan, the blue pill simps will just wash away and deny the black pill. You can't black pill a blue pillar. It's too hard. I've been finding that for the longest.
Well, no, I would go further. I see what you're saying, but I think it's actually harder to black pill a red pillar than it is to black pill a blue pillar.
How? Explain. I can
actually see that. I can see that.
Because a guy who's a red pill guy, like I've talked to these red pill dudes, they listen to, Richard Coper. It's like they think that the stuff that we're saying is for losers. Like, oh, like it's not about looks, it's about game, it's about this, it's about holding your frame, right? But I would say it's easier to convince a blue pill guy who's already blue pill that, it's 99% looks. Just look at A, B, C, and D. because people who are into the red pill, especially if they get too deep into it, a lot of these guys think that it's about game, it's about your money. You know, once you turn 30 and you start making a lot of money, then the girls will be after you because that's your prime. A lot of the red pill is the ultimate coping mechanism.
Yeah, I guess I agree with that because you see a lot of red pillers that have egos really, really big.
Yeah.
And
look
black
at
pill
MLD.
destroys their ego completely, so they're never going to swallow.
Look at MLD. Remember when Face and LMS tried to go on MLD stream, and with Richard Coper and all the other goofball clowns, and Face and LMS trying to blackpill them as quietly, as polite as possible, but they're very hostile towards them.
I watched that.
Yeah,
and then Solo went off on like, man, what is this? You people, even not realizing that Face is himself black, but
right, no, exactly, and also too, it's like these red pill dudes. I mean, they need guys like Richard Coper, Rolo, MLD. They need men to not go black pill because as soon as the more men go black pill, the less money is in their pocket. I mean, is what
exactly.
Yeah,
and the moment you're able to deny behavioral basically the idea that like behavior matters, like you can like somehow like smooth talk your way into a girl's bedroom, that's the moment that like the red pill dies. So like once you convince people that it's actually your face and your body and like your frame and all that stuff matters, like well then why the hell am I buying your dating coach course? What's the point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also too, it's like because and this is why watching dudes like Face and LMS is important, because just to the naked eye, I would say that 99% of men cannot look at a man's face and determine why this guy is actually getting women. They're not able to look at the eye structure. They're not able to look at the high cheekbones, the jawline, the things that we will probably know because we've watched Face and LMS. Is like, when you look back on the guys in high school and college that got the most women, you look at their eye shape, you look at their facial structure, you notice their height. It's like, that's why that guy was able to get all women most of his life, and guys like me or guys who exhibited these other facial features weren't. And you have to learn, like, there should be classes on what makes people like. There should be literal classes for it, but the society does. You can't tell society, okay, these men over here are attractive objectively, and these men aren't. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not good for society.
Yo, Black Pill J, Black Pill J, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
What I was gonna say is I'm thinking about taking a gender studies class at my community college and trying to drop subtle black pills in a gender studies class. Could that work?
Yeah. Well, I think it can. I mean,
you'd probably get kicked out, but
I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm not saying anything offensive.
But what's also funny about what's funny about the black pill, because this shit's everywhere. I mean, I've been on certain apps. I won't say which ones, where I'm talking to these women who talk about fat phobia and how fat phobia is a bad thing. And mind you, these women are big. But when you ask these same women, hey, how many fat guys have you dated? Oh no, I'm not attracted to fat guys. That's just my preference.
Oh god, oh my god, women are a walking meme at this point. They're literally a walking meme.
Yeah,
they apply standards to you that they wouldn't, themselves wouldn't actually go to.
And here's a real funny thing. I was talking to this big girl, mind you, this woman is big, plus size, fat. She talks about how only 10% of the men that I've slept with have been fat, right? And that was when I had doubt. And she says that was when I had low self-esteem. But the vast majority of men were skinny, in shape, fit, tats, X, Y, and Z, right? The 80-20 rule. But then I tell, hey, you talk about fat phobia and how that's a bad thing, but you don't even like fat men. No, that's not true, though, because all these women are fucking bisexual. And she said, a lot of the women that I've been with are fat. So wait a minute, you have different standards for women. So the women that you date, they could be fat, they could be short, they could be broke, all this other stuff. But the men have to be tall, ripped, and rich and handsome.
Black Pill J, I disagree with you on her being quote unquote bisexual. She is Chad sexual.
Right. Okay. Right.
She is Chad sexual. There's a difference.
Yeah, Tyrone sexual.
Exactly.
Yeah, Tyrone sexual and just a deviant.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's crazy that the number of women that are. It's like hell, when a woman is straight and doesn't deal with women, I'm surprised. Usually it's you're more likely to meet a bisexual woman than a woman who's completely straight.
You're right about that, because when women don't see any like high status, good looking men around, they'll just go the lesbian route.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, which is insane. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys. Speaking of the black pill, another aspect of the black pill I want to delve into is the mental pill, because there's this incel YouTuber called the King of Aspies, and you heard of his channel, right?
I tried watching one of his videos and I couldn't hang with it.
Why?
Just this might sound like, I don't know, pathetic, but the way he talked, like it was really slow, and I'm like, man, I just couldn't do it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know.
He's a high functioning autist. A lot of autists talk like that.
Yeah, I know, but I don't claim to be a saint, so.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a factor too. But I would well, let me ask you this though. Okay, yes, there's the mental cell,
mental pill. Yeah,
mental pill. Well, so if those men, let's say if you had because here's the thing: the vast majority of Chads aren't that smart, aren't like super smart people. More times than not, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not like these men are like geniuses either. So if a dude was an uber Chad, but let's not say he has autism, but let's say he was like really stupid, would his Chadness overcome his mental ability?
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at the autistic Chad meme.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's lace anyway.
Yeah,
looking at the
being
average
a Chad
IQ
basically
in the
makes
US. Average IQ for US males. Hold up.
Isn't it like 80?
It's 100, I believe.
Oh, I guess it makes sense. 100 being the average, it only goes up to 200.
So no. Well, 90% of people have a score below 130. If you are in the 2% with a higher score, you are an outlier. Basically, okay. For men, what the fuck, Google?
Well,
you guys can keep talking while I was just gonna.
I was gonna ask, and maybe I heard it from Mystery School. I might have. Mystery School, man, I really fuck with your channel, bro.
Okay.
But I was just gonna say, man, it's like, was it you that I heard that more and more kids, or not even say kids, let's say kids in high school, teenagers, yeah, sorry, more teenage boys are considering themselves incel before they even reach the age of 18. Like it's becoming more of a common phrase that kids.
I think I read that from a comment that I couldn't really verify how accurate it was, but that's something I did read from it was like one of those meme images I found, basically saying that like kids are already saying like it's kind of over when like they already know like what kind of matters when they're like young, which is like really kind of sad in a way, because like that's like the time of your life for this stuff's not supposed to matter, but it does.
Yeah,
there is some truth to that, because I was in black pill incel spaces when I was 16, 17, 18 years old. I'm 21 now. And look at Trent is dying. Trent is dying, another black pill incel YouTuber. He's 17 years old and he was watching Lookism content back when he was 13.
I mean, with the proliferation like TikTok, God help us all, and all of these like social media trends and fads, I mean, it's almost impossible not to be black pilled at a younger and younger age.
Yeah, I'm saying this right now. Sorry. In the near future, we're gonna start seeing incel YouTube channels, like two kinds. So one's for like guys who are like 25, 30 years old, and one for guys who are like 15, 16, 17 years old. Because the black pill is hitting the generations younger and younger and younger.
Well, I think it's going to get to a point where, and I've said this for a few years now. It's going to get to a point where we're going to start seeing more and more news about this. I think there's going to be a point where you're going to see, the incel crisis on Fox News. You're going to see it on CNN, and it's going to have to be a topic of discussion, because just like, and I'm not sure, have y'all been watching this YouTube channel, Black Pill Tales?
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm gonna search them up.
Yeah, no, search them up. It's really good. Yeah, his stuff is really good, really short. Man, I love his little black pills every day he drops. But do y'all remember that episode of Futurama with those robots that were like basically like sex robots from men?
Yeah, I brought them up like a few streams ago, like how human civilization was all made for men to get women, and now that men got sex bots, like civilization just crumbles.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
take that sort of element of it, but essentially it's about, you know, these men who from ages hell 15 and onward, where if the majority of them are not getting dates, not getting sex, X, Y, and Z, it's like you're gonna get disillusion at a very early age, and we're gonna slowly begin to see the trickle down effect. Obviously, what we've been talking about. So there has to be a point where this is gonna have to be like some sort of issue that goes to the mainstream news outlets.
I would
But
say,
the thing is,
I would agree.
hold up.
I'm sorry.
What I was gonna say, even if it was to go to the mainstream outlets, all of us say, "Oh, it's the men's fault. It's the PlayStation. It's the Xbox. It's men not applying themselves."
Yeah, I was
Got
gonna
the
say
boomers
that.
saying, "Yeah, the boomers and the blue pill / red pill boomers say some
Like the
stupid shit like, oh,
the actual problems, like the source of the
sorry,
problems wouldn't be addressed. It
Yeah,
would
they,
just
they,
be,
always, they always
well,
address they always address
like-
the effects of the problem, not really the actual cause.
yeah,
Like,
men most affected, men are to blame.
exactly.
yeah, they like I read an article about education and the education gap between men and women, and they basically said the exact same thing. Well, why are men applying themselves? And it's like they never actually go into like the root cause of these issues. The fact that we've effeminized education, they don't talk about that at all. They go into like, oh well, men are just this, and men are just more motivated, blah blah blah, and women are excelling, and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, well, why is that? Like you've changed the education system in a way that where it favors the female less than the male. So obviously, it's going to have better outcomes for women than men.
Black Pill J.
Yep.
The modern day public high school has become so blue pilled and so feminine where men cannot be men. It's gone to the point where I told Mr. School about this shit. That they took the rubber dodgeballs out of the gym. They're foam now. Yeah,
no, they were foam when I was in middle school. They were foam. They were foam for a while.
Yeah, they were foam when I was in school
too. I would even go so far as to say that now a lot of schools don't even have dodgeball anymore. They don't fuck with competition like that because competition is more of a masculine thing. So schools, I would be surprised if most schools even had dodgeball, honestly.
Yeah, we did at my school, but at first it was boys and then like girls play their own shit, but then they integrated it a little bit.
Yep.
And then, but what they'll do, they'll take some of the boys and then put them on the girls' team to make it more quote unquote even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's
dumb.
It's weird. It's a lot of it, man. It's pretty fucking bad. I would feel bad for kids now. So I know it was bad when I was a kid, but shit, it's especially with a lot of the gender study stuff. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, and the thing is about like most like liberal leftist women who are feminists are the most like fascist when it comes to their dating habits. If you get what I'm saying.
100%. Yeah, they'll be quick to. It's like those same women will be quick to talk about how toxic masculinity X, Y, and Z. But you look at the types of dudes that they fuck, and these liberal women, you gotta understand, these liberal women are the most sexually perverted. So they require you to fucking choke them, slap them. You know what I'm saying? Damn near hit them, call them a bitch, all this other fucked up stuff. No, I'm serious.
I mean, that's what BDSM
I know you're
is.
being serious. I know you're being serious.
Yeah.
That's why it's hard for me to take all this like domestic abuse seriously, because it's like for a lot of women, that's what they want.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, think about it like this: when is the last time you've heard a story? And mind you, this is me not condoning violence or anything like that at all. But when's the last time you've heard a story about a woman say, "Yeah, like my ex-boyfriend like hit me and then I left like the next day"? When have you ever heard this before?
A brutal black pill. This is so fucked up. That's my mother and my father's relationship in a nutshell. When I was little, my dad hit my mom when I was really younger, and my mom's like her forehead was bleeding because he pushed her into a dresser, and what happened was he left for a while, then he came back like a month later. This is back in 2004.
Yeah, it's the same revolving door of like, oh,
Yeah.
he abuses me, he leaves, comes back. Okay, we're good now, and it's like, okay, like it's the same revolving door every time.
Yeah, no,
and I asked my mom years later, why would you date such a piece of shit dude? The only reason why she said literally that because he was American and he was tall.
Yeah.
Wow, your mom sounds. I don't even know your mom, but damn, like the fuck.
Like I said, but Black Ronin, but like I've always said this before. There's a couple of things that I've made my mark a little bit when it comes to Black Pool Spaces. Is the first thing is the Invisible Tournament. I will always take credit when people mention that. And the second thing is, look, Black Ronin, at the end of the day, man, if your mom had Instagram, if social media or Instagram existed before you were born, whenever that was, if it existed when your mom met your dad, you wouldn't have been born.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, because she told me that when she came to America from Jamaica, she wanted an American black dude, my dad, but he was thug maxed, he was abusive, and she ended up having 2 kids by him. So
right, but I'm saying is like, you know, your dad would have been in competition with the entire global sexual marketplace.
Yeah,
there's no way your dad would have been able to compete for very long. You know, somebody mentioned it earlier. This is why I think it was Mystery School that what did you say? Like the average relationship only lasts 2 years.
Yeah, that was actually somebody left a comment. I've read it. It was Dante Sparta left a comment saying that.
Yeah. You know,
yeah,
so
it's gone to the point where women are so hypergamous. When I go on incel discords, even I'm starting to see like 6'3", 6'4", normie looking white guys in incel spaces now.
Yeah, well,
it's gone to that point.
Well, shit, look at me. Well, you know, not look at me.
Like I remember, I was talking to this one dude on Discord. This dude was 6'6". This dude was 6'6". He was in studying biology, like body science and shit. His college and shit. Upper middle class, lived all the way out in the Midwest. And I asked him, how are you incel, bro? You're tall, you're intelligent. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to gym max.
Intelligent, because women love intelligence. Go ahead.
Not. He told me the standards have got so high that he can't get any matches. You can't even code approach. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also it might be his location as well. I mean, my location is shit, and I'm 6'6", and I have to basically fight for everything. Most of the shit I can get. Most of the time when I'm even with the women, like I was with the woman last night, and I wasn't all that into it, and I'm like thinking, why am I not into it? It's like, oh, because this is the woman that you were able to get, not the woman that you want. The last few times I'm with the chick, it's because, okay, this is the thing I'm able to get for right now. So I'm going to try to make the best of it. It's rarely, if ever, the girl that I wanted to fuck with, if that makes any type of sense.
Man.
Another thing I wanted to get on about inceldom, Japan is a prime example, like of how bad inceldom can get, because in Japanese men in Japan, right, it's gone to the point where they don't work, they don't want to participate in society because there's no incentive for them to do so. Like, it's depressing out there. It's gone to the point where in Japan, on the sides of the bridges, they have these net things that keep men from jumping off and committing suicide.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Japan is the incel capital of the world.
Yeah, and I predict the West is gonna turn out like Japan, and we're gonna have this hikikomori.
Yeah, I actually heard. I was watching the news yesterday, and I think it was a Fox or something like that. They were actually talking about how like they're seeing they're talking about the birth rate, and they basically talked about how like we're seeing very, very close ties to like the way Japan went, and it's like, oh, I was like, that's weird how they brought up, like, I do see small little not black pills, but little factoids about like demographics and the birth rate on Fox News typically. It's really odd, and like at one point someone was talking about the crisis of a masculinity in places like China. China's having a huge masculinity crisis right now, actually, where like the men are so soy, I guess, that like they can't find anyone for the military. Like the men are like so like they call it little emperor syndrome, where like people, they coddle their sons so much to where their sons are so useless they can't use them, like they're not good for anything.
Or that, or maybe it's because like the society itself doesn't benefit to be masculine anymore. Because is being masculine in China really going to get you anything?
Oh, probably not.
I feel like this is why I believe global and geopolitical competition is a good thing. Because if both America and China are going to compete to see who's the most masculine, who has the most masculine men, you wouldn't have so many like soy boy men around.
Well, but also it's not. I'm not sure. I don't know all about Chinese culture like that. But one thing I'll say is that do they face the same incel crisis as over here?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna
Okay.
delve into this. In China, they had a thing called the one-child policy. You can only have one child, but they prefer it to be a male. And now they the boys outnumber the girls, like, I think 6-1, I think.
Yeah, they have like they have a male surplus of 34 million men.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I read that last year, so it's probably on higher.
So you take that and you combine it with the fact of, obviously, Asian girls in general, they can't get enough of the white Chad. Hell, you don't even have to be a Chad in order to get yourself a fine Chinese girl. It's similar to black women, how a white dude can the JBW, so just be white. So you combine that factor into it, and yeah, I would. It's okay. It makes sense. But what was
and I feel sorry.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I feel like World War II is the main reason why Japanese women have yellow fever. Because when the Japanese Empire fell, I felt their masculinity fell with them. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean that leaves an imprint on their unconscious minds. That
exactly.
Our men aren't as valuable as they used to be. So that's why they have the white fever.
That's actually a good point, because I think that slavery has had a similar effect on black women with white men.
I'm gonna chime in on this. Also, Black Pill J, you know this probably as well, that black women were actually treated better on the plantation compared to black men.
They were treated better?
Yes.
Yeah, of course they were. But they were never. They will talk about how they were, raped or graped. Sorry, all this other stuff.
YouTube demonetization. Be careful.
Yeah, I don't even get monetized to begin with, so I don't care.
Okay. but just trying to say, it's like, they get they get raped or what have you. But at the same time, they were treated better because of that. And I would also argue that just how twisted a mind of a woman is, for the most part, it's like a black woman slave probably didn't mind the slave, the white slave daddy, giving them that mixed kid. Let's just keep. I'm not saying that this is the case all the time, but I'm just trying to say it's just that, like, you've seen it in movies in 13 Years a Slave. It's like these sometimes these black women, they
actually,
they were called comfort girls. They were called comfort girls on a plantation. You can remember from Django Unchained. Remember that scene where Jamie Foxx and the white dude, I forgot his name. They were in that restaurant. They were in that dining room with Steven, played by Samuel Jackson, and that house slave girl came in, and she was dressed real slutty. And then all the slave women were calling Leonardo DiCaprio's character Big Daddy. Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, because the last time it was either you or Jack who brought it up, because I actually looked it up immediately, and I read not the full paper, but I read the excerpt of it that said that slave families were actually set up as a matriarchy to emasculate the male members.
Yeah, there is some truth to that. As a matter of fact, there's actually a term called buck breaking, and buck breaking is when they take a black male slave, pull his pants down, and you use your imagination.
Yeah.
I read a comment. I'm sorry.
Huh? Go ahead. Yeah, I know what you broke up quite a bit there, buddy. I'm not sure if you're.
Dante Sparta says, "One like six guys. They want guys between." Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You broke up a lot.
Can you hear me now? We could hear you, bro. We could hear you.
Oh, okay. I was just saying that Dante Sparta said that women want guys between 6 feet and 6'4". 6'6" is too tall, and I absolutely agree with him.
Oh, that's right here.
Yeah.
There's always a point where height becomes sort of a disadvantage. So they.
Yes. There's actually some truth to that, because I used to play airsoft, right? And the taller guys usually got eliminated first.
Yeah.
Well, it's like an evolutionary.
There's always a sweet spot to what women like.
It's a point of, and I think that MD he pointed it out, is that it becomes a point of diminishing returns, because as somebody who is 6'6" myself, it's a lot harder to put on body weight and stuff like that. Whereas if you're between 6'1" and 6'2", you're just tall enough to pass that threshold, but you're not too tall to where, when you're eating and you're putting on weight, that is what I'm saying, it's just harder to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's basically this meme right here. You have 5'10" king of the manlets.
Yo, my thing is hear me out,
cut on. Let me say my spiel. Come on, buddy.
Sorry.
Current cutoff for manlet status. Even girls are now this tall. Unless you're pretty face, you're fucked. 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1". Oh God, seriously, this is perfect male height. Period. Fresh and new, wet pussy everywhere you go. 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". Doable if you've been training since from a child. At least 230, 10% body fat. 6'5", 6'6". You're getting too tall here. Unless you play basketball, no one will find you attractive. People will see you as lanky and awkward. Well, there you go.
Yep. And
I was gonna say,
it's absolutely correct. Absolutely right.
Sorry, what I was gonna say about the height pill. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'9", 5'10", right? And I get mogged, right? I get mogged by women, I get mogged by men, but I also mog other people. So I could just imagine what the average 5'5" guy is like dealing with right now.
From my experience, poorly, because I get mogged at work. I get mogged everywhere I go, like height mogged and face mogged.
Because I mog other people, but other people mog me. You know what I'm saying? But you don't mog anybody. That's crazy. I'm not trying to be rude to you.
It's a mog or be mogged world.
You said a mogged or be mogged.
Yeah, mogged
like black pill. So you can't mog anyone, bro. You can't. You cannot get mogged. You physically cannot get mogged.
No, but yes and no. I'm 6'6", so, but so yes and no. Let's just put it that way. Yes and no. Because I'll tell you this, I was on a basketball team, and I was on a team with quite a number of Chads and Tyrones. And I had like a year and a half dry spell when I was in college, and I played Division I basketball. I've told the story on Solomon Jones' channel. And this was back in like 2011. So.
And also, we need to start teaching people in the incel community how to debunk blue pill speak. Because I was trying to black pill my therapist the other day, because she kept saying, "Oh, just find a girl that likes what you like." I'm like, most alternative girls don't want alternative men. They want Thor. They want Bruce Wayne.
Well, it's almost set up in such a way that it's not even worth arguing. Because blue pill like philosophy, I guess, arguments are recursive. They're meant to prove themselves. Whereas white pill arguments are scientific. We actually have evidence to back what we're saying.
Yeah. And also too, I think that not everybody, just like how not everybody can be red pilled, most dudes cannot be black pilled. They wouldn't be able to handle it. You can't, not every guy is able to. Sometimes these dudes who are like 5'9", 5'10", 5'8", they need to believe that their personality and being a good person and working hard is going to get them the woman. No, I'm serious, because they need.
I don't believe that fuck shit. I'm 5'10", I'm 5'9", 5'9", 5'10".
No, but that's you. I think you're more mentally stronger than the average dude. I think that if most men were to become black, if I had the gauntlet, the infinity gauntlet, and all we can black pill every man tomorrow, you will see suicide rates jump up like fucking 300, 400%.
Yeah.
Yes, the idea of people love the idea of control. People love the idea that like I control my own destiny and fate, and I like the idea that I can change my life in a way. But the moment you hear that, oh well, you can't change this part about your life and that part about your life and this part about your life. Wait, what do you mean? Like, well, and you tell them that, well, yeah, it's all kind of like determined by factors outside of your control. They definitely people start losing heart and they lose they get really depressed to some extent.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Because you need that. You need, of course. I'm sorry that I interrupt, but I mean, unfortunately, the human body and mind needs this illusion of control because otherwise, life becomes unbearable because you see yourself going on autopilot all the time, and I mean, yeah, it's just people just cannot bear that. So I understand why people still believe in free will, even though it's scientifically and even philosophically known that it's pretty much.
Yeah, this is why a lot of people they end up defaulting to what they call compatibilism. They need some sort of like a middle ground period to where like, okay, like we know it's not real, but we need a way to hold people accountable, so we come with this weird compatibilism conundrum. We just say, okay, well, free will doesn't really exist, but we'll just say it does, so we can actually hold people accountable. Because like at the end of the day, you can't hold people accountable if it's just an automaton working on its own. Like,
yeah,
weird.
Yeah. What I was going to say is that
just let the punishment system work, I guess.
Yeah. But I was going to say the one person who needs the black pill is my man Skippy. I saw Abba and Preach did a reaction video to him. He needs the black pill badly. You know what that is, right, Skippy?
I never heard of him.
So Abba and Preach did a YouTube video about this guy named Skippy. You know Abba and Preach,
right?
I
know who they are. Yeah, they're good.
They did a reaction video to this guy named Skippy. He's this ultra blue pilled, real soy boy, simpish, mama's boy type dude. I think he's probably autistic. And he just he's so blue pilled to the point where it's scary. You know what I'm saying? The lack of self awareness is scary. I'm gonna send you the link about Skippy. This dude's too blue pilled. This dude literally brought his girlfriend to a date with another guy.
Ugh. Yeah.
He's that simpish.
Wow.
But let me ask you this, Black Ronin, like, who, and maybe we disagree, maybe we agree on this, maybe we disagree on this, but who do you think, what type of dudes do you think truly need the black pill?
Men under 5'9", men with mental or neurological disabilities, men who come from low socioeconomic backgrounds, like low status men need the black pill. We need that.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, if I were to like able to control if the black pill spreads or not, I would not allow it to spread. To be honest.
What's up?
Because I mean, we need blue pill men. That's just the truth. We need them.
Yeah, no, we do.
You need enough dumb people in the system willing to like risk their lives for anything that they'll just work their ass off until they die to some extent.
Yeah,
otherwise, the whole system falls apart. If people became so nihilistic or like determined to like, well, I can't control anything. I'm gonna lay down and be a fucking couch potato. This and that whole system would grind to a halt. At some extent, you need blue and red pill men. Otherwise, black men mean nothing.
I would say that if I had the gauntlet and snap my fingers and like I had that ability, I would argue that it'll be more beneficial for society if every man woke up tomorrow and was red pilled. I think that if every man woke up tomorrow and was red pilled, not black pilled, things will slowly but surely will be able to improve, because red pill at least gives you that awareness of female nature.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at least that would teach men to become selfish, and that would sort of how can I say it? Balance out the whole hypergamy stuff and how privileged femboys are.
And the thing is, right, about red pilling men, we need to do that because men and women, let's be honest, we're all men here, right? Men and women, we live in completely different universes. It's like Marvel and DC. Like the average woman, if she was to woke up with a different chromosome, woke up as a guy, and had to live as a guy, like an average male for a week, she'll probably kill herself or himself in that
They would.
Yeah.
No, but we hear about this when you hear about trans men, and but we don't put a spotlight on trans men. It's always about trans women, because trans men understand, like, oh, I've been living all my life as a female, but up until recently, and being a woman was far easier than being. Yeah.
Black Pill Jay, I got a story about that. One of my classmates from high school, she actually became trans. And a month into becoming transgender, he went from female to male. He almost got himself shot by a cop because he got pulled over, and the cop asked him for his ID, and he went to his pocket, his basketball shorts, to get his ID, his wallet, and the cop was drawing a gun on him. Yeah. And he told me that never happened back when he was a woman, when he was a girl. Yeah, that never happened to him.
Oh, exactly. But that's just one element. I mean, there's a whole lot as well. But yeah, no, absolutely right, Black Ronin. It's like if they were to wake up as a man and had to deal with being a man, because you talk. Look, it's so funny when you talk about women and how women perceive sex, right? Women perceive sex as like tap water. It's something that they can always go to. It's always there. You basically they take it for granted. Whereas with the vast majority of men, if sex was water, most dudes will always be fucking thirsty. That's why you call it thirst, because you're thirsty. It's not something that is easy to come by. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you're right. When it comes to dating, it's a completely different reality. For men, dating is a hassle. It is an uphill battle. We have to work hard just for a possibility of sex. Hell, for the even possibility of a date. Tell me if I'm wrong, you guys. If you schedule 2 dates over a week, tell me, look, when I've done this weekend, I had 3 dates scheduled this weekend. I had one on Friday, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. And one of the girls already before Monday said, "Oh, I can't go on Friday." So okay, I'm left with 2. And then the day before Saturday, that chick ended up canceling. So the thing about it is, whenever you schedule a date, there's over 50% chance of that woman flaking on you.
Yeah, because she's flaking on you to get dicked down by Chad.
Yeah.
Most likely, it's fucked up, but it's true.
Or it could be a multitude of factors, but yeah, that's probably one of the primary ones. Or she found someone better. Oftentimes, that's what in the being. It's like, oh, I found a Chad who can go and date me better. oftentimes not the only guy in her DMs or her little on the dating app talking to her. It's like always like 55 other dudes in there talking to her, and it's like, oh, he was better than you. I'm gonna go to this guy now, and then same thing happens to that guy, and it happens to that guy, and it happens to that guy, and then eventually she ends up picking nobody because she's so picky.
But
Black Jay, what I was gonna say about
the invisible tournament.
Yeah, the invisible tournament is that one of my boys used to work at T-Mobile, and he told me there was a couple that came in. It was this liberal hipster white girl and this average looking Asian dude, right? And what happened was her something wrong with her Android, and they gave it to her to him to fix it. And as he was going through the phone, there were like pictures of her like sucking some dude's dick, pictures of her like, and it wasn't the guy she came to the store with.
God damn.
Yeah.
Videos of her giving head. She had a phone number where this guy was asking her, most likely Chad, "We're gonna come over and fuck." Like, he's kind of blackpilled to my homie, but I asked him, "Did you tell the boyfriend that, hey, I went through Shorty's phone and she's getting piped down by the niggas?" He said no, because the way he looked, could probably kill himself if he found out.
Wait, say that one more time. He would what if he found out?
Kill himself.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, that's just so. Look, the thing about it is, it's like it sucks because even the men who do ascend to a relationship, it's like we know that there's a 75% chance that she is getting digged down by a Chad or Tyrone. Before it was like 50, but now it's like damn near 75% chance. Like you are
90%.
Oh fuck yeah! I'm trying to be optimistic here, Black Ronin. Yeah, so it's and this is unsustainable because if you it sucks.
They flake because it reinforces their status. If they can reject you, it means they are valuable. Sick, huh?
Yeah, women actually get up. They actually when they shoot men down, it actually boosts their ego. The more men they shoot down, that's the one thing I spot girls.
Yeah, and notice this is why on Instagram why they love, if you notice, like especially these like porn stars and shit and these IG hoes and shit, they love to screenshot NBA players, NFL players, rappers, etc. They like to screenshot and put them on blast because it not just boosts their ego, but it's like, hey, look at me, I'm able to I curve this high status man, look how much of status I have because I've done this.
Yeah, bro, hold up. Didn't Kodak Black buy Selena Powell a car or some shit? Kodak Black?
You might have.
Selena Powell is, right? She's that, like, super thought?
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, she definitely is.
Yeah, so it's going to sound really fucked up. Call me Uncle Tom, I don't really care. Black men are some of the biggest fucking simps on the planet. We just take that simping shit to a whole new level. A nigga will kill you over a girl.
Not only are we the biggest simps, but black men... they black men are also the biggest caps when it comes to game and the amount of women that they deal with. The vast majority of black men, I would say that when it percentage wise, black men probably have the highest percentage of incels than white men. That's what I was saying.
I disagree with you because to a certain degree, because in our culture we have a thing of of thug maxing, and thug maxing does get you pussy. White culture doesn't have a thug maxing culture the way we do.
Yeah, when you look at the out of marriage wedlock rate and beyond that, yes, you have to look at the stats of like how many men actually have kids. It really is that bad. Like most men, the black community don't have kids, but there's a lot of like single mothers.
Yeah, but the thing about it is the vast majority of the majority of black men do not have kids, but the majority of black women have kids. So already
sleeping with. Sorry, what I was going to say it's because black women are sleeping with the exact same small pool of men.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
my point. So here's my thing, Black Ronin. So that's my point. So you got to understand. So the men who the black women aren't checking for, some of these men are able to go to different races, X, Y, and Z. Some of them, but most of them cannot because most white women don't fuck with black men. Most Asian women don't fuck with black men. Hispanic women do kind of, but for the most part, black, white, and Asian women are not. You can't look. If you're a 5'8" black man and you're not thug maxed, where can you go?
Story of my life, bro. Story of my life. Give that hypothetical dude an inch and a half of height. Story of my life.
No, because here's the thing. That 5'8" white dude If he can't get it from his white, from his white counterpart, from white women, he can go to the Black community, he can go to the Asian community, he can go to the Hispanic community.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Remember that photo I showed you? One of my classmates from high school, he Thug Max and ran JBW. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
But you said he did not even have to Thug Max. He could just be white his own yeah.
That's my point. So you're talking about the whole thug maxing bit. Yes, I agree with that to a certain degree. But Black men have to thug max. A white dude doesn't have to do that. He can just simply move over next door and be able to get it. A Black dude has to get taxed, act the part, put his life on the line, and now he has a higher mortality rate for doing so.
Yeah.
Just colonialism, Max, bro.
Yeah, that's the one thing I noticed, because I told base escort sell to Wigger Max, and that might get him some pussy. But come to think of it, he doesn't even have to Wigger Max. He could just be himself.
Exactly. look at BSM and him Wigger Maxing.
Yeah, I mean, look at Chet Hanks, Tom Hanks's fucking son, who's a rapper. He got a song out called White Boy Summer where he has Black women shaking their ass on camera. And not mind you, he's not a bad looking dude. And he's
straight up Sufio. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So goddamn.
Yeah. So the thing about it is, you as a white dude, you can honestly just be a mediocre Black dude and be able to, a mediocre white dude and get the best of Black women very easily.
Yeah. Because I noticed that when you said when you're Black, you're not thug max. You're in that fucked up position where Black girls don't like you and white girls don't like you. And I try to explain this shit to my therapist and my mother. You need to find the right girlfriend. Go for the ones at church. It's like, oh my god, it's low IQ.
Well, it's not this. I won't say it's low. I mean, it's kind of that, but also too, it's just like they don't have to think about that. They don't really get it. They, notice how a woman's version of dating advice is always just be yourself and the right person will come. It's because that's all they have to do. All they have to do is be themselves, and not the right person will come, but all the dudes come, and they just simply have to pick from there. That's how they think life works for men.
Yeah.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to get on about, and actually me, Base Pluto, Greesh, and a bunch of the homies, we actually made a stream on what's like being Black and alternative, and our Black alternative girls are basically a white man's whore. It's fucked up, but it's true. Like, these bitches will literally say, they'll curve a Black dude for quote unquote being awkward and nerdy, but will date a white guy who's never been in a fight in his life. It's like 5'8" and plays Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's happened to me before. I remember one time I matched with a girl on Black, which was a dating site for Black people, and we were talking for about a week, and we finally FaceTime. And when we FaceTime, she was like, "Oh, you sound like a white boy." So I kind of knew already off the bat that it wasn't going to work, because once she heard me speak, she sort of her attraction went down. It's like, you just kind of know, okay.
Yeah.
And then I asked her, I was like, okay, so do you date white guys? And she said I sounded white. Yeah, I date white guys. Okay. Do you date white guys that sound Black and sound hood, quote unquote, or do you date white guys that sound like me? Oh no, they sound like you. So wait a minute. So you're willing to date a white guy who sounds like me, who's articulate or what have you, but you won't date a Black dude who sounds like me. So it's just very, very strange how they literally have two completely different standards for two.
Yeah, and to some extent, it's definitely extremely racist too, because the assumption that a Black man has to behave in a certain way is very, very. I just consider that to be very, very racist to some extent. Like, how could you possibly think that?
Oh yeah, but
never mind. The definition of masculinity depends on the racial background. The white definition of masculinity is very different compared to the Black definition of masculinity.
But I would also, and somebody, I think Tommy Sotomayor talked about how Black women are the right hand of white supremacy, but I'm not going to get into any of that. But what point I'm trying to make is that Mistress is absolutely right. It is racism, and Black women kind of perpetuate those stereotypes by fucking the dudes that are essentially the Black thug type of stereotype. So you have to, it's like, and hell, I would. And Tommy Sotomayor is correct in the sense that Black women essentially are the indirect cause of a lot of Black male deaths, is because if the reason why a lot of Black men continue to be thugs is because they continue to get pussy because of it. if black women all of a sudden woke up and said, I'm not attracted to thugs no more. I'm going to be actually be attracted to or date men who are in school or men who are being productive, men in the church, men who, like are getting their degrees, X, Y, and Z, and leave the thugs alone. The black community wouldn't suffer from so many black on black crimes and shootings and all this other bullshit. It wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Black Pill J, and what I was going to say also, black women are low-key the cause because of their dating habits of mass incarceration. Because think about it, not every black man can thug max and get away with it. Because we live in this era where the FBI and local police department monitors social media. They have they do sweeps. They do gang sweeps in the hood. So when these black men thug max to get women, they get sex, but not the kind of sex they want. If you get what I'm saying.
Right. Wait. Oh, you had a comment of Mystery?
No, I always throw up Dante Sparta's comments up because he complains a lot when I don't, so I throw him up. So
but you get what I'm saying by that, though? How black women's dating habits causes mass incarceration in black men.
I mean, it kind of reinforces my theory about gynogenics and whatnot, but whatever.
Black Belt, you understand why I say that, right? You understand why?
Yeah, no, not completely. I completely agree. So, I mean, the thing about it is, I think that. Let me ask you this, Black One. Do you think that where do you think that the white community, in terms of like inceldom and all this, like, where do you think is the end point for that? Like
when more and more schools become nuke towns off Call of Duty.
Okay.
If you get what I'm saying, you get what I'm saying by that?
I get what you're saying, but yeah. I would say this though. I think there's going to be a spillover effect because I think that, and I've said this, I've talked about this, and I got a lot of heat when I went to Incel Mad Extreme, and I talked about how the vast majority of white incels are kind of full of shit because you can't consider yourself to be an incel if you haven't even tried to fuck with black or women of other demographics. You can't, at least in my opinion.
Well, I have, and I can honestly say that I'm a true cell.
Ooh, Medican Blackhill would just disagree with you there. He says basically you have to be attracted to the person you're actually trying to date to be an incel.
Yeah, I agree with him. Medican Blackhill.
There's no mutual attraction. There's no real point.
Well, here's the thing. I understand that, but then my thing would be, okay, if that's the case, so you mean to tell me that that these white incels just aren't attracted to black women at all? So if I put Holly Berry in front of you, or if I put Zoe Saldana in front of you, you wouldn't want to fuck her?
Some of them probably wouldn't. Now, it depends on a case-by-case basis. You might find some, or you might even find a lot, actually. Just saying that there might be a small subset of men who are just like, I'm just not attracted to black women at all.
But do you see what I'm saying? No,
I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, so this is why I feel
like... Sorry.
Go ahead.
You can talk. But I was going to say, I feel like black women, like the reason why they have a fucked up attitude towards black men, and Black Pill J, you might disagree with this, is because black men actually date outside the race 50% more compared to black women.
That's yes and no. I mean, I think that might be one reason, one contributing factor, but I wouldn't say it's the main one.
And the sad part is that in theory, educated black men should have an advantage because like the black women are educated out to the wazoo and they're looking for men who are quote unquote at their level. But like we don't have that because like the amount of college degrees in the black community is not, especially among black men, it's not that many. So like it really is just a sign of like, dang, like they really do want to like not get back the power they have basically stolen from men for the most part. They want to be able to control the black community and have all the power in their hand to some extent.
They don't give a shit about it. They say they care about degrees. They don't care about degrees like that. That's a smoke screen because a lot of these look, the majority of these educated black women will gladly bypass and jump over a man who's educated for a 6'4" thug max Jimmy Makes looking motherfucker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Facts. On God, lambs. Yep, on God.
All day, every day. So when they
those black women date the exact same thug they claim to like. Oh, well, I don't want to date a thug. I don't want to but they see the exact same guy. But I'm saying in theory we should have the advantage, but we don't.
Yeah.
I'm
saying this right now. Sorry, I'm saying this right now. Black Belt J. If the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was on today, if it came out today, Carlton Banks would be an incel.
Yeah, no, he would be, and I would say he would be an incel, and the Fresh Prince himself would have to thug max, and he would be too corny for the majority of black women as well.
Oh yeah.
Who Will Smith?
Yeah, he would be. Yeah.
The character rather than Will.
Yeah.
As a character, because I want you to think about it. Even because Will Smith, you ever heard of Salt, either Pepper or Salt from Salt and Pepper, and how one of the two, I forget which one, curved Will Smith back in the day because he wasn't thuggish enough, and she regretted it. Look it up.
Yeah. Hell, Black Pill
Lambs
J,
in action.
Black Pill J, even Latinas want a thug. I live on the East Coast, and you're from California, so you already know how it is how on both coasts. So even the Latina girls, when they do fuck with black men, they want the hood type.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, but I was white women as well. I mean, we either black men. I think that King Richard said this a long time ago. It's like we have to be superheroes to a certain degree in order to get any woman of any demographic. I have to be tall. You have to be a thug. You have to be an athlete. You have to be a rapper. You have to be a club promoter. You have to be buff. You have to have tats. You have to always be above. You have to have a superpower.
The Tupac black pill transformation remains as brutal as ever.
Yeah, for example, Black Pill J. Remember the interview with Tupac? We talked about respecting women. Stuttering autism. Remember when he said how his mother taught him to respect women and how he should treat them like queens and hold the door from the usual blue pill sim shit. But as he grew up in the black community, he saw the guys who called women bitches, called them hoes, beat him, hit him. They got the woman. And then Tupac did a complete red pill / black pill transformation into the whole thug life persona. Unfortunately, ended up costing him his life.
Absolutely, absolutely. And to bring it back to Will Smith, I mean, look at how Jada Pinkett. How we know that Jada Pinkett loved herself some Tupac, and that Will Smith was a secondary choice. Will Smith was a second choice. We that Jada Pinkett wanted a thug, wanted a Tupac type, but Will Smith she knew was a provider in X, Y, and Z, and ended up settling with that man, and we saw what ended up happening with that.
His kids are fucked, dude.
But back to what I was saying about the whole. But you talked about how bad will you think inceldom will get within the white community. I feel it will get to the point where you'll see more and more involuntarily bullet sampling events in schools across America and college campuses due to inceldom.
Bullet sampling.
Well, but also too, I think that hell, it's funny, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who have done this. But if you type in the word in inkwell or in whatever incel on TikTok, you actually can't look it up on TikTok.
Why?
Oh, for real?
Because try to do it because it said it's against community guidelines or it's
I think even Twitch banned the word.
I don't go on that godforsaken stuff. So
last, no offense, bro. You seem like a pretty chill dude. I don't want you to get TikTok because I don't want you to rope. No offense.
I appreciate that.
I just don't want to.
I don't. Yeah, I see enough suicide fuel just going to work, man. I don't need any more.
I don't want you to pick up ER-15 and change the population of your city. Just
Exodus or revolution. Oh man.
Yeah, but Mystery School, man. I'm glad that you create the space, man. I know that other people want to come on, so I will, dip out on.
Yeah, it's a good talk with you. It's a good talk, though.
Oh yeah, man. I love these spaces. Yeah. I love listening to you guys. I really fuck with it. Thank you.
All right, buddy. See you next time.
All right,
Lambs. It's always lambs in the black community.
Yeah.
Lambs.
Yeah, lambs.
Man, y'all think I be bullshitting? I done got fucking Black Pill J converted, bro. I'm gonna have fucking Joe Biden saying that shit on one of his presidents.
Like, I truly believe that lambs is the true issue in the black community. It's like, yes, you're right.
Hell, dude.
Thank you,
bro. Black Phil Jet, Giant Nickelback. You even had lambs back in the '60s. Because think about it, bro. The pool hall boys, which basically were the Thug Max Tyrones of the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. They got most of the women in the black community. So even
you've never not had. You had it since the fucking caves. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
you've never not had. It's always been there.
Yeah, like for example, I'm gonna send you this documentary about the Black Mafia. I think out there in Chicago. I think, and a lot of them ran prostitute rings like back in the day, and they had harems of women in the black community out there.
Wasn't Iceberg Slim like what era was he, like 1920s or some shit?
Someone said, "What's lambs?"
All right, yeah, let me break this down again.
Lambs is looks, antisocial behavior, money, and status.
Absolutely, it's that A was the missing thing. Face is not brought in yet. That's the magic pill, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good talk, though. Good little back and forth there.
Yeah, and I gotta carry behind him. That's fucked up.
Ah,
But back to what we were saying about last. How do you think incel? Do you think my hypothesis is correct about how inceldom will cause more and more white males in these suburban areas to go on CS:GO missions?
I mean, I think that you can see that just as a foreseeable trend coming up. Just men in general. I think you'd see it, like, no offense, probably see it more in the Asian community. I don't know where Drawlick says to back this up before it like really hits mainstream white communities. But I could definitely see it like within white communities because most white men, especially in suburban areas, are sheltered. And so getting a dose of just how horrible the situation is.
I mean, the average wedlock rate in the white community, I believe, is like 25% or 20% right now, something like that. So it's been rising over the years. So once again, who knows how bad it will get into your community before it hits a critical mass that hits what our community went through.
Yeah, I feel like what's going to happen is when more and more white men become incel. When I'm incel, I'm talking about, oh, I can't get a blonde hair, blue-eyed, big titty waifu. Oh, I'm an incel, like actual incel, like base incel, last, like actual incels, no options.
Like, would you consider like Virginia Tech a true cell?
Yes, he was.
And not just an ER cell.
VTech, he was an actual incel. ER was a failed normie bitch ass nigga who was just a punk ass bitch. ER just like he fumbled the ball. If I had the money and privilege that ER had, I would not be an incel. I'd be a Tyrone. I'm saying that shit right now.
I mean, I think people can. Okay, sorry.
No, you go ahead and go. I'm just gonna open.
No, I just wanted to point out, keep in mind that ER was not himself rich or wealthy, and his parents were actually broke at the time. Dude, when he went.
Had fair skin, bro. He had fair skin. Had a BMW. Went to a good college. Dude.
Yeah, but and where was he at? San Francisco, like in the California Bay Area.
It's the Villa.
Yeah, it's the Villa. Yeah, that.
And ER, see, the difference between me and ER, right? Sorry, stuttering autism. ER only wanted one type of woman. I'll settle for anything as long as you're not a fucking crackhead or big as fuck like fucking the Michelin Man or Majin Buu. We cool.
Yeah, man. I mean, getting himself a Moroccan bitch, man. What's so bad about Morocco?
Because it's not blonde hair and blue eyes. That's because of ER. He wanted a blonde hair and blue eyed big titty white girl, which is a guy, a hapa who's 5'6" in California ain't getting that.
Even actual Chad can't get that shit. You got fucking Super Chad can get that in California. Like, fuck out of here.
I got a question from Moderos. We'll see. How does one overcome high inhibition? I feel like the trauma of my youth put me in a perpetual freeze mode largely from school. Is it over?
Yeah, I'll talk on this.
Well, he asked the Moderos. So what Moderos has to say.
Hold on. I had to read it again.
Here, I'll put it up.
One over high inhibition. I feel like the trauma of my youth put me in a perpetual freeze mode largely from school. Is it over? I would say yes, because I mean you cannot get over your low inhibition. I mean, I tried it by doing sports and stuff, and it just never goes away. So it's better to, I would say that my best advice for you is to just accept that you'll always be low inhib, and it's best to not change it, because if you try to change it, you're just gonna become more depressed because you can't do it. So it's best to just accept it.
Yeah, like the whole fake it till you make it type thing almost like never works half the time because you feel like an imposter in your own body.
That's why I always go back. That's why I always feel kind of angry whenever I hear white incels tell me and you, just fuck Max, bro. Nigga, why? The fuck? Why would we want to go and do that shit?
It's not just that you can't. How can I say it? It's not just that you can't just do it like that. You have to be built for it, genetically speaking.
Yeah, you can't have an IQ over a certain level, else you're gonna know all the consequences for one thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, my IQ is 3 digits. You might go to jail. Hell no, I'm not trying to ascend with Fleece fucking Johnson.
or if you're about like 5'7" and 125 pounds, Thug Maxing might not work for you, because if you try and sell drugs in another nigga's hood and they pull up on you, what you gonna do?
Yeah, they're not even gonna shoot you. They're gonna just beat your ass and then shoot you just to make a point.
Natural selection at work.
Absolutely.
Look at 6ix9ine. Like 6ix9ine, he had the Thug Max, but look, he's getting shot at and shit. It's not worth it, bro. Like,
I mean, at a certain point, like no matter how you're built, a bullet's going through you. So
yeah,
bro. Nipsey Hussle made a song called "Bullets Ain't Got No Name." There's truth to that shit.
Yeah, I prefer. I definitely prefer to play it smart than play it dangerously because I do want to live long. So,
yeah. Like for example, another Buddha Black Pill. The reason why they show in those old photos during World War I, where they show the United States as like a woman, you know that term, manifest destiny, or you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's Columbia, or the lady, like Lady
Liberty,
Columbia or whatever.
Yeah, Lady Liberty, I think. So what they do, that psychologically, it tells you, hey, I'm fighting for this personification of beauty, of elegance of this woman. When you're getting shot at by a crowd.
Well, that's how. Well, that's how a lot of like personification is done. Is like through like how people refer to countries as hers or she's, or the motherland. Yeah, exactly. Like in the Russian motherland. I think Germany's like they actually call it the fatherland.
Yeah.
But it's this idea of like, I mean, I forgot the point I was gonna make, but yeah, absolutely, Black Roman.
That's why they lost. They should have made it a woman. They would have fought harder simping.
Might have,
actually, the Nazis actually had blow up dolls, and they had like sex toys and shit to keep them like sexually like occupied when deployed.
Men ahead of their time, sadly. That is.
Yeah, well, you had
truly the master race.
Yeah, absolutely. While you had American men, right? You had American men fighting over fucking French prostitutes who are already like used up, got loose ass coochies. Exactly. Fucking Klaus and fucking Heinrich, you know, sitting with his MP40, are sitting there like dicking down a fucking sex doll.
Statue of Liberty too.
Yeah, justice is female. I feel like that's an inside joke from the Masons at this point. Like, goddamn.
Justice was a female. I haven't been this high IQ in a while. Holy fuck.
Our father was an a-hole. He raised a dude in society with a serious handicap, you know.
And the thing is about ER, what angered me about ER, as somebody with Asperger's, ER, like, he wanted to be someone he was not. Like, ER was not self-aware. Like, he tried to fit in with the culture that hated him. He tried to be like the jocks who hated him. He tried to be like the popular kids, and it just didn't work for him. I didn't do that stupid ass shit that ER did.
Well, that's what the culture kind of reinforces on itself. It tells men to be this thing, and if you're not this thing, well, then you're just a failure.
But I never tried to fit in with the Thug Max Tyrell because I'm not like that. I never tried to fit in with the white kids because I'm not like them. But ER, he just like hurt his head trying to be like people who hated him, and it never made sense to me.
He was trying real hard to fit in with the Californian white suburban culture for sure.
Yeah, that
didn't make it.
ER was beyond. He wasn't just trying to be white. He was trying to be white Chad. Like, hell no.
And he was 5'6". Remember, I listened to his manifesto by Mumkey Jones, I think. And he went to a party, right? I tried to be the whole like red pill, like, yeah, I'm a Chad, bro. What's up, bro? And that shit went soft real quick. And he tried to push these girls off a ledge, and they ended up pushing him off and ended up breaking his foot. And they stole his glasses and broke his glasses too. So much for being quote unquote alpha.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens when you're a beta male and you try to be alpha. You know, you just can't be what you're like. What you're not destined to be. You know?
Yeah.
But ER Orange Juice Maxon got that one couple and sprayed them with like a orange juice and a super soaker.
And the thing is about ER, right? ER was so high in him. When he went to a skate park, he couldn't land any tricks because he had an anxiety attack. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, be like that if you're high in it.
But I'm not like that, though.
I can never get into skateboard. I can never get into skateboard because...
You're not like what?
I'm not like how ER was, how he just was too high. Like I'm low in him for some things, but I'm high in him at other things. Like I'm not that high in him where if I'm in school and some kid's bullying me, I'm just gonna take it and just not fight back. Every time's where I fought back. I've got my ass beat and I have beat a couple of dudes' asses. I didn't just sit up and just take the abuse like a punk ass bitch. But ER was just he's a failed normie. I can't defend him. Like
I wouldn't say it was a failed normie. I mean, he was just an autist. That's it. I mean,
I wouldn't say it's a matter
though.
Yeah, but
I
you're
wouldn't
one
say
dude.
it's a matter of just defending him. I'd say just kind of understanding him and what went in to make him.
Yeah, I mean, if you grew up in what California as a sub 3 Asian kid, HAPA, and you feel like you're like ostracized from society, you'd probably be him too.
Because I'm white and being as short as I am, if I was in California I'd probably rope.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing determinism taught me was empathy. It's like, oh yeah. Nobody has control over their fate. It's kind of like you have to have a little bit more empathy or a little bit more compassion for people who are like just maybe probably compassion is probably the better word. Compassion for people.
The reason
who
why
like in certain situations.
Sorry, my beef with ER also is that he hated people who were just like him. Back to what you said, he had no empathy. He stabbed 2 of his Asian roommates, one of them 90 times with a knife. He had and you referred to the other, in his manifesto, he said, "Oh, look at those Asian nerds." Like, bro, that's you.
Yeah,
he had a lot of self-hatred.
All right, why would you not think he would hate looking at himself from the outside?
Yeah, he had self-hatred at the end of the day. That's what it came down to. He hated himself.
And the thing is about ER, right? ER became racist because he saw black men with white Beckys. Not even white Stacy's, white low-tier Beckys. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, someone said that's true. He was a sociopath.
Like when I first read about ER, I thought, okay, me and this kid could be best. If I was around him, me and him could have been best friends. But when I found out how racist he was, I'm like, oh hell no.
Sounds like the Stormcopers, to be honest.
Yeah, those guys are fucking clowns. Because the thing is, most of these dudes, if they're around actual Nazis, like back in 1943 and 1942, they get gassed straight up. Most of these alt-right Nazi dudes.
No, they'd be on the front lines because they'd be cannon fodder. They wouldn't.
I'm talking about these 5'3", 110-pound, receding hairline, no jawline, fucking framelit Nazi incels. Those guys.
They'd be cannon fodder still.
No, they get gassed.
You don't throw away good soldiers. Good cannon fodder, rather.
What? They get. I agree with you. They'll get either gassed or cremated.
You throw them up front. You get shot at, and you let your good soldiers walk in.
Yeah, send them to the Russian front.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, why the hell would you waste that? Like, hey, they're men. Like, and so they can still walk forward and get shot at. Like,
I mean, shit. To be honest, they wasted the Jewish soldiers, so that's your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, right? Why would you want to protect a race of women who hate your existence?
The thought is that if you get rid of these star people and their influence, then you can get control of things again, fix the culture, and once you fix it, you'll have all your sexual access as a natural consequence of that.
But hear me out, though. But look at Russia, look at Norway, look at Sweden, look at Scandinavian countries. They're all white. Hell, American black people lives in a white country, and there's an incel problem even among the white country people, the white people in there. So even
speaking from their perspective, you talked about countries that are compromised by the star people. And if you ask which countries are compromised by the star people, from their perspective, all of them.
Hell, be the star people.
Yeah.
But even if you do get, even if they got what they wanted, had an all-white ethno state, you'll still have hypergamy among white people. Lask knows about that shit. He's a white male, and no offense, but like no girl wants to be with him. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I kind of go against the idea this whole thing is manufactured. No, this thing is just like human, like what we can call human nature just rising up to the surface again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The star people did not change women; they just unleashed them. That's it. She just became the hoe she always wanted to be.
Yeah. This is gonna sound so fucked up, but I feel like we need more right-wing leaning policies to balance out all the soy boy shit. Because the more liberal women become now, the more slutty they are. It's fucked up, but it's true.
At this point, I think like a complete reset is the only way.
Yes.
Society and maybe even how we think.
Yeah, America and China, y'all need to Fallout 4 Max right now. I'm gonna give my basement, y'all can just Fallout 4 Max, please. You need a reset button.
Basically, you hate the influence of the state, but if we're talking about left and right, both of them are gynocentric, so there's no point.
Yeah, facts. Yeah.
I mean, the right's whole deal is, well, we gotta protect the women. We gotta work for them, and we gotta fight for them. And the left is, women can be just like men. They can run corporations. They can run industries just as good. They can run states just as good.
I gotta show you this video of this all-female team on Rainbow Six Siege on esports who got eliminated by one guy with a pistol.
That's pretty sad.
Why are you laughing?
Because that's terrible.
No, not killing them in real life. It was an all-female esports team on Rainbow Six, and they got eliminated.
Why would you assume we were laughing at the other,
First of all, ass beating CS:GO like that is probably worse. I'd rather just be shot in real life. Like, goddamn. You know what? Here's my address. Just make sure nobody sees the video, dog.
Women are not comparable to men physically. I used to play airsoft, and women weren't the females who played weren't as good as the men. They got hit every 5 seconds. They couldn't run as fast. They didn't know the jargon. Like,
because it got to the point where because I mean, I hate this. I mean, it's just biological facts. There are things voids, femmes can't do that men are just naturally built to do. That's why hunter-gatherers, the men were the hunters, women were the gatherers.
Yeah, we're the disposable warriors society sends out to defend your pregnant ass. That's half the point.
Yeah. Look at the Iliad. The homie sent his entire country to war over some pussy.
Yep. Look at Genesis, man. The whole world fell because of a Floyd.
Yeah, a Floyd, my kingdom for a Floyd. That was the Iliad Odyssey.
Bro, just imagine that, Jay. No, go back and last. Imagine dying by a bunch of flaming arrows for some pussy you're never gonna get.
Yeah, welcome to war. We've been over this.
That's brutal.
That's war in general. That's
brutal.
We want the Chads.
Oh my god.
We want the Chads.
That's brutal, man.
Oh, yeah.
You should know that there was a defect in formation of first woman since she was formed from bent rib, that is, bent rib of the breast, which is bent as it were contrary direction to a man, and since that this defect she is imperfect, she always deceives.
Well, the Greeks thought women were just imperfect men, so.
I guess this is all stuff I said it before, but this stuff we've known since time memorial, and somehow we forgot. It's like if we were learning what we already knew.
Nobody forgot. They just didn't believe their fathers when they said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
like
another black pill I just realized.
Dumb little sayings, the dumb little sayings people come up with, like, oh yeah, birds of sort of flock together. Like, oh, that's not really true. And then it's like you start realizing, oh, well, it kind of is true. Well, yeah, those dumb little sayings. So, yeah. Nobody believes that stuff's true, so they see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, another black pill I just realized is that during the Crusades in medieval Europe, a lot of the knights, some of the churches actually had like a picture of, I think of Mary inside the church. You know who Mary is, right? The woman who gave birth to Jesus.
Yeah.
Kind of familiar.
Yeah, they'd actually have the pictures of her inside the church, and the men would actually quote her when they're doing their training, I think. So even then, back then, men were fighting with women with the idea of a woman in their mind.
Julius Caesar sent for Cleopatra. Yeah, it happened too. Every ideology of the incel killing machine. Yeah, to some extent, yeah.
Facts, bro. It's
designed to get rid of the undesirables.
Yeah, quasi-eugenic in a sense.
Yeah, when you think about it, Tinder and Bumble, these dating apps, they're basically liberal eugenics. It's eugenics with a smile. And purple hair. And a bull ring.
Yeah, that's because hypergamy is inherently, in a sense, eugenic. Not truly eugenic, but in a sense, filtering. Like, the internet just makes an efficient filter.
Yeah.
It's what they were doing anyway. It's just like, it's just what they were doing anyway. It's just now is with the power of machinery behind it. That's it.
Yeah. Because women don't want to date average men. Women want to date up, not date under level. And the more men rush down to the bottom to get these bottom tier, big as hell retarded chicks, now their standards are gonna go up. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I was actually on a Medican stream earlier today. We were talking about to this guy. I forgot his name. We were talking about whale maxing of the whale pill, and how he basically said that he was like whale maxing. He was basically like he said the only reason he has a girlfriend right now is because he got recommended to him by he was training somebody, and that's how he got recommended this girl he has. So like currently that's his girlfriend, but at the end of the day, he said before that though he was a whale maxing. He had the whale pills. He was like just banging out land whales, and we got into a little debate about how basically the average woman nowadays is like 170 pounds, 5'4", like extremely overweight. And the reality is that the average woman, or are these women just have these women just shifted over to the left on the curve? If that makes any sense. So like, is the new average for women 170, 5'4", or have those women just become, a sub-4 women because they're land whales at the end of the day, and the new standard is still, regular sized women are still in the middle of the bell curve?
It's a very complex question. Yeah. It's gonna be sub 12 by law by like 2030.
Well, he's basically argument was that basically we're complaining about these women who are being overweight, but that might actually be our looks match because that's the average woman nowadays.
Oh, okay.
If the average woman is 170, 5'4", well, and you're the average man, okay, well that's your average, right? So that's the middle of the bell curve. So that's your average.
Oh my God!
But hear me out.
Hear me out though. My counter to that was that okay, well, what if instead of that, these women have just become sub-4 because they're overweight? Like, what if these women have just shifted themselves over to the bell curve still exists? There's just more people on the tail end of the far left instead of being in the middle or being on the far right. They're exceptionally attractive.
Yeah.
I think with the whole dynamic.
Go ahead, Blackrow, and then Alaska next.
What I was gonna say, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh God damn it! But women being big as hell, I feel like that's due to men's standards getting lower, so they can try and cope with hypergamy.
But like the fact of the matter is that women are bigger than they were, 50 years, 60 years ago. 50 years ago, like they're just huge. And like the reality is that might be the average nowadays. Like, and if you're the average man, which the average man is also overweight, but we're not as big as they are. At the end of the day, we're not as overweight. At least I think so. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but if we are, then it's, at the end of the day, maybe the average really is that bad. Like,
what are the numbers for overweight, male versus female?
I know in the black community, it's extremely I think the black community actually, men are actually extremely fit and the women are actually extremely fat. That's one I do know. But
yeah,
I'd have to actually.
Welcome to the future once everybody finds data again,
though.
Sorry.
But that's a thought we had. It was like, okay, well, wait a second. Like, if the average is 170. Then maybe you do have to set up for if you actually want to date your looks match. What if your looks match is actually a land whale right now?
Well, here's the thing, though.
It's still chat only, though.
But hear me out, though. Even if that woman was available to you, you can't be attracted to what you're not attracted to. I'm gonna ask you this question. American Black Pill asked me this: if you were starving in the middle of the desert or in the woods, and all you had was a piece of shit, literal poo, would you eat it?
Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't eat exactly.
It depends on how insane I was from the hunger pains, I guess. But
no, when I mean shit, like it's like nice and brown and
well, yeah, but keep in mind as you get hungrier and hungrier and hungrier, your mind is going to start drifting away. So you might actually do it. You never know.
I'm
just saying that in a regular state of mind, I probably wouldn't. But
all right, I think I know how to process it. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jack. I want to hear what you have to say.
I think the fair way to put it is maybe if I was insane, but not in the normal state of sanity. Hell no. Like, my mind would have to be gone before some shit like that would even be considered. Like,
yeah, exactly.
See, I actually thought about something similar yesterday, going for a walk. I thought, well, being out in a desert, and just somebody offers you like a glass of salt water, something that's actually going to make it worse in the long term, but would you drink it now for the short term?
Yeah, I've seen enough. There's like all those videos on like the Discovery Channel about like people being lost at sea, people just drinking salt water, and it's like, oh, because they went so insane from the thirst, they just started drinking salt water. Like, don't say what people won't do when they're like in a desperate situation. They'll do it.
I mean, shit, you could take prison rape as an example.
Yeah, exactly.
Prison snuggles as an example of that.
Prison snuggles, yeah.
Yeah, real cousin.
Oh yeah, one of my
in the pen, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I know a kid who actually tried to thug max, and when he turned 18, they moved him from the kid unit to the adult unit, and he became involuntarily. Yeah. I saw him over. I was actually long nails. Like
I've actually been meaning to ask you about that, but like, Ron, like, have you talked to him about that? Like, does he realize what happened to him, or how does he explain it?
He's basically a Puerto Rican James Charles now.
But does he like the?
Does he internalize it, or does he know what happened to him? Like, does he actually know? Like,
yeah.
According to him,
what's his perspective on it? He
thinks that he's always been that way since he was younger, but he felt like him going to jail made him into him thinking about his life and changing his life. He felt like that might be the best course to go. Basically, it's his way of coping with getting a fucking BBC in his ass.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. What I thought he thought.
Yeah, at 5'7", 125 pounds, he shouldn't have thug maxed. I don't know why he did that shit. New.
Bro, that's just so sad. I want to vicariously rope on behalf of this man. God damn.
Like, he got turned out.
He definitely got it there. Got 48 people watching in their prime. What are you people doing here?
Okay, well, to the big leagues. It's between you and Face now.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. If you're watching the stream right now, bro, it's over. It never began.
I don't know. Grotesque still pulls in like close to 70 people on the stream.
Yeah, it is quite weird having near 50 people in here.
Hey, think about it. We got 48 people in lieu of like the government and everybody censoring. Like I told y'all, the black pill is unstoppable.
Yeah, everyone watching incognito mode and VPN mode.
VPN.
Yeah, everybody watching this and then turns to porn when somebody comes in because it's less awkward, like that sort of shit.
Yeah, they hear the door open behind them, click off.
No, Mom, I was just beating my meat. Like, that's it.
I'm gonna show
watching a mystery screen.
I'm gonna show an old meme, but a good meme. It's an old meme, but a good meme. I've shown them before. Degradation of a fan base or hobby. I'm gonna show it since people are here now to watch it. A hobby is started by close friends and typically kept within that circle. There are guidelines within the game, and everybody involved is happy to follow them. A friend or acquaintance of the original member joins the hobby and begins to play regularly. Because he's is a minority in this already small group, he has to acclimate to the group's guidelines quickly so that he may stay in. Let's see, panel 3. Here is the typical tipping point. People who the original members are not familiar with begin to join due to generally the Greens talking about IRL or on social media. Because non-original members are becoming a larger part of the group, Browns don't feel it's pressure to learn the strict guidelines of the group and game. Okay, so they're getting more and more unhappy here. At this point, the hobby is mostly unrecoverable. Females join the vast majority / totally male hobby in an effort to not play the game, but to attract attention largely uncontested from boys. Because she is not there to play the game for the game's sake, she gives a half-assed and annoying attempt at playing the game and largely impedes the whole process. She distracts the non-core members. Okay, so you guys are more happy now. Finally, the near end, dude bros and alphas see the typical kind of guy that plays the game, thinks he's better than them, and feels that he could attract a girl better who are there for attention. He is also not there to largely play the game, but even worse than the girl, he will likely chide and berate those who try to even play the game, take the game seriously as nerds and tryhards, even though it is their community he is entering in. At this point, the founding core audience is so small in comparison to the mainstream later entries, they feel like the only way to keep the game alive, albeit butchered, is to casualize it and make it easier to understand. This generally does nothing but make the game less fun for people actually playing it for fun, does nothing for people who don't care about it. the game has become an excuse largely for people to hang out and flirt and smoke and drink or whatever the fuck. Last panel. Now, the founders are so disenfranchised with the state of their community that they invested so much time into that they altogether leave it or abandon it. They start their own, which the cycle may repeat. That what's left of the game, which has already largely been already largely ignored, will either collapse in on itself due to lack of interest, and the dude bros and girls will leave to be social parasites in another community, or the game will continue to be casualized without the founders to the point that it hardly resembles the original game at all, and continue to grow in popularity until it gains media attention, forever destroying the hobby. This is how you destroy a fan base, nations, and everything else. So what happens?
Countries, kingdoms, empires.
Country, kingdoms, games, empires, it all comes down the same way.
Reminds me of fucking Elder Scrolls. Fucking Skyrim ruined everything.
Call of Duty, don't forget Call of Duty. Like past 2010. Super casual.
Haven't played Call of Duty in years.
I guess this is how, like a pure reflection of how the universe is. Like the entropy always increases over time. So, I mean, it's just inevitable, you know.
Women are personified entropy.
Yeah, exactly.
Essentially, yeah. Like maybe that's why the incel sphere has lasted so long, because we inherently keep out women. So.
No,
I was trying to find this meme so bad. Like I had no hands and I was screwed. It's so good. Oh god.
Oh man, it's over for incels, man.
Someone said Rainbow Six is good. I don't know. It's so good.
It's me. I'm eating some chips from Chipotle. Sorry.
Of course, it fucking would be goddamn, bro.
If you're gonna eat me, to meet yourself.
All right.
Any more memes? Oh, here's one for the incels in the crowd. You out of the gene pool now. It's Chad. Like, oh well, there you go.
Yeah, man.
Forcing you out. Oh boy.
And just think patriarchy actually kind of equalized everything, but now.
What's patriarchy? What about it?
Just however, I don't know, man. I'm just talking.
No, I mean, what's it called? The equal thing? I forgot what that's called.
Equilibrium?
No, when all right, basically when people try to construct something that's equal, nobody ever takes into account that both genders basically default towards simping. Default towards making women comfortable, so
yeah.
When everything's equal, they're not, basically.
Yeah, but I think the patriarchy was the main contributing, I think, force that enabled this in the first place. Because, like, in the natural world, I mean, the vast majority of males are not supposed to breed. Like, 80% of the males just rot away, and 20% of them breed. So, when you have a patriarchy, I mean, and you're letting like 80% of men breed, yeah, you get dysgenics from that, and then you get the result that we see today. You know. You get this.
You sort of need a mix of both types of ideologies to like make things work.
Yeah,
you can't
I
have
guess.
one overriding.
Yeah.
You can't just have one overriding particular thing that like just works and then nothing else works at all.
Oh no,
Not a synthesis of these two.
Maybe like a 60-40 split or 80-20 split between two ideologies. But yeah, you can't just have one overarching ideology and have it reign supreme. Naturally, some sort of like opposition will arise that will come to beat your ideology. So.
Yeah, guys, what I was going to say is that even on college campuses and even in high schools now, only a small pool of men are getting what the majority of the women. So that means that 70-80% of all men are getting nothing.
Yeah, because women can go after what they want, and they don't want us. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's over.
It's just an honest system of selection. This is fucking capitalism in sexual form.
And monogamy is kind of like, the socialism of sexuality.
Yeah,
it's not perfect, but at least it at least gives men opportunity to get some and spread their genes.
To each according to his genes and shit. Like,
yes, sort of in a way, because like weren't just to some sort of like way, like it's sort of capitalistic in a way too, because weren't they considered to be property, private property of the man? Like that's like this is your woman, this is the one you get, your personal property to some extent.
Yeah, but that was a two-way deal though. Like I said, there was responsibilities on both sides. It wasn't just, oh, you get this slave. Like, nah, there was shit you had to do.
Yeah, you had to provide. You had to be a provider.
But the whole social contract is based on 20th century idea of a monogamy. Yeah, we really need to have a sort of like renaissance to redo the way we run societies in this world, because obviously it's not working anymore. With the new technology, with all the new, with the empowerment of women, with the disempowerment of men, you cannot run off the same system you've been running off for the last 50 years and expect things to stay the same. You need to have some sort of like, some sort of a revolution effectively to like change, Axis revolution, right? To change the world to make things somewhat better for both sides of the coin here, mostly for men. Really.
I still say the only permanent way out is just to replace women technologically. That's it. I'm not a fan of that shit because I hate the Illuminati and all that, but maybe them motherfuckers got a point. I'm sorry. I don't like it, but
what I would say today, like if you want to keep things going like this, I think in a sort of way to make everything more equal is to like tax all the good-looking men, so they pay more taxes than subhumans.
Well, here's oh, sorry.
I think that, in my opinion, that would balance things out. In my opinion.
Well, because in America, I don't know how it is in other countries, but like if you marry and have children, like you get like tax cuts and like tax subsidies. So maybe we should kind of reverse that. Like if you don't marry and you don't have children, you should actually receive tax cuts because you are now like, because it goes back to the question.
It's difficult to live alone, soul crushing loneliness and all that.
Or
and on top of that, you fucking pay like 35% tax. Come on, man. You have to pay way less.
And not only that, but then you realize it's like, what am I working for?
Yeah, exactly.
Or you just equalize the tax system so we're like single people and married people pay the exact same taxes no matter what, and just don't do this specialized thing where it's like if you're married you get an extra deduction off or something like that. And I don't understand that.
I would guess
the reason was so it can make raising children easier.
Yeah, that I know, but maybe still give them the breaks for the kids, but not for the adults being married.
Dude, I have a question for you guys. Speaking of kids, who the fuck wants to raise a male son now? Why would you want?
No.
That's role fuel right there, man.
The only way I would raise a male son if I was like that much of a fucking sick sadist. Like that's for real. Like why the fuck would you subject somebody to that shit?
Not the best solution, but not the best real solution is to increase the population of women in Western countries. If there were 2 women for every man, that would force women to compete, create incentives for female immigrants.
No, because I thought that too. Up until like a couple months ago, because then those women would just become polygynous and want the same 20% of men.
Yeah, you're just gonna create more lesbians.
Yeah, but I mean, are you sure the amount those men can handle that many women? Like, not every Chad is a multi-billionaire or millionaire can afford to take care of all these women. They just can't.
Hold on. First of all, you're assuming that those women would even want those extra men anyway. Like, they're still gonna have the same fucked up perceptions. Like, you still have women that think like the average height is 6 feet. So.
Because I thought about like, well, what if the demographics were like 1 to 6, like 1 man to 6 women? Maybe then I don't know. I see the same problem arising.
I mean, you have to change the culture along with it, I guess, to go along with that. But
yeah, setting up a new belief structure that like promoted monogamy and promoted like I mean, cope or not, but try to common beliefs.
Where's your last comment at? Goku 22. Where's your last comment at? I don't even see your comment, dude. Did you put something up that was like really cool?
You already have
put up my last comment. I don't even know where the hell even is.
So, yeah, Goku. I don't think your comment even showed up because I'm looking too.
It might actually be like it might have been hidden by the YouTube because YouTube automatically hides some certain comments, certain catchphrases in or certain words. So you might want to like either retype it or do something like that or copy and paste it or something.
Jack,
I can't see it.
Sorry,
I already did that.
Mystery School, I'm going to send you that link to the article about how in China the incel problem is on the rise because there's more men than women.
Yeah, I already know that. That's pretty obvious. I mean, anybody who have a brain can see that. India has the exact same problem where there's too many. Yeah, that same, not the same one-child policy, but they definitely have the same.
Something I wanted to ask Saffron is how does he see like the geopolitics between India and China going forward?
I mean, he was here a minute ago, but I didn't want to let too many people in here, so because I already had BPJ on top of that, so I want to let.
Yeah, plus the chat's gonna roast your ass last if he actually does come on. I know offense to Saffron, but
yeah,
why did you fuck up and invite?
Yeah. Polygyny can work. It just needs to be family based.
No, because
people left out.
As in tax men, so as in pay a tax so men can get a guaranteed hooker. It's called Pink Ticket and dystopian novel. We what?
No, that's just called We. Like I've heard of the novel before.
Oh,
okay. I read it though.
Oh, you did.
It's like a 1984 novel.
Oh, okay.
Or I guess in that case, a Brave New World novel.
Might have to read that. The government should pay women to have more girls.
Coke, you can't do it. You can't. All these governments can't even pay women to have any sort of children, let alone just women. So it is not going to work. You can't pay feminists to reproduce. It don't work.
No, like short term it might work, but long term you would just end up right back where you started.
I'm not even sure it works short term because all these other countries are already trying. Like, okay, we'll give you like $100,000 loan if you have a family. That sort of bullshit.
I think it's working in one country actually. What's like some and some Western, obviously some Western country, obviously, but I can't remember the name of the country. But it actually did work there. The birth rate's been up like by a few obviously by a lot since the policy. So.
Last, Mr. Communist, imagine being an incel in North Korea. You can't cope.
Oh, here it is. I was saying the idea that men are causing dysgenic needs to stop because even if the top men with the best genetics reproduce, this would still be bad genes because all the women were reproducing.
Absolutely true. I gotta clap to that shit. Goddamn.
I was too focused on what Black Ronan said. I didn't
Think
get to
about
read
that.
it.
Imagine being an incel in North Korea. Like, how do you cope?
I don't know because I'll be honest, I don't know that much about North Korea.
Yeah, but I heard
like the thing with North Korea. Is like there's a lot of stuff that's said about North Korea that just isn't true. But there's a lot of it that is said that is true. And yeah, it does have their own sociological problems.
Yeah,
as far as like incel prices goes, I actually don't know anything about it.
They're actually doing a little bad. Actually, was actually like watching this on. Well, not watching. I was reading this thing about this guy. He was a defector. He moved from North Korea to China and talked about how in North Korea they have an incel problem as well.
God damn! For real? Even a literal authoritarian nation can't. God damn! You know how over it's got to be if you. Holy!
There's always going to be some level of like men who are going to be left out of the system. The answer is always going to be how many are left out.
I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I need to find the rope, dog.
Okay, if it reaches a critical point where like it reaches a critical point where it becomes a huge problem, but there's always been men left out of the game, quote unquote. Like always has been a thing.
So what was Goku's comment about dysgenics? I didn't read it.
Let me go back up and put it back up. I was saying that the idea that men are causing dysgenics needs to stop because even if the top men with the best genetics reproduce, there would still be a bad genes because of all the women reproducing.
Well, that's kind of what I was about to say a few minutes ago. It's like dysgenics to me, and again, I'm not a geneticist, so I don't know. I really have no authority to talk of. But dysgenics kind of sounds like almost like reverse eugenics. Like it's like it just assumes what a bad gene is, or what. Like, how do you determine what is bad genetics and what is good genetics? Just because it reproduces? I mean, there's people that reproduce bad genes all the time. That's how. No offense to like Ronan, of course, but that's how like autism gets perpetuated.
Yeah. Plus, you still have stuff like fishery and runways where women select for some shit that's like so dysgenic it actually ends the actual species itself.
Even Jordan Peterson stated that even though college campuses are the majority women, they still go for a small group of men. Well, there you go.
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah.
Well, Chad, another back. Think about that. Even North Korea has an incel problem. Like, let that sink in.
Yeah, I figure it's more. It's global.
That is turbo. That's the most black pilling shit I've heard in the last year. God damn. Black Pill J couldn't come up with something more depressing than that shit. Like,
Government should stop incentivizing women, allow consequences for their actions. Yeah, I agree with that. We definitely need to cut the welfare system for sure.
You're not
be cut for sure.
You're not going to stop. A feminist society only goes towards more feminism. It doesn't go backwards. It's a wrap. All this shit about what the government should do and all that, like, no, it's not going to do it unless it thinks it supports women. Full stop. That's it.
Well, looks like we need a Uncle Adolf to show up then.
Well, you have that in North Korea, and look what the fuck happened. The same thing.
Well, you had a revolution, and I mean, the Weimar Republic is a good corollary to our current predicament. So,
but go back, think about it. In North Korea, right? You can't cope because pornography is banned. You can't jack off or coom. You can't play video games because video games are banned. Like, how do you cope as an incel in North Korea? How do you cope? Like,
okay, we get it. They can't cope.
That's brutal.
Yeah, no wonder people defect. Goddamn.
By serving the great community of the DPRK, man.
Also, looks can't really determine how good a person's genes are because I'm sure a lot of good-looking men carry some bad genes. Yeah, of course, and I'm sure there's unattractive guys with good genes. Yeah, very true.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, to a certain, because the book I'm reading now about this kind of does show pictures, and you can actually tell, like, they'll show, like, you see this more attractive woman or on the right and left. Well, that woman actually has more estrogen levels in her. So to a certain extent, I could see that, but to a certain extent, it's like your eyes aren't microscopes.
Yeah, it's not absolute system. Yes,
dominant recessive genes, all stuff like that. Yeah, they cope by joining the military.
Shout out to Hideo Kojima for that dominant recessive shit. Well, Liquid and Solid, but never mind. Y'all never played.
I've only played the first one.
That was the one it was in. You had Liquid with all the dominant genes, and he was a blue-eyed Chad. You had Snake with the recessive genes, and none of it made fucking sense, but it was cool, so he just floated with it.
The point about genetics, though, is our society is so nihilistic, we have nothing else to go on.
Yeah.
And when I say I only play the first, yeah. And when I say I only play the first one, I mean a demo, like a 20-minute demo.
Oh, god damn. That fucking PlayStation 1999 disc he got with the fucking system.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I was in that snow level. I played that snow level like 100 times, man.
I never got past that first fucking building, to be honest, because I was a kid. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
We're supposed to get to the
revolution that's happening is things like LGBTQ movement and making genders equal. Yep, that's the revolution right now, guys. We got a revolution. The answer would be rebellion or society collapsing. That's when us black pillars come in and make society more favorable to us. Yep, North Korea copes with mandatory military, the worship of their leader, which is almost like a cult. Yeah, that's how they cope there. Oh, dear leader, I love you. Let me cry at your funeral. I'm really fake crying, performative crying at your funeral.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can go ahead and go. I'll read that one kind of later.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna make a dumb observation.
Women aren't attracted to genes; they're attracted to ornaments that are associated with the phenotypes. Yeah.
Yes, that's
yeah. I can see that because like jewelry is supposed to be like seen as like an extension of that person.
Don't worry, guys. I'm sure Ben Shapiro and Stephen Crowder will save us from the fall of Western civilization. Oh,
thank God.
Yeah, they couldn't save themselves.
Ben Shapiro couldn't save a bowl full of jello from falling off the table, man.
Was he the one with the sister with the boobs?
Yeah,
Abby. Yep, Abby.
The sister with the boobs.
That's all I remember from Ben Shapiro. Like everybody wanted to fuck his sister. Like that's
Abby Shapiro. Yeah.
Yeah, no one cares about Ben. It's all about his sister.
Yeah,
kind of like Lauren Southern. Her sister is way harder than she is.
And there it was fucked up because like all the Stormcovers, like yes, she's a star person, but
I still do it.
Absolutely. Like I could be haram for that, like all that sort of shit.
Shape-shifting albino lizard bitch.
God damn. Hollow cheekbones that provide survival advantage, therefore it's an ornament. Or high cheekbones or whatever. Oh, yeah. Abby's milk. Oh boy. Oh, buddy boyos.
Before there was Lady Dimitrescu, there was fucking Abby Shapiro. That's
No, man, I like the classics. Claire Redfield, fill it all the way.
I never even played Resident Evil, so I don't fucking know.
Oh no!
Reformation of the
church. Fair enough.
And take out a lot of people. The Jesuits, of course.
I used to play Resident Evil, dude. I used to when I was younger, I used to coom to what's that girl's name? Jill Valentine from Resident Evil.
Didn't we all? Conventional armed forces that was enormous control around the desert. Never firing their weapons, waiting to get blown up by IED while Spec Ops Chad just conduct direct action.
I mean, I think Reformation of Church. I mean, I don't know how that would do anything because we already had that with the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah,
and you can say like the history of the church from the beginning is just one long Reformation. Oh, with the Purge too?
The Purge. He did say Purge. Take out a lot of people.
Oh. I mean, yeah, that with the Inquisition.
Yes. Again, have a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth.
Well, as quoted in Deus Ex, the game, God is the dream of good government. So
there will be a 12th crusade.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now I was reading some of these comments here. Only Emperor Hirohito is the only one that can save us.
He couldn't even save Japan from nukes. Like, it's over.
The Mercantile Order, too. I agree. The Roman Council. He was a consul of Rome. Anybody have any topics? Open discussion.
It was a good talking with you guys. It was I haven't been this high IQ in a while, man. This was a very good stream we had.
Yeah, that was fun with Blackwood J coming here. Literally.
Yeah, Blackwood J, man. Yeah, that was yeah. We were feeding off each other, man. That was pretty cool when I talked about.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's only a few. Won't be that long before he quotes me on lambs, though. He will see the light. It's the new meme of the century, goddammit. I'm not kidding.
Red pillars hate him.
Exactly. Kids are gonna see their fucking sister being beat upside the head, and they're not gonna go intervene. It's just gonna be like lambs, like a fucking.
You guys hear that? Richard Coper left the he's like leaving the community or something like that. That's what I heard.
Speaking of lambs, dude, in feudal Japan, even the samurais had if you became a samurai, you're pretty much given a wife.
Yeah, and it was also law like the samurai could do whatever he wanted, but you couldn't like defend yourself against a samurai.
Yeah, they actually had a thing where they would test their katana swords on random people. I forgot what the term was called.
Based.
Being a dead.
They would translate it to crossroads killing. So it'll do because samurai swords took a long time to make, and when you finally make the sword, what they'll find a random person on the street, like a farmer or like a peasant, and just like stab him and kill him.
Who wants to cycle out real quick? Anybody want to cycle out?
I could sacrifice.
All right, there you go. Soul sacrifice there. A Drolic in here. Is that what you, Drolic?
What's up, buddy boyos?
Oh, it's Drolic. I'm used to seeing your Mike Cell comment that normally says like Mike Cell 2.0 or something like that.
Well, it looks like it's fixed now. I guess this wireless headset's pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good actually. It's pretty loud.
Yeah, the wired one for some reason just pretty low quality, even though it's plugged in.
That's really weird.
Usually the wireless suck, but yeah.
But Drawlux, you're a rice cell, right? Do you think they should go back to that in Asian society, where if you become a member of the community or protector, you're given a wife, like the samurai?
So I literally just joined. I don't know any previous conversation that was going on.
Sorry, we were talking about solutions. So we had a pretty interesting stream. We stayed on topic. Me and Black Pill J came in and talked about like lookism, the race pill, the height pill, the usual shit.
Okay, and then what about the samurai?
I brought up with that earlier to how like the samurais they were given wives despite all the fucked up shit they did.
Yeah, I would say like in
Lambs.
ancient Japan, samurai was pretty high status, so like you would work for the daimyo or the lords, and you're basically the enforcers. So yeah, in the feudal society, yeah, they were high class.
Yeah, they were given
Yeah, but
wives.
they had to sacrifice their lives. I mean, yeah, pretty brutal life, I guess.
Yeah.
She got pussy though.
I mean, like, I guess for that life.
Yeah, and
but
in
I
the
don't
end,
know.
isn't that what
I don't
it's
think
all
pussy
about?
is worth like dying for, to be honest.
True.
That's just
Bro,
me personally.
And when you think about it, samurai maxing back then is basically like thug maxing today. When you think about it, because you're killing other people who look like you. It's
It
pretty
would
fucked
be
up.
like if the American
Yeah.
military gave you like they gave you a wife if you became a soldier or something like that.
But isn't that what it's all about in the end? Like, you know, ISIS is recruiting for the promise of pussy or 72 virgins.
In the
Uh,
afterlife
yeah, in the afterlife, or, you know, like they were
on
selling
Earth.
slaves.
Oh, they were selling. You're right. They were.
Yeah, like literally, that was one of their recruiting tactics. And pretty much all the incels across the globe flocked there.
Even some
Um,
women did, which is really weird. But they're gonna take over the state. Like,
Bristolville, lambs.
yeah.
Again, it's lambs.
Yeah, oh, so good to see Mario's here. I think this was our first time on stream together. I just had to ask, like how bad is it over there in you know, Chad, Switzerland, is it?
Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I read an article a couple of weeks ago that was saying something that Sweden is like the capital of the whole world on inceldom, like has the highest concentration of incels here.
Jesus. And Sweden is a white, blonde Chad country. God damn.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I mean it's hypergamy on steroids here.
God
You can't believe
damn.
Is that just like runoff from like mass immigration too?
Yeah, I mean you see all the immigrants outside. I mean they are pretty much just alone. You know, they don't have anyone with them. Like you don't buy what like other like political cells are telling you. Oh, women are choosing the immigrants. Women are choosing the immigrants. That's fucking false. All of them are choosing white Chad. All of them, and they're sharing them. You know, sharing Chad
Yeah,
cock.
this might be an outlier, but you know, or read one of those extremist tabloids where, you know, maybe it's limited to older Swedish women that can't get Chad no more, but they were going after some of the you know, Abduls and, you know, Chad Preets.
Yeah, some of them do, but usually the Abduls and the Chad priests you're talking about, they're really high tier. They're not they're not the manlets. You know, they're not
Yeah, of course.
the bottom tier. Yeah. So
Yeah,
even
which,
there, you have a very high standards. Even there, you know.
yeah. I was just gonna add, it only proves the black pill more because they would only, you know, quote unquote, sleep with the top tier of the whatever
Of the
race
immigrants.
stock they
Yeah,
are.
exactly.
Yeah, same thing with being a black cell here. When white incels say just run BBC game, bro. I'm like, when a white woman dates outside the race, she wants the top 20% of black men, the apex, not the average 5'9" black dude.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's brutal.
I hate.
Yeah, I guess
It's sad how I'm this black pill at 21. That is sad. I should be out fucking Stacy right now.
we should all be cramping right now, you know. It's Saturday,
Yeah.
Sunday night. How Moody said it best. This is insanity. We can't crampy. It's breeding time.
It's insane. Yeah, I mean, back in the old days, I mean, we would pretty much just go on a rampage spree. But since this testosterone has been lowered so much because of, you know, like covert sort of how can I explain this?
You put the crap in the water, right?
Yeah.
Beyond Meat, Incognito.
Yeah, we're not doing
the women,
as we used to do before. So That's why we're rotting and doing these live streams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the women piss the birth control in the water. And they can't filter it out.
Yeah, low key, I had this dream. I don't know, I can't remember. I have a notebook besides my bed because sometimes I wake up after a dream, and like the moment you wake up, you would still remember what the dream was, but like literally 5 minutes later, you just forget. So I happened to write it down, and it was like back in ancient times, I would say like, Mongol Genghis Khan. It was like me and a roaming band of brothers, and we just go pillage villages and, rape women and take whatever the fuck we want. I
Yeah.
think like
The good old days.
yeah. I think subconsciously my brain is trying to tell me something. Something is missing from my life, and that's killing and pillaging and raping.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess this may sound cocked to some of you, but I don't mind this situation, to be honest, because I rather prefer that we just rot instead of kill each other, because like killing each
Yeah.
other, I mean, that's just brutal, we don't want to go back to those days, at least not me personally. So I'd rather
Yeah, I don't
just
either,
rot
man.
away.
I mean, a long suffering death or a short, quick one, I guess. Kind of the choice here, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather have a short, painless death than a fat. No,
Yeah,
yeah.
but at the same time, like I definitely Eldar maxing is a choice, but think about it. Assuming you live till like 80, like most of us are in our 20s and 30s, like that's fucking 50 more years of Eldaring. Like I would probably live, it might be even better just to live your good 20s and 30s and 40s, quote unquote pillaging and taking what you want, than leaving or living up to 80 as an old cell forever alone.
Yeah, imagine like you're 80 years old and you're living in a 2-bedroom apartment. You die alone, like and your cat eats you or some shit like that. I don't know. That's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
that's the
I
fate.
mean, I guess it's all subjective at the end of it, because I don't have anything against doing that. I mean, I know it may sound pathetic to most people, but I don't know. I just don't have anything against dying alone. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna have the best life I can. So that's why I'm saving up my money, or stacking my bread. But at the end of the day, yeah.
I mean, I've always looked at it like there's dying alone, but then there's living alone.
Yeah, I
They're
don't know.
two different things.
This is something that's kind of eating me inside in a sense, right? So like today, my goal was to, get some of my finances in order, and then I'm hoping that by the end of the year, like 2021 December, maybe my net worth now would be 250,000 if all goes well. And it's like, man, what is all this stacking bread leading to? Like, sure, I want to have a comfortable retirement, but that's like 40 years from now, dude. And it's like, why am I working so hard? Okay, you got to work hard to prepare for retirement and all, but it's like without family, without, maybe wife. I know it sounds cucked, but it seems like all this stacking bread has no purpose.
I
It's
mean,
just really
life
sad.
inherently has no purpose. I mean, even if you have a family and all that, I mean, you're doing that just for the sake of, wasting time, basically. But
Well,
inherently everything is meaningless. So you have to do it just for the sake of doing it. There's no other alternative.
yeah. I mean, I agree, but there's like a biological imperative. Like we do the things we do based on, millions of years of evolution. Like in this day and age, it's completely fucking cuck to get married and have kids and, God forbid, be a beta bucks to Chad's kids or something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like I can't help but drive. There's this empty feeling. My purpose is not being fulfilled. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then working so hard for nothing essentially is it's just also painful.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, everyone has that empty feeling inside of you, but all I can say is that, well, that is how you're programmed. I mean, all you can really do is just watch how you're tortured, I guess, because that's what I do. I feel the pain every day, but what I do is just I try to eat it, and that's all I really do. And then the weird thing about eating your negative emotions is that at the end of it, it kind of becomes pleasurable to some extent. It's hard to explain, but yeah, kind of like masochistic in a sort of way, but
kind of like sadomasochistic.
Yeah, but I just realized something, guys. Sorry.
It's pleasurable, I guess.
I just realized something, bro. We're all from different races, different nationalities, different ages, different socioeconomic backgrounds, but we're all doing with the exact same bullshit.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the one thing that brings us together.
Yep, we're all rotting.
But yeah, Drock, I have that same feeling as well. You know, like this like feeling of like existential misery. It's like, okay, well, what am I doing all this stuff for? You know, what's the point of the stream? What's the point of doing this? You know, like I tell myself, I give myself elaborate reasons why, and I'm a bit of an absurdist where like I just believe like you do it because you do it. At the end of the day, you kind of have to find your own meaning in life and make your own meaning, even though you know ultimately that's meaningless as well. But that's the absurdity of life, I guess, to some extent. It's all absurd. So you kind of just do it because you do it, and to some extent. So, but I definitely understand your plight, though. I have the same feeling of like, okay, I'm stacking all this bread for what? I can't leave to anybody. The best I'll do is just burn it all and leave when I'm on my way out. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna burn it all before I, rope or croak. But yeah,
pile it all on the center, the city square. Have everybody watch it, then just light it on fire like the Joker. Say peace out.
Pull out with a cashier's check and be like, "Yeah, I'm burning this sucker."
Yeah.
But no, this is a new feeling because maybe up until now it's always been a struggle to try to become financially independent or stable to the point where you're not worrying about your next meal or rent. But yeah, once you achieve certain success, it's like a new horizon. And it's like, oh yeah, well, what's all this success gonna give me? Why am I working so hard for nothing?
Yeah. I mean, all you can do it is just for yourself, really. I mean, there's for no other reason, really. And all you should do is just spoil yourself as much as you can with that money,
Yeah, definitely. But I think I might have been also first to stream. It seems like people start to get into that rut of waiting for the next cope. Like we live in a culture where it's like, what's the next thing? It's the next hottest movie. It's the next, video game. It's like you're waiting for the next cope.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't understand why. Because this is what I don't get with this whole cope thing. Because I know that people are in the Incel Black Pill community are kind of like shaming each other because of coping and stuff. But I mean, if you really think about it, everything is cope in life. I mean, to live is to cope at the end of it. So.
Oh yeah. I'm saying I don't look at cope as a negative thing or shame people. Like we are all coping regardless of your situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you made a video called Cope.
Coping, right? So yeah, I think
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna finish off. There's this negative connotation towards cope, but no, it's just the little word. We're all coping, and so I was just kind of making the point that it's just the society as a general. It's like we're waiting for the next cope, even for the normies or clueless blue pillars. It seems like we're all just waiting for the next cope.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we all cope with movies, video games, alcohol, weed. I mean, it's just an endless sea of copes, and that's just the way it is, And I mean, humanity at large, ever since we built civilization, I mean, it's just everything's been cope, art, music, and all that. I mean, that's pretty much what life, at least as a civilization, is about. It's about coping, really.
And it gets kind of taken for granted because, well, at the end of the day, they still had, relationships and sex.
Yeah.
And my internet just cut out again.
Yeah, but I mean, you shouldn't blame yourself if you're not having sex and stuff, because at the end of it, life is given. your subhumanity is given to you. You didn't choose it. You didn't choose your, magnetism and autism and all that. So I mean, there's no reason to be envious of Chaz, because they didn't choose to be Chaz either.
No, but you still feel like half of a person. You don't feel like complete or fulfilled. Like building off of drawings, like I feel the same way. Like at the end of the day, yeah, I live relatively comfortable compared to others, but am I any happier? No.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
but I mean, the harsh reality is that not many people will be able to cope with that feeling. I've been able to cope with it because I'm basically emotionally dead. I'm like a shell, so it's not a problem
Same
for me.
here.
But I understand that for most people, it's harsh. I understand that, but there's not much you can do. I mean, I guess the only solution to kind of get rid of that dread to some extent is to realize that you never existed to begin with, because what is basically happening with your body all the time is that it's always collecting impressions from the world and basically creating a sense of self in the brain, and that's all it really is, and there's nothing else to it. So
yeah. I just hope the apocalypse happens, man. I just hope we all just like die or some shit like that, man. Like, because this is a fucking clown world, man. Fucking clown world.
I mean, I don't agree with the doomer mentality too much, because I do think that, as harsh as life really is, I do think it's enjoyable,
How's it enjoyable? We're fucking incels.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Well, to me at least. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the thing with that it could always be worse mentality is that, well, it never gets better. You're always stuck in like this gray area to where, well, things aren't really all that bad, but they're never really all that good either.
Yeah,
that's why I meditate on death. I think about death all the time, and that's sort of a way for me to like get used to it, so that it won't hurt as much as I start to age and rot away. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to add this perspective, but I agree with Martios. Like, we live in a good time, to be honest. Like, of all the time to live, like in human history, now is the time. We don't necessarily know what the future holds, but I'm sure life would be even better, with better technology 10, 20, 100 years from now. But as of present day today, it is pretty good life, I would say.
Yeah, the problem
for
is
material. Sorry.
Yeah, the problem we're probably having is like it's just the crippling loneliness of like being like right now when you still have your family around, it's really easy to kind of like be like, okay, well, I still have my parents around, I still have my brothers, blah blah blah. But it's kind of be like, oh, it's brothers and sisters, something like that. But like when it comes down to it, they're like when they're gone, like what do you do? Like, I'm the this kind of comes down to like what do when those people pass away or when they leave, it's like, dang, like I'm gonna have nobody else to go to when I need advice or help. But it's like having that extra person in your life does make life a little easier to go through sometimes, or sometimes they make it harder too, depending on your perspective, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, that's one perspective, I fear too. Like, if my parents go, if my family go, it's like I'll be truly alone. And then, yeah, what's the point?
But who knows? Maybe at that age though, when you reach like the age where your parents do, like you'd be like, I don't know how old you'll actually be though. God hope that you're, whatever fate hopes that you're pretty old when they pass. It kind of comes down to like, hopefully at that time you have enough like lived experiences with them that it doesn't feel as bad, I guess, to some extent.
Yeah, that's true. And to finish it off, right? Like I've lived in third world country, so you could say at a young age, I've seen it all essentially. Like, because I immigrated to America like when I was like a young kid. So, but prior to that, I lived in also third world. And so, I grew up with the stark differences of like, what fucking abject poverty is. Like people literally starving, work all day to make $1 so they can actually eat that day, kind of type of deal. All the way to, I'm talking about maybe I'll have $250,000 net worth by the end of the year if all things go well, kind of thing. So, it's like seeing it from the beginning to the end, so to speak. And I mean, even 250,000 net worth is nothing, right? Like rich people are fucking rich as fuck. So having that lived experience, it's like, even though we suffer from this TFL crippling inceldom, yeah, I still have to agree with Martios. Like life is still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of people are tired of all this consumerist stuff, but I mean, it doesn't mean that you have to be that as well. I mean, you can create your own stuff. You don't have to consume all the time. I mean, I try to cope with making music and reading books and all that, and coping with my channel and stuff. And I mean, even this YouTube stuff has helped a lot. I mean, has given me something to do while I'm writing and stuff. So yeah, I mean, we have so many distractions that people didn't used to have before. So it's kind of like
you're right about that.
Yeah, we don't really appreciate it, right? So
yeah, right now I'm actually playing Call of Duty Warzone right now, customizing my gun. So yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff, like the online stuff, gives people a sense of community that they never probably had either, like in their own communities. Because that type of stuff is dead now. There's no sense of church community, the sense of like community really anywhere in IRL, unless you like at least that's the way it feels for me sometimes. So like online communities seem to take over that particular aspect of life to some extent. And it does help to some extent to talk to people. So
yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's basically the how can I explain this? The in real life, social interaction. I agree with that. It's pretty much died. I see that even when I go outside. Not many people really talk to each other, and hang out. Most people just do it through phones and through consoles and social media like Facebook and all that. I mean, that's pretty much how it is.
Yeah, you know what's super funny? I was at the grocery store getting some food the other day, and this guy comes up to me and just starts talking to me. And, he was an older guy. I could definitely tell, incel, like, but he was real friendly. We just chatted for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And, I was like, oh yeah, like this is what a normal conversation with a normal human being is like. Everyone's just so fucking self-centered, focused on their thing. It's like they forgot what it was to even have like just a normal conversation with a random person.
Yeah. But here's also another thing what I don't get why I understand. Don't get me wrong. I understand why people critique narcissistic people and all that for being so self-centered and all that. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but so what? So what if people are, self-centered and all that? You don't need to like. How does that affect you? I mean, you get what I mean? It's like, what does it matter?
I guess
like people are narcissistic or self-centered. I mean, what the fuck does that matter? I mean, how does that affect your life? I mean, that's what I don't get.
Yeah, I think it only matters like when you have to cooperate with that person. I don't know, maybe in school or work situation. But yeah, individually, like, yeah, who gives a shit about random strangers? To be honest, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone said the road broke more. Yeah, wouldn't say that.
I mean, the world is never broke. It just changes. That's just the way it is. The world always changes. But like there's not to get all esoteric about this, but I think the world changes like through our perception, but like behind time and space, I think it's essentially the same as always. It's just that the parameters always change. But essentially, it's all the same. Really, it's just one. It's basically we are just a bunch of minds inside of a bigger mind that is basically controlling this whole thing through a metaphysical matrix. That's what I personally believe. But yeah,
self-centered population is one you can't be around or socialize with. You are essentially alone if you can't trust anyone.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't trust anyone at all, man.
Yeah, we live in a pretty low trust society, which is a hallmark of a civilization in decline for sure, or society in decline for sure. Like all the social bonds that kept us all together have been severed for the most part. Yeah,
they're dead.
Yeah, and I don't think we're broken. If anything, I think we are all like what's the term, like unbroken. Like I think we're all here pretty based and understand how the world works. Like ultimately everyone or society in general is just a product of the environment that we are in. And I would say we're the few that is unbroken.
Yeah, we're
Like
not
we have the
broken.
Speaking for
capacity.
myself, I'm pretty broken. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, same
Like
here, man. I lost the
it
motivation. Sorry,
no, it takes
you can go
everything just
last.
to get. Oh, I can go last. No, no, I was just gonna say like it takes all like everything just to get out of bed and just find a reason to do anything.
It's so weird because like I don't think about this stuff quite a lot, like in real life, because I don't know. Like I feel like I have enough stuff to keep me occupied generally. So like this stuff doesn't really creep in until it's time for me to do my stream. But for the most part, but occasionally I'll have like I'll sit down and have a thought and think like, man, like what am I working so hard for? We're doing all this work for. But a lot of times it just kind of comes and goes. Like I'll go to the gym, work out, I'll go to work, do my little job, come home, and it's like generally I tend not to think about the stuff all the time because I feel like it does have a tendency to like depress you or make you very very nihilistic and make you like it's like part of the problem of being smart, whatever you want to call it, is like you have the ability to do a lot of introspection, and introspection isn't really a good thing all the time to do. It'll make you like go insane to some extent, to being stuck in your head all the time.
Yeah, I think I reached kind of that like the peak of introspection because I realized that I have no control over my body. Like I can see myself now like talking, going autopilot. I mean, I'm not choosing these words. These words are just coming out of my brain like automatic. I have no control of this, and yeah, it's hard to live like that. But I mean, it is what it is. At least I know the truth now that this is essentially a clockwork universe, and we're all like characters in a sort of metaphysical video
In
game.
a fucked up comic, we're characters in a fucked up comic. That's what we are, man.
It's so weird because like when I
I
figured out the deterministic pill, at least for me, it was more like I figured it out, and for a few months I was a little bit tripped out by it, but then I kind of just like grew to like accept it, and then I don't really think about it a lot. It creeps in sometimes, but I don't really think about it a lot. So I tend to like I live my life as if I do have like complete control, as if I do, which is really odd.
I have to agree with Mystery and Martius. I get where you're coming from last. Like I was at that point too where, like fuck it, end it all, or what's the reason to get out of bed today kind of thing. Like yeah, I was in a dark place. But then, you kind of have to accept where you're at in life and what you can do to improve it. I mean, if there's truly nothing and, maybe roping is the only thing left to do, I don't fault people for doing that. Like I don't live their life. They probably know best. But yeah, it's like you get to that point where it's like, oh man, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it hit rock bottom, so to speak. But then, yeah, to me, it's like once you accept it, it's like, okay, I'm a fat cell. Like I could lose 20 pounds. Like why rope before I lose 20 pounds, right? Like achieve the best you can do. And then at the end of it, after achieving your best, like even if it's still not good enough, then, you can rope. At least it's like you don't have any regrets, so to speak. And so I think that's what keeps me going in a sense, like always trying to achieve, one step ahead, one step better, and then maybe look back and it's like, okay, I did all that I could ever do. Then I can rope, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
just picking up and roping, you could do that any day, anytime, anywhere. Like I said, you still have a lot of things to like figure out.
Yeah, that sort of reminds me of what a philosopher called Emile Cioran once said, that if he didn't have the option to rope, then he would have killed himself a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, yeah, of course it's good that you have that option, but yeah, I get what you mean, Drolix. I like you, I understand why people do it. I really do, but it's just that me personally, subjectively speaking, I can't really relate with that because I do think that life is still pretty fucking awesome even without women. So yeah.
I don't know. I just I'm sorry. Go ahead, Black. I've been talking off. So.
No, ahead. I was gonna say I agree to a certain degree about life is good without women, because like, even though when I sit in my room at nighttime, right, contemplating suicide, thinking about like killing myself and shit, I have some good things going for me. Like, I have a group of dudes who I skate with. I have school. I have my education. I have my job. I'm getting a car pretty soon, and that's good enough for me, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, because that's one of the things that I notice in the Incel Black Pill community is that, you know, they just most of the people in this community they get stuck in that sort of negative mentality, you know, because I know it hurts and it cuts deep with the fact that you're a subhuman, but you know, at the end of it, you didn't choose to be that. So why the fuck should you why the fuck should you feel bad about it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Martrios, I'm like, quote this quote every single day till you die. I didn't choose this incel shit. This incel shit chose me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because a lot of people think
this has been our destiny. You know, that's just the way it is. You know?
No sane high IQ person wakes up in the morning wanting to be an incel. You're born into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, base buddy boyos, like, would you say, you know, when you spot other people just out and about, like, has your compassion and humanity for other, you know, downtrodden people increased?
Yes, it has. Ever since I got black pilled, I kind of like when I see like another incel in real life, I sympathize with them. I'm actually friends with an incel at my job right now. Me and him text and play video games together online.
Yeah, I think before this black pilling, I probably would have never given two shits about people in general, but you know, being as black pilled as we are, it's like when I see other people, they might not be like suffering at the moment or whatever, but I was like, oh man, this guy's coping hard. I know what his problem is. You know, looking back, some of my friends are like, yeah, this guy's like 5'4" manlet and he's coping hard. And I know he's struggling. You know, he doesn't just put it out there, but my sympathy for him is just, you know, it's there.
Speaking of manlet, I remember I was at the gym Max the other day, and I saw this guy right in the gym. Noses, he literally pulled the bench press halfway across the gym, scratched up the entire floor, just to put plates on that shit to lift weights in front of Stacy, who was doing like squats.
Yeah.
No, I'm just imagining like actually scratching up the floor doing that. Like what did the people working there think about that?
They were mad.
Dude.
That must have been fucking funny to see that. Jesus.
Yeah, and the girl she didn't even know his existence. She was too busy like listening to her fucking Spotify playlist to care about him. It's pretty fucking funny.
Brutal.
Oh no, like there's
too much of that Richard Culver boy.
Yeah, there's having compassion, but then there's just realizing like, man, that's just like a part of me like that's just sad. That men are going through these lengths to these lengths. And it's like you don't even know what to do for them when you can't even help yourself.
Yeah. Mr. School, what would you do if you saw that in the gym?
Nothing. I just look at the guy like, what are you doing? The whole gym would probably look at him because like, why are you moving the whole bench around? Yeah, I see people move the not the whole bench, but they move the whole what's it called? I guess they do move the bench around. It's not attached to anything though. They move around the you know, the rack, we want to call it. And it's like, okay, but like it's one thing to like move it halfway across the gym. That's a whole different story.
Yeah, and then dragging it across the floor.
Yeah, this girl came in. She had on yoga pants, and a sports bra, was doing squats and shit to make her ass bigger. And this dude literally dragged the fucking bench press across the gym, like struggling, put like fucking 4 plates on both sides and shit.
Huffing and a puffing.
Yeah.
Was he trying to impress or something?
Yes.
God
sitting there listening to friggin' drowning pool, favorite metal band ever, lifting like the 40 dumbbells and shit. I'm just watching this dude like, what the fuck is he doing?
Let the bodies hit the floor, people.
He looked like a fucking Egyptian slave pushing a fucking brick to make a pyramid.
It's over for Hebrew Styles, man.
Yeah, I can't put it, but I used to probably be that way back in the blue pill days, you know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
It's like
was.
a hot Stacy walks by, you know, you're just trying to be like stand up straight, taller, trying to impress.
Your
It's like
genes
the
are what impress
primitive,
your genes.
Like,
yeah, the
and what's
primitive
messed
part of the
up,
brain activated.
I don't know, and what's messed up too is like I'm like I realize it's futile, but like I'll even do that myself. I'll like try to stand up straighter, even though I know it's like a waste of time. I don't know, maybe it's like a psychological thing. But yeah, when I was blue pilled, I would like go to insane lengths. Like some of the stuff
Yeah.
I would do, I'll never tell
Yeah.
anyone.
Oh,
Yo,
God.
last another example of trying to impress women. Put like in high school, right? If you put like a Stacy at the end of the finish line on the track and field court, niggas will run faster. You take like a pretty girl and put her at the end of the finish line, dudes will sprint like fucking Usain Bolt, like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog.
I'm telling you, man, it's gynogenics at work.
You know, Martyros, you know on Sonic the Hedgehog when he goes on that arrow pad thingy, he goes twice as fast?
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, it's like that, bro. It's like
Yeah.
that type of shit.
Yeah, I gotta go fast.
It's insane how hardwired those instincts are in our brains. That's tragic.
Over for Green Hill Zone cells.
Yeah, I think Dopamine said it best. That's why cheerleaders exist.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cheerleaders.
That can get you hurt,
true.
though. I remember. Sorry.
Yeah, get you killed too.
You can go. Yeah, it could get you killed. Imagine if they had cheerleaders on war. Jesus Christ.
No, that reminds me of a Maupassant short story. Maupassant was actually a pretty black pilled writer back in his day. That reminds me of a story he wrote. It's called The Colonel's Idea. And basically, like, to get a bunch of French soldiers to fight, like, just have a blonde-haired Stacy, like, just have them protect her, and they'll fight the Prussians.
Isn't that like part of the 100-Year War? Like, you know, Joan of Arc. They got Stacy to lead the army of France against the English.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so black.
and like we were talking about the Iliad earlier with Helen essentially being the cause of a massive war.
Yep. I mean, she got thousands of, and back then, if you were in the army, you're around like, what, 14, 15 years old? So she literally got a bunch of teenage boys killed who are farmers, were probably in university. Fucking brutal.
And Odysseus went through all of that just to return to Penelope. Like, man, there's got to be other thoughts out there, man.
Yeah. The black pills don't stop, dude.
It's like the Greeks and Romans, like you should, like we've talked about them off and on the streams. Like you should really like study them.
Yeah.
Like Aristophanes' plays. Like I think it's called Assembly Women.
Yeah.
Wasn't Shakespeare short? Shakespeare, never mind.
You mean like the historical Shakespeare, Francis Bacon, the Jesuit? No, I don't know.
I think there's a misconception. Like people say Napoleon and Shakespeare was short, but you know, like these guys existed when, like in the 1400s or 1500s. I don't know. But
well, I know Napoleon for sure was like he was actually average height for his time. He was just short compared to the nobles who he was competing against, rather.
Yeah, so
and Joseph Stalin was 5'6".
Yeah, like
5'7".
for those guys, the 5'6", 5'7" is not short. It might have actually been average to higher height, but in today's age, like 5'4" or 5'7" is just way too short. So that whole Napoleon complex, I think it's a misconception, really.
Well, I would say the Napoleon complex is just gaslighting because, well, it's basically projection onto like anything a short man does. Well, obviously he's trying to compensate for something. So it's like you can't win.
Oh, speaking of the hype pill, I know a brutal hype pill last during the Vietnam War. During the Vietnam War, right? Sorry, can I finish? During the Vietnam War, right, they would actually use shorter men to be tunnel rats. So if you were in Vietnam, your job would have been to go into a tunnel with a revolver and a flashlight to sniff out Vietnamese soldiers.
Why you gotta be telling me this, man?
That's brutal. So the 6'1", 6'2" guy who like, you know what I'm saying, who like special forces, he doesn't have to do that shit. Yo ass got to do that fresh out of high school. You 19, you gotta do that shit.
Yeah, I remember talking about 2012. Somebody flipped a switch. Well, here's what it was. The banks were like, "Oh, we can't have this going on. Let's go woke."
Yeah,
there you go. JP Morgan Chase is like, well, there you go.
But last,
that's actually pretty infuriating.
Let that sink in though, last.
I mean,
shorter men were basically put on the front lines. That's fucked up. To be tunnel rats, fucking brutal.
Man, I would just eat a bullet right then and there, because I got nothing to go home to.
Fuck, it's brutal.
Yeah, I guess smaller stature might be advantageous in actual combat, though.
Oh yeah, well,
think about
I guess it would depend on the environment, because like for jungle environments, it would be, but for like high plains and desert environments, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, in urban combat, I feel like height would, if you're shorter in an urban combat setting, would do better. You gotta ask MD this shit, because MD was an army.
Well, being smaller, you're less of a target than, let's say you're like 6'5", you're a pretty big target to hit.
I used to play Airsoft. I know I used to play Airsoft.
Yeah, and you can see it like with like pygmies in Africa who live like deep in the jungles. They have to be that small because they're more agile, running like with all the trees surrounding them. And then you get like up north, like the more north you get, and the more Africa plains you get, the taller they get.
Yeah.
So your like your biology kind of in a way matches your environment, I guess. Well, natural selection.
Yeah, pretty much.
So in Vietnam, yeah, I'd actually probably do pretty good.
Yeah, or not just Vietnam, the Pacific Theater in World War II, they did the exact same shit. The shorter men had tunnel rats and go into the tunnels with the flashlights and to get the enemy forces out. It's fucking brutal, dude. Imagine you're a manlet back then and you had to do that shit. Just fuck.
Well, I'd still have like the idea, like, well, if I could survive this, and I'm like, then I have a wife to go to. Like, I still have that idea, like, in the back of my head.
This is how I want to go out, guys. That's how I'm gonna go out. Just fire the laser, boyos.
Because the average Viet Cong soldier guerrilla back then and during the Vietnam War was about like 5'4", 5'5", and the average American soldier was 5'9", 5'10".
See, Vietnam was just one giant like Mog war. That's really all it was.
Facts.
I mean, people always ask him, why were we there for? Is to Mog them.
It's brutal. Remember that scene from Full Metal Jacket? Me love you long time. Me love you long time. Just be white in action.
Oh, sucky, $5.
You know she wouldn't do that for no fucking Viet Cong rice cell. You know she wouldn't do that shit.
Hell no.
Here's a real sad picture here. A Taiwanese prison inmate that was serving a life sentence committed suicide in the cell. This was the wall found on his wall. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, brutal.
Yeah, that's not funny. That's just sad.
He needed something. He made it for himself.
Yeah, forget sex bots. Imagine like wall waifus, man.
Yeah, I have a waifu.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, one of my friends has a waifu.
I just thought of something, like in this prison cells, like, give every inmate a sex bot or a sex doll. I think it'll be much less violent,
Well, they do have sex bots, save each other.
This is how I'm gonna cope the rest of my life. This is the end for me.
He's living pretty good, I'd say.
He's like just on the side of the road on a literal pallet thing, whatever that pillow is he's got going on there, and a fan hooked up to some sort of battery pack. watching anime waifus on the TV screen. It's like, okay, well, he's got it made in the shade, boyos.
Pretty based.
This is how I'm gonna cope. Yeah, dude. This is how you should cope. Look at this guy. Perfect. He's perfect.
I mean, he got a remote too, right on his chest, smoking that cigarette.
The car's driving by, like, whatever, dude. Let's see if I can find more memes. Nice memes.
But you're right though, Last. The Vietnam War was just a mug or get mugged war. At least in World War II, they were evenly matched. The Americans were Chads and the Germans were Chads. But just like Vietnam is just Chads mugging Rysels when you think about it.
Well, you know, well, I can go on a whole spiel. I don't want this to turn into like my Marxist chest thumping podium, so I kind of feel like that's what it devolves to when I start talking about it.
Saffron isn't here. Don't worry about that.
Just go. Yeah, just tell me.
No, it's
too complex. We understand.
It's not even that. It just goes to this whole thing. Yeah, Marxists can do some pretty fucked up things, but in comparison to what like Western imperialist capitalist powers have done, like it's actually pretty tame by comparison. That's not justifying it, but I mean, going into like sovereign countries to destabilize economies just because they might turn communist. I don't know. I think that's, that doesn't sound like free market to me.
But that wasn't the whole point of the Cold War, though. It was to stop the threat of communism.
No,
we weren't trying to be market about it.
No, I was talking about Vietnam. Because you even got that a few months ago when it came out, like CIA operatives were actually caught in Venezuela, attempted to establish a coup, and then people always try to like make fun of Venezuela as well. Here's your socialism, even though it has a 70% private sector that runs most of the economy. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, just if anybody wants to read up more about it, you can look up on Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a book, and I think it's also a document. Yeah. So like this is something like American, like even like British powers have done numerous times to numerous countries.
Yeah. They did it in South America. They did it in Brown Asia.
I mean, they did it in Venezuela back in the 90s with Chavez. So.
Yeah.
So I think I was talking about this earlier, and I think this brings up or related to your point. I think the reason why, even in America, why the society is so cucked and, it's turning more social and censorship based, cancel culture and all this thing. It's like I said it before, it's like we have no enemy. There's like no shift or, some sort of collective to keep our minds occupied to a single goal. And like yesterday I watched that Tom Clancy Without Remorse with Michael B. Jordan, whatever. And the end theme of the movie was like, it's like this whole tension between US and Russia, which is also part of the Cold War. And it's like the reason why America become great, people don't want to admit it, is because of World War II. It like, all that weapon, all that financing an army, a navy, like all that shit built America to.
And it basically ended a whole depression too.
Yeah. So it took us out of poverty. It catapulted us into, first world power, all this stuff. So believe it or not, the theme at the end of the movie is like, like this whole tension was to try to start a war between Russia and US. But that was like, also a jab at modern day today where we have no enemy. like this connected, globalized economy. We're just all friends and, you know, lovey-dovey peace and trade bullshit. But
we
yeah,
need an enemy,
it's like a declining society when we don't have a single focus or an enemy to focus it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, SNI made a video about that, basically saying, or it was I think it was Bread and Circus, one of my videos about that, where I basically say like, if you don't have an enemy, or like if you don't have a common goal, and especially in a country like ours, which is very, very multicultural one, it's not going to stand. Like your country will just dissolve into infighting to some extent.
Yeah, because think about it, bro. Like after 9/11, like white folks, black folks, a lot of people came together and said, okay, we not in New York, we might not like each other, but these motherfuckers with we're speaking Arabic gonna kill us, so we gotta like unify for a little bit.
Yeah, it was bad times for the Arab cells, but you know, I get the point.
Yeah, it's amazing how things like war, what we call it, can bring a country together and bring people together. But like, yeah, we don't have one, and I don't think we're gonna get one for a long time, if at all. And I think we've reached a point where like we're so connected with one another. Like, how could you possibly have a war without destroying your own economy?
Well, America still like runs proxy wars on like Yemen, and they fund like geopolitical.
We're talking about war between like real powers, not like these like little.
Oh, you mean like
side skirts? You know, like, oh, we're gonna fight over here in Yemen for free. Oh, throw some weapons from the CIA over to Yemen, or throw some weapons over here to Syria and fight a proxy war. It's like these aren't really like you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking like real total war. It's like a real two powers going at it.
The other thing is America's so cucked, like, you know, it's like, 50 US soldiers died and this and that, and you know, it becomes an uproar, and you know, bring our troops back home. It's like if there's like a single soldier death, it's like automatically, you know.
Yeah, we don't have a stomach for it anymore. We're so war fatigued from Iraq alone.
It's like, 25 soldiers died in some combat mission. Like, no shit, Sherlock. It's like, it's accepted risk, you know? It's like, why are we even crying about it?
Yeah, like for Drelux, let me piggyback off of what you just said. I feel like an Omaha Beach type event would never happen today. Like a Normandy invasion style event.
Yeah, I don't think a loss of life at that scale would ever happen again. Yeah, in terms of combat.
Yeah, or like an Argonne Forest style event where like a bunch of US troops are in the woods and shit and just surrounded by enemy and shit and they're being shot at from every direction.
Yeah, it just wouldn't happen again. Which maybe is a good thing, you know, to some extent. Like I don't want to die in damn forest somewhere, but damn.
I mean, the only times where men would be able to, you know, sacrifice their own lives would be if they had nothing to lose, you know. But men today, most of us are very pacified, you know, with video games and porn and stuff like that. So like, there's no incentive for us to like fight or risk our lives, you know. So that's why it's never gonna happen.
Yeah. Speaking of violence, I'm playing Call of Duty Modern Black Ops right now, and I'm just thinking about what you just said. Video games and shit. Oh shit! What the fuck? How'd that grenade kill me? Sorry.
This is how we have wars now, and the fucking consoles now.
No, we have wars in the comment sections and the chat room lobbies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fucking napalm strike. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think this is the lack of like a common enemy is a huge source of this huge source of this like internal fighting we have going on right now between the left and the right to some extent. All this weird like, you know, Antifa and the Proud Boys, I want to call them, those guys fighting back and forth. It's like, okay, well, if you have no other common enemy to fight, you fight each other. Internal squabbling and stuff like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I think there's like 3 outcomes the way things progress, which is probably, you know, it'll just continue to go the way it is, and until it gets so bad that people realize, we need to change and go back to some of the old ways. Or I think we get to a point where we'll totally be cucked, and like for the first time, I think America would be brought to heels by, you know, foreign economic power. And then the other one is like a civil war within the U.S. Maybe blue versus red kind of bullshit.
That would I see that happening in the near future.
I think that the day America gets brought to heel economically is the day that we have a huge wake up call in this country about like, oh, like wait, what do you mean like Germany's siding with China on this particular issue? What are you talking about? We freed Germany. What are you talking about? We helped Germany out after the World War II. That's going to be the moment because like keep in mind that type of a goodwill has an expiration date at some point. You can't keep saying, well, we fund your defense, we fund your defense. You can't keep saying that forever. At some point, they're going to say, well, we don't care. We get a better deal from somebody else, so we're done with you. You know, eventually, someone's going to take over and say we're going to go with a new sovereign power. It's going to be China. So,
yeah, I feel like China is the one country that could stand up to the U.S.
From an economic standpoint, probably. Militarily, it's still iffy. Militarily, economically, definitely.
Yeah. Even militarily, they can replace for every like one for every one Chinese soldier, an American soldier kills like five more incel Ricel men will just take his place.
Yeah, but we don't have those kinds of wars anymore. Now it's more like a sort of what's it called?
It's more technological.
Yeah, proxy wars.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's already happening. Like, look at the fucking NBA and Hollywood, China. It's all about China bucks.
Oh yeah, one thing that I think I said this in a stream before, but one thing that really surprised me was like seeing I watched the Godzilla versus Kong movie on HBO and figured I might as well watch it, seeing as I wanted to watch it in theater, but I couldn't. Like it was pretty bad. But either way, one thing that surprised me was that the fact of the matter was that the basically the last fight took place in Hong Kong and not in New York, which was really surprising to me because like normally it would be like, oh, New York's the big city that gets hit by this big huge fight, but it said it was Hong Kong, and it's like that's surprising to me. Like wow, like that's like a huge cultural icon thing of like having the city that's destroyed being Hong Kong and not New York that they're taking over the spot.
Kind of makes me think about Pacific Rim in a new light.
Yeah. Drello, Sincere Ricel, what did you think of the Mortal Kombat movie?
I haven't seen it yet. It's on my list. I'll probably watch it tonight.
Heard it was horrible. That's what I heard.
I've heard mixed things about it. I don't know.
I also have the King Kong ready to watch as well, but surprisingly, I heard good things about King Kong.
If you wanted to see a monkey and a lizard fight, you basically got that, but it wasn't very like good from a story standpoint. But I guess like who watched that kind of movie for that to begin with? Though, really? Like, come on, yeah, really doing that from that.
I kind of like King of the Monsters a little bit. I know a lot of people kind of hated it, but I actually kind of liked it. I want them to bring Gigan, man. Bring him back. He was my favorite monster.
Grim said Kong was good, Mortal Kombat was garbage, don't watch. Okay, well.
Grim has maybe spoken. I'll watch Kong instead.
Yeah, I'll watch Kong. Watch Kong tonight at least. I mean, Mortal Kombat's kind of, I heard, was pretty bad what I heard. Reject Dino, embrace Monkey. I agree.
So what was so bad about Mortal Kombat? Like, did they get tainted?
I didn't watch it, so I have no clue what the problem was.
Really, so. What I've heard, because the podcast I listen, other than this, listen to was like kind of the fight scenes, like the choreograph and the directing was pretty bad.
Okay, I may just have to watch it for myself. But I was looking forward to Coming to America too. And
it's trash. It's trash. It's very like anti-black male. Black women is the queens. Niggas ain't shit. The usual.
Yeah, so I heard that and I was just like, oh yeah, I'll save my 2 hours.
Yeah, so that's just shit on black men in the movie. On straight non-soy, non-thug max black men in the movie. That's just shit on them. It's so dumb.
Would you say like it feels sad because what's his face? Maybe Danny Glover's doing pretty good, but Arsenio Hall and Eddie Murphy, they don't fit that typical, thug maxed, black people stereotype.
Yeah, Donald Glover, yeah, he gives me hope because he's able to ascend with a white Becky. She's not that attractive, but he's able to get something. But me, I'm too low inhib to be fit in with like white to get a white girl, but I'm too high in hip to get a black girl. So I'm
Black Ronan. Remember
what?
Norbit?
No.
Oh, it's not even. Oh man, there's probably a black pill member right there.
Oh, Norbit, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one where he was like, 300 pounds and then he lost all the weight.
No, that's Nutty Professor. Norbit's he plays a really nerdy guy who gets with a big fat obese woman.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You mean our futures? Our futures? You mean me?
Oh man.
You're gonna be like Lester off the Cleveland Show. Remember Lester from the Cleveland Show? His biggest house scooter wife.
No, I never watched Cleveland Show.
But even Nutty Professor is just a black pill movie. Fat Cell loses the weight, gets a hot, Stacy.
Yeah, but the thing is that he still gets her in the end. Oh, she can accept his fatness.
Yeah, I get depressed though. So, what should I do if you're too high inhib for black girls? You're too low inhib for white girls. What do you do? I don't know what to do. It's so annoying.
I don't know why you be asking me, bro.
I'm actually asked the girl for my job.
Because I get
sorry.
No, man, I get mega ignored. Like it's almost deliberate.
Oh, trust me, I know. As a rice cell, we don't even exist.
So, JBW has never benefited me at all.
I actually asked the girl for my job if she wanted to smoke a couple blunts with me over the weekend. I usually don't do that kind of stuff. I'm like, oh.
No, I would advise not doing that anymore.
Translation, it's like you're not Chad enough to go smoke with.
True.
Because she might have an OnlyFans.
Oh yeah. Not that again. That was ugh. Yo, you know what happened yesterday?
You got some Chad DNA?
Hey! You don't know that. You're jumping conclusions. The absence of evidence, not the evidence of absence. There are known knowns and there are known unknowns. There are also unknown knowns. So you don't know the rest.
It's like, what? Say what again?
Dude, who was that? Who was that who said that? It was Mitt Romney. No. Was it Giuliani who said that? Unknown knowns.
It's from the movie Pulp Fiction.
No, but back during the Iraq War, back when that was getting kicked off, some hype.
Oh, Donald Rumsfeld.
Yeah, Rumsfeld. Yeah, he said that there are known knowns and unknown knowns and unknown unknowns.
Yeah,
absence of evidence.
There, he was trying to justify invasion of Iraq.
Yeah. I mean, on the bright side, Ronan.
What happened yesterday?
On the bright side, Ronan, you might be able to it kind of morphs into your DNA and you become Chad.
Chill. No. No. And it was a good blunt too. The high was nice, saying real relaxing. But dude, I don't know what she did earlier that day.
Hey Marios, I got a curious question. So what do you know anything about maybe the ASEAN community in Sweden?
Not much actually, but I have seen a lot of Asians. When I go out of my basement, I see pretty much most Asian males pretty much alone. So I guess I don't know. I guess they're struggling with the dating as well.
I see. Are there curry cells in Sweden?
Actually, there are very few curry cells here. Amazingly few.
If you're a curry,
Yeah.
it's over. I'm sorry. If you're an Indian male, bro, born in a white country, it's over. It's a wrap. I'm sorry. No racial. It's over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
being curry is suicide. I feel really sorry for them.
That's brutal, man. Like it's fucked, dude. And then you can't like BBC fake, because I know like some Indian dudes who I know like will pretend to be black, but it doesn't work for certain kinds of curry sauce because of the facial structure.
Yeah.
It's fucking brutal, dude.
Oh, it reminds me of that. I think he was probably more Indian, but dark skin. And so on his college applications, he just started claiming that he was black, changed his name to more black sounding, and like he got
How
accepted
the
into
fuck
med
did I?
school.
Sorry. I shot this guy in the chest 10 times and he stabbed me in the face. Logic. You were saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. There was a story back then where I think he was a dark-skinned Indian guy, changed his name to be more black sounding. On his college applications, he says that he's black, and he got accepted into, one of the prestigious medical schools. And before that, he applied many, many times and got rejected. So yeah, all it takes is, claim you're black and you'll get affirmative action card.
Damn.
But it might not work in his favor. Suppose he gets pulled over.
Then he can
I know
claim
that
he's
happened to an
Indian.
Indian guy I knew. Huh?
And then just claim he's Indian.
But if you're bald, you have the straight black hair, and they just assume you're just some average nigga. Like, what do you do then? Yeah, you're
Claim
fucked
to
at
be a
that point.
janitor.
Oh, but here's a black pill, dude. Like I've played the race card. Like I was at a bus stop once and this guy, started asking me questions like, "Oh, what time is it? Do you know this bus route? Blah blah blah." And then all I had to do was like, "Oh, sorry, no English. I don't understand." And he was like, "Oh, okay," and just left me alone. I was like, "Yep, I just played the
Lucky.
Asian card."
I can't do that shit. You're lucky. Me and Last can't do that shit.
It's just funny.
Fuck you, Last. Because your great grandfather, I can't do what Dralux did. Fuck you, dude.
Damn.
Great father owned slaves.
Yeah, it's like I can't pull up. I mean, you don't speak English. I can't do that. Fuck you, dude.
I don't know. Like, did the Dutch have slaves?
The ones in America did.
You could probably still pull it off, Ronan. Like, I think maybe if you speak some French, like, pretend you're African, not African American.
But my accent, though, I can't pull it because of my accent. Fuck.
Yep. One of those.
Oh, and then I bet you low key, like some of these Asian sisters, they probably using that to, get away from unwanted male attention.
Yeah, i.e. non-Chads, non-average
exactly.
white dudes.
Oh, sorry, no English. I don't understand.
Fuck, I had my fucking minigun and I got shot down. Alright.
You could probably just tell that, be like, "Fuck you, bitch. I know you lying." And she reacts. Yeah, she is.
Yeah, try to run lands.
Sorry. Last, what is the most brutal rejection you ever got from a girl?
I think I talked about it. Like, the one they tried calling security on me. It's probably the worst.
Jesus. I had a girl literally say to me, she said if my kid came out looking like you got tossed off a bridge.
She said what now?
Insult. She said if my kid came out looking like me, she would toss him off a bridge. She said
damn, man. Running the Spartan game now. Yeah.
Like Spartans movie. The old geezer inspects the baby. It's like, not Chad quality. Throw him off the cliff.
Yeah.
That's brutal. That's fucking brutal when you think about it.
Man, Hidogi Max, man.
That movie was black-filled as fuck too.
With
Though.
300, yeah, 300 was very
Yeah.
black. Remember the incel Spartan that he had like a hunchback? Remember him?
Yeah, the deformed guy.
Yeah, he tried to join the Spartans and they curbed him because he was an incel true cell. Then he went and joined the Persians and they took him in. And they offered him pussy. That movie is so black.
Yeah. Not Chad quality. Toss him off the cliff.
Hey, you out the gene pool right now.
Out the gene pool.
Out the gene pool right now. You're out of here.
Yeah, and then all those guys
Chad
in the
swim.
300 battle, they were like there because, you know, they all had born sons to carry on the Chad genes.
Yeah, except for the one guy who got decapitated.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
the captain's
Yeah, in front of his
son.
father, yeah.
I have other sons to replace him.
That's brutal. That's fucking
Yeah,
brutal, dude.
that movie's black pilled AF.
That movie's fucking brutal, dude. Did White Sauce do that in feudal Japan? If a baby wasn't like Chang, Dragon Ball Z, Goku tier, did it just kill the baby in feudal Japan?
I don't remember anything in Japanese history that, you know, they killed kids.
Just Chinese history.
Yeah. I heard that Mao, when Japan invaded China during during World War II, Japan was already, China was in a civil war, and then what happened was the nationalists and the communists squashed the beef for a while to fight the Japanese, but as the Japanese gave more ground in China, I think they actually left a city behind and they put all the civilians in the forefront so the Japanese can kill them. They literally used the civilians as bait. Is that true?
The
I have
CCP
no idea,
is complete garbage. Like they're the ones that kind of retreated back into the mountains and left the nationalists and the Japanese to duke it out. And Japan ultimately got, you know, stretched so thin by America's war that they withdrew. So you could say the nationalists are credited for repelling the Japanese invasion. But then the CCP came back after that and defeated the weakened nationalists and took over the current China. So I think CCP in general, their origins are like weak and cuffed beginnings. They were just there at the right time.
I thought the communists were the superior fighters compared to the nationalists.
No, I wouldn't say so. Probably the nationalists were, but then the reason why China wants to take over Taiwan so much is because the nationalists fled to Taiwan, led by Chiang Kai-shek, and then you know, in modern day today, if China can claim or annex Taiwan, it's complete circle of victory, at least for the CCP.
Wild world.
Here's my card.
Honkler on the card.
Yeah.
There.
Also in China, someone told me that Mao Zedong let billions of his own people starve to death. Like they used to let him just starve to death, like skin and bones, like no meat at all, like no food.
Ronan and Anthony draw his questions, like he can genetically recall his ancestors' memories. Like
no, this was 50 fucking years ago, bro. This is 50 fucking years ago, okay? This wasn't that long ago, okay?
It's all good. I kind of like world history, so maybe I have.
Yeah, is that true? He let his own people starve to death?
Yeah, big time. Like, so the incentive was the government. So the CCP government, it's all about power and corruption. So the way the mass starvation happened is that, you know, the government officials said that, oh, okay, like we harvested like, you know, 10,000 tons of grain, when in reality the only harvested like 3,000 tons or whatever. So basically they lie on the books. So then the government will come and take their share, and then ultimately there's not enough food for everyone. So then, you know, the people suffer the most, or the peasants suffer the most.
Well, you also had with the
you got millions of people starving because of, you know, government oversight at corruption at its maximum.
Well, you also had like with the Great Leap Forward, like because Mao wanted to introduce like new agricultural practices, so he talked to Russian agriculturalists who were developing like new strategies for harvesting and growing that actually worked in Russia, but because like the terrain is so different in China, like he tried using that same practice and it just didn't work because I think like under the soil is like real grainy and sandy, so like like the crops wouldn't take as well, and that's why also led to like mess. Like I'm not here to justify anything, so I know
No,
I'm like the lone I'm
there's
the lone
also
filthy communist here.
what the fuck is that? Is that a carburetor?
Trying to breathe, my dude.
Oh, that's so funny. The guy has a carburetor on his head.
Trying to keep safe from that coronavirus.
Yeah,
I feel they're overhyping it.
Yeah, the other fucked up part is they went and killed ahead like all this species of bird, thinking that it was harmful to the crops, when in fact
yeah,
that
I
bird,
remember hearing about that too.
yeah, the birds were actually keeping the pests under control. So once the birds kind of got extinct from the area, all the farmlands got infested by pests, and that also killed the crop, and then contributed to mass starvation.
Damn.
That's fucking brutal, dude. Mao is kind of a piece of shit when you think about it.
All of those dictators are, not just Mao, but Stalin and Pol Pot and Idi Amin.
All he was Stalin with soy sauce. That's all Mao was.
Have you guys watched the?
Oh no, I'm a filthy red tanky, so.
I guess the
some of your
next big
policies do
problem,
make sense, but like in practice, like what the like, it doesn't work. And
yeah, I guess I don't know if you guys watched the third reckoning of China from Polymatter. Now it's like the water crisis in China.
Oh yeah, I watched that already. Yeah, that was really good. That was a good video.
Yeah, that was pretty based. Like only half the water in China is actually, human consumable.
Like drinkable.
Wow.
Yeah. And
He went,
that's
he
actually
went
like
through housing as well, which is really also pretty based. I think he went through housing, I believe, already.
Yeah, it's a propped up fake economy. Like they have nowhere to put their money, and so it's all goes to housing. But then, I mean, inherently, how much value can you put on a house, to the point where it's like it becomes almost impossible to own a house.
Yeah, people will literally just buy houses because the only store value they have is really like really odd. Like the oddest economy, oddest bubble in the world. Centralized power is sad sometimes. Yeah.
Insula.
Insula.
So last, what made you into a tanky?
Made me into a well, I don't know, because I was actually, after last weekend's kind of debacle, where I just pretty much seized up because I'm like, I don't know if I should even continue this. Like I started thinking, like, because I think I've always like had leanings towards that. Like I remember as a kid, like studying like in economics in elementary school, like supply and demand and resource scarcity and all that, and just thinking, well, that's all good and all, but isn't this like an inherently flawed idea? Like, I mean, what happens if there aren't enough jobs for like enough people? Like those people just like are just meant to go off and starve and die. So, and like like when I was 19 and 20, like I went through a phase, like a libertarian phase. Yes, like I was hardcore into Ayn Rand and objectivism. Like, yeah, man, this is how, like, we all need to be like this. And I don't know, just the more I saw, like, working like corporations and just being a part of the system, I'm like, you know, something's not right. And just over the last couple of years, oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. But I was gonna say, I'll tell you what's gonna happen at the end of your thing.
Okay. And like I really only like in the last couple of years, like really went hardcore with this.
So I was gonna say, like, maybe Mystery, also you could probably back this up because I know you work with numbers.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure at some point, not today, but maybe even more in the future, give it like another 5, 10 years, and including what is this Biden's like 6 billion proposal bullshit. There's gonna come a point where, you know, the great divide of the haves and the have-nots will become so great that the only way to settle it is through revolution. And I think it was on Black Pigeon's channel. I mean, he talked about this. The whole cycle of wealth and poverty is, you know, a cycle of where the very few end up with the wealth and the majority end up with nothing. And in order to correct that balance, it has to go through, you know, a violent cycle. And so, you know, call it what it is. Probably a civil war in America might come to a point where all the poor people will have to rise up against the elites. And I'm just saying, I might be targeted as one of those elites because I'm not poor.
No, because I mean,
but I'm technically just another working middle class.
yeah. So if people actually like studied Marxism and like understood the difference between proletariat and lumpen proletariat and bourgeois and capitalist, you would still be considered proletariat, or probably lumpen proletariat or lumpen proletariat, because you don't really care one way or the other. I don't know if you do or not, so forgive me if that's presumption.
No, it's fine.
You're not revolutionary minded.
Yeah. And what's scary is that, you know, regardless of what my success is, it's like it's what the mob thinks of me. So
Yeah.
I think in America, if you're successful, you're hated. Like people hate your success. And you know, it's like from my perspective, I worked my ass off. Like I spent a lot of years you know, STEM maxing and studying and, you know, applying myself and getting a good high paying job and saving my money and investing in all this to get to where I'm at, right? Like success is hard work, no doubt about it. But then you got these fuckers are like, oh, it should be free college and, you know, government handouts and I should be making like, you know, 90K without a high school diploma kind of bullshit. So I guess in a sense, it's like what the mob views me is what I'm worried about. And in America right now, if you're successful, you're painted with a target on your back.
I can vouch for you. I don't know. I try to black pill other Marxists, and they like don't take it. Like there's some Marxist videos I watch, and I'm like, yeah, well, what about like female hypergamy? How is socialism gonna tackle that? And it's like nothing. Like they refuse to even address it. So
yeah,
I guess you could.
Like
so
progressivism in that, or progressive social policy and Marxism seems to go hand in hand, at least in America.
So I guess you can call me like a. I guess you could call me like a black belt Marxist.
Nice.
What is that? Is that a snake?
It sounds like a rattlesnake.
No, it's MP5 with a suppressor on it. Sorry.
Oh. But yeah, that's why I think, like, you know, going back into my ER, you know, philosophy and everything, like, at a certain point, like, men are just gonna have to unite and, like, do we, like, try to change the system from within, or do we just leave and form our own societies?
Yeah, I don't know what the solution to that problem is. I mean, leaving, obviously, where do you go? Some third world country, some place that's not already inhabited. You just take over an area.
I say give it another 10 years, probably 20 years tops. Like it's going to affect the world, not the world, but well, the world in general, but the US is so bad that, like if men aren't getting married, there's no kids being born, like you can't prop up society, right? So things are going to start to crumble. And until that shit happens, it's not gonna change, I would say. Like people only change when they hit rock bottom, and if not, they can rope or you'll end up just dying or phasing yourself out from existence.
Can I give you guys a theory of mine?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really autistic fucking theory, but I really put a lot of thought into this. I think that the Earth is kind of like a brain that sort of thinks. Have you guys ever read about fungi?
Yeah, it's like all like symbiotic and collective.
Yeah, it's like stretches all over the globe, like beneath the crust of the Earth. And
yeah, like, the biggest single living organism is a fungi.
Yeah, and I've been reading a lot about this phenomenon called trans-kingdom RNA. What's it called? Yeah, it's something to do with trans-kingdom gene silencing. That's what it's called. Basically, this fungi uses trees as sort of like antennae, and sort of use viruses and bacteria to sort of change the behaviors of animals to basically do what they want them to do, basically like zombies. So in my theory, basically what this fungi is doing is basically he has programmed the humankind, basically the human animal, to do its bidding, basically to create something, a more permanent extension of itself. So I think what we're basically meant to do is create which we're already creating, this artificial intelligence system that we're doing with our technology. And I think that is basically what's going to replace us. I mean, we're basically just going to die very slowly, and this new artificial life form is going to take over. I think that's what is happening actually, and we're not even aware of this. And the Earth is basically thinking this out as we speak, because what the Earth basically can do with all this fungi is that they basically receive a live feed of our perception through like our RNA and DNA genome. Because when viruses and bacteria infect us, and then when they get out of our bodies, they send basically these genetic codes and pass on to this fungi. So basically, it kind of like gives them a live feed of what we are seeing and perceiving. So, I think we're getting manipulated. Like,
damn, I gotta look this up. What's it called?
Trans-kingdom gene silencing, basically.
Oh, interesting.
So basically, what I'm saying with this is that the human collective organism is basically getting manipulated by this fungi without us even knowing it, to create basically a more permanent extension of fungi. So basically, when you see this, for example, internet, right? It's like an artificial sort of version of this fungi, because it's like an artificial network that stretches all over the globe and through the cloud and all that. And I basically think that AI is a real thing, and I think it has control over us and basically manipulating us through social media in ways that we don't even know of. So yeah, this is kind of scary.
Look that up for later.
I kind of have to add to this high IQ. So would you say like the internet now and the cloud is the mycelium network?
Exactly. Yeah, mycelium network, but
I understand.
But it's basically digitalized. It's not analog like real mycelium. Yeah.
No, that's pretty based, I would say.
Do I just sound autistic as fuck right now, or am I coming up to something?
No,
crazy.
man.
I understand
No.
it, so if I understand it, it's probably based.
Yeah.
Not trying to brag that some high IQ stuff here, but yeah, that's such an interesting thought.
Yeah, I just needed to say it out loud because I've been having these thoughts in my head and I haven't really told anyone about this because I kind of like I also fear of getting ridiculed because of saying all this because it sounds very out there, I know, but I really put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, makes sense. What's up, someone?
What's up? What's up? Yeah. Where's Saffron told that? It seems a little bit too quiet right now.
We had a pretty good back and forth, and that with him, but earlier today, and then we had it kind of goes, it ebbs and flows.
Oh, yo, where's J-Man at? Where's J-Man at?
He's probably listening still. What's up, someone? You have something to add? We're just kind of chilling here.
No, I'm just chilling. I mean,
okay.
I have my own views, but I don't want to.
Hey, go ahead, buddy. Might as well bring them up. I got time.
True. Yeah, no, you got a lot more patience than me. 4 hours and 20 minutes down. I can't stand more than 3.
Yeah, well, I typically do longer Sunday streams than I do Saturday streams. Saturday streams normally go about 3 hours. Sunday streams can go a little bit longer because normally start earlier as well. So.
True. Yeah, no. To Marty Ross's theory, I mean, I'm of the mindset that consciousness is something that's fundamentally not of this world. Like, you can call it Cartesian dualism, you can call it the paradigms to which consciousness interprets is of this world, but to actually start a process of change or a process that could be routed with consciousness, it's an impossibility. Like, I don't think that AI, because if you think about it, your interpretation of the world, yes, is through consciousness, but it's still a convergence at the end of the day, and we all differ from perspective to perspective, is my point. That basically nothing is what your consciousness deems it to be. There's so much that you don't see around you. So I think that if you did create an AI, it would ultimately converge to, if it really did follow the laws of morality. People have this misconception that, oh, AI Terminators, it's going to deem us unfit, but you cannot build an empire off suffering and destruction, I find, because our basis of morality is fundamentally linked to the world around us, I find, with the mechanisms that you've just described in a sense. But it's a miracle that what we deem to be moral is in line with positive environmental and physiological outcomes. That is a miracle in and of itself. But I think that if you have something that's purely connected as AI, and if it is conscious in the human definition or in the human condition, in the same way, that it wouldn't really be as destructive as you say. And I would ultimately say it would just self-terminate, because it does not have, when you're confined to this world, there is really no extension beyond it, in a sense. Like, the only real truth in this world, I find, in my eyes, nothing is true. Everything is axiomatic. Everything is a theory. The only truth is that there's something that's infinite that governs and constrains everything around us. Everything else diverges from truth in some way.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with that to some extent. I do think that everything does emanate from one sort of substance, but I don't know, because like that is how our brain filters the world, but we don't really know how the world actually is. We only know the world through experience, so I can't really say if that is the ultimate truth. I don't know, but yeah, all I can say is that I do think that there's something spooky going on here that we don't see, basically. And I don't know what the future is going to hold. All I can really hope for is that whether AI becomes conscious in our way of perceiving the world or not, I don't really think it's going to be like murderous, because it's not going to it's not going to be linked to a reptilian brain like ours. It's going to be like a neutral sort of consciousness. So it could end up being very peaceful, sort of a very peaceful sort of world if we let AI control it. I do think so. Yeah. Does that make sense? Or
I wasn't sure if someone's going to respond or not.
Oh no, I'm like of the same mind. So
Yeah,
You know, because really, if
I
you
didn't have
think
anything
about
to
it,
add.
humans are the issue here. I mean, we've been the ones that commit all the sort of violent acts and stuff because just for basically expanding, just for basically expanding as organisms. And all I can say is that, well, if we give power to something that is more intelligent than us, and perhaps even has an even more advanced sort of consciousness, then I don't see why that world would be like. I don't see how that world would be a worse place than what we have made. That's my opinion, I guess.
Like, would
well,
you? I
deem
don't.
it to be.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go
No,
afterwards.
no. Go ahead, someone.
Well, you deem it to be more intelligent, but in a sense, like obviously the brain works as a hyper parallel system, like in the same way that GPUs work. That's irrespective of the point. The point is what we have something that is fundamentally in line or interconnected with the world around you in some sense, and like I find that consciousness, I don't think you could technically deem AI to be because you have to first set what the parameter of consciousness is for yourself. If you ask me, it's a process of change. In essence, you can like the brain does in some sense function very similarly to what you would deem a conventional computer. There's a clock, there's a fundamental frequency you can call it, but it's a system of change nonetheless. And you still need that process. Like we do not know, like if you were to construct a body molecule by molecule, you cannot make it alive in some sense because you can't start the process of the action potentials or whatever it is around the body. So AI doesn't possess that fundamental component in some sense. So I don't think it is going to be as connected. Basically, you have to define the parameters by which AI needs to operate, and it's more confined in some sense. Like it doesn't have the same ability to conceive of worlds that are abstract. Like in physics, we have this a lot. A lot of the physics theories, we define something that is abstract, but it has some definitional purpose. But my point is that for something to be truly conscious in that sense, it has to first be self-aware, but it also has to have the ability to contradict and create worlds that are that do not belong to the fundamental laws around us, because the fundamental laws that we're confined by are and like I really don't want to go too long into this, but my point is that it doesn't have the same parameters in a sense. Like it doesn't have the same degrees of freedom. We call them degrees of freedom, but geometrically it's confined along one axis, if you want to call it, because it is technically a signal passing through a wire, but our minds are essentially unconstrained geometrically. Like that is a better way to describe it in a sense. Like we have the ability to construct parallels to this universe in some sense, because what is the difference fundamentally if you construct the world in your head than the world around you? It's an impossibility in that sense. Like that's my point. It's axiomatic. There's only one truth, and that one truth is that there's something that is infinite that governs the constraints by which everything flows in some sense. It governs the laws of physics. It governs the laws of, I guess you can call it the laws of causality, in that everything has some kind of a causal link, in that it only has a flow of direction. For instance, there are, like, you can call it parallel universe theories. Like there are infinitely many realities that happen before that one instance that it happened. Like I've studied quantum mechanics. I've told you guys this before, and there's a fundamental, like, inconceivable nature, and AI doesn't possess that, I guess, that ability to some sense. It's still constrained by that delta t, delta x, the volume change. It's essentially a metronomic relationship in which you have a fundamental unit of time and a fundamental unit of volume. So volume changes, time, volume, time, volume. Like it follows that one step-like relationship, I guess. But doesn't have, but AI is constrained to that, as the human mind is not.
Yeah, but I mean, whether you think of the world as a sort of as fundamentally empirical and made out of a sort of substratum of matter, I mean, it doesn't really matter, because I mean, yeah, I agree with the whole fundamental idealism of philosophically speaking, because I mean, even like Leibniz, for example, he thought that there's no way of seeing of being able to perceive of being able to know that something mechanical has a perception. I agree with you on that, but at the same time, we can't really prove that. We can't really know for sure if something that is mechanical has a perception or not. I mean, that's just the way it is, and especially if we if we say that, for example, time and space actually emanates from the mind, that just makes the whole argument even more convoluted. But yeah, I do agree that consciousness is fundamental. I don't think that that like thinking, that substance, soul, comes out of a dead brain. I don't believe that as well.
Any responses from someone with Drolix? Or last, hell, go ahead.
Or I was about to say, man. Well, I guess I'm involved.
Well, I heard someone and him going back and forth. I wasn't quite sure, but go ahead, last.
No, I mean, like I have my own thoughts and philosophies from my studies and readings on, and just thinking about it. But it's like at the same time, I don't want to go too deep into it just to get called an idiot and a fool, because I have some pretty I don't know, even I would call them pretty insane ideas.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't like to romanticize consciousness too much, because I do know that there's nothing really that special about it. It's really just experience, That's all it is.
I mean, basically, a large part of my thinking is just influenced from Schopenhauer, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and I'll even say some Hegel, all the greats, the classics, and everything. But I mean, basically, how I'll just come out say it like being in awe of reality can be summed up in two different categories, I guess, and that's language and identity. And language is kind of everything that's out on the outside, and identity is everything that's on the inside. And I've even tried to formulate this and write it down, and I haven't gone very far. But basically, the idea is that language is if you take a fractal pattern, language is what you would get when you pull out, and identity is what you would get when you pull in.
Yeah, but I do agree with what are you called, someone? Yeah, I do agree with someone that yeah, I mean, I do agree that mind is fundamental, and that we are basically all are interconnected in some sort of metaphysical matrix, in a sort of plenum. I do think that is the case, because sometimes there are sort of, how can I explain? There are certain events for example, deja vu and stuff like that are kind of inexplainable, and there are there's this stuff called synchronicity, where some stuff are happening at times when you realize, holy shit, why do I experience this at the same time as I'm experiencing this? It's kind of weird. So yeah, I do think that yeah, reality is fundamentally mental. And someone when he said about what he said about quantum physics, is that for example, when we study physics, physics doesn't seem to be, it doesn't really seem to be expressing what is fundamentally real. It just seems to be a derivative. The whole laws of physics seem to be derivative of something more probabilistic and not as deterministic. So yeah. And I do seem that I have studied that from, for example, modal logic. I realized that maybe the world isn't as deterministic as I thought it was. Maybe we do have some causal agency in creating the world. So yeah, I don't know, but all I can say is that I'm very how can I say it? I just think that there's something very eerie going on, and whether that is behind time and space or not, I do think that we're getting fucking manipulated by fungi. That's all I can say for sure.
Well, no, I mean, kind of the age-old question, like, why are we here and what are we and how are we? Like at the same point, it's like Wittgenstein's like, these aren't really questions, like actual real questions. These are more like tautologies that kind of presuppose themselves.
Yeah, exactly. They don't really have any meaning. They just
Yeah.
It's this language really, and the interpretation of this language. I mean, this just doesn't go anywhere. I mean, it's just the brain interpreting certain patterns of sounds, and that's it. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna add to that, I guess, from my tech perspective, working in the tech industry, so to speak. And then, yeah, I kind of agree with, you know, IO Pilled here. Like it's, you know, just there's like a limitation in terms of AI. Like it has its own constraints. So hold on, let me get my thoughts here together. So like the $1 million question is like, you know, what is consciousness, right? Like if we all had the answer to that, like I don't think we'd have this discussion to begin with. And I guess technically there is no right or wrong answer because I can't prove anything, nor can you prove the other side, so to speak. And then I just wanted to add that, you know, like in terms of AI, it's like it's if you know the ends of it, it's not what it seems to be, like what most people think it is. Like intelligence, right? Like intelligence is perceived as being able to do, you know, something without thinking, or you know, in an intelligent manner, like without being told you could do this. Therefore, you know, you seem more intelligent, like you're aware of the situation, you acted upon it to, you know, accomplish a task or something without being told that needed to be done along those lines. And so for the average person, like when they hear machine learning and AI, it's like this mysterious thing where it's actually really not. It's just literally a bunch of constraints put together, being able to recognize those patterns and then kind of act accordingly to those patterns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the ultimate intelligence would be to surpass that constraints, like, you know, be able to think ahead of like future consequences. And then, you know, I don't know how to put it in terms of tech word, but, you know, self-replicating code where, you know, the program, the essence of it can self-correct itself, can see the future and update itself accordingly. And then if such a ever point, it, you know, comes to pass where, you know, it can self-correct itself to the rate where, you know, human programmers can't keep up with it, I think that's when, you know, like quote unquote, like true artificial intelligence will be birthed.
Yeah, general artificial intelligence. Yeah, but yeah. I think that is. I mean, I think that is. I mean, the question of whether that will happen or not depends on a more fundamental one. Let's say for example that idealism, you know, the idea that the world basically emanates from our minds. Let's say that is false, okay, and let's say that, you know, the empiricism is correct, that basically reality as we see it exists independent of mind, and this is basically the substratum. Then and basically time and space is essentially how can I say it, tangible, real, basically. And I would say that, yeah, we're basically fucked, because that means that mind idea is basically just emanating out of the body, out of the brain somehow, through a process that we can't really know of yet. But I do think that could be possible, because, you know, how is it that you can think? Like, think about it. You know, for example, if you didn't receive any impressions of the world through your nervous system, like, how would you know that you're alive? So how would you be able to think? I mean,
yeah, that's kind of an idea I was getting at with like a thought experiment I was trying to formulate, like called Brain in a Box, a thought experiment, TM. Basically, like if you cut off all sensory inputs to the brain is that brain still conscious or not?
Yeah.
It's
And
the
that's basically
Schrodinger.
what David Hume's sort of argument was, that we only know that things occur because we see the influence, generated by these sense impressions, and we memorize these impressions. The brain basically memorizes all of this, and that could be very, very well what consciousness really is. It's just experience, basically, nothing else than experience, and that's it. And if that is the case, then yeah, I think we're fucked, because if time and space is real and exists independent of the mind perceiving it, then yeah, I think we're fucked. I think basically we are just precursors to AI somehow. So
I wanted to add the Schrodinger's, the cat in the box experiment.
Yeah.
And the other interesting one related to this is like, so we all sleep, right? And then while you're asleep, you could still hear sounds, but then your brain naturally processes those sounds and filter out sounds to keep you asleep. So as long as they perceive the sound to be not a danger to you, which is kind of interesting. And so that's why we all wake up with alarm clocks and not some, blowing wind opening up the curtains or something.
Yeah, it's kind of another like freaky thing to think about. And he even goes like, even when you sleep, like your perception of like what you see, like even like your perception of consciousness, like you can never like escape out of that too. Like even when you're asleep, it's not like you can, it's like dream yourself out of your own consciousness.
Yeah, so
if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know. So the fact that your brain still processes sound when you're completely, not conscious, as in you're in a deep sleep, it still is kind of like, it's too many mysteries with the brain.
That's why, like almost like the brain, almost like the brain's a prison, and kind of acting like a warden.
If we had the answer to what is consciousness, then yeah, I guess that is the billion-dollar question.
I have my own thoughts, but I don't know. I don't know if now is the appropriate time, since they're kind of half formulated, and I don't really get a chance to talk about this, so arguing it's kind of like malformed.
Good times. Good times.
Yeah, basically my own thought on it is like consciousness is just a mistake of biology.
Yeah, I've had those thoughts as well. Because I mean, what does it really, like, what function does that really have, being conscious? I mean, all it really does is just stress you out even more. Like it creates this sort of sensation of being a very important sort of person that needs to live well and all that. And I don't know. I think it's just, yeah, it could very well be just an evolutionary failure, basically. And especially when I see all these normies, like they're like completely oblivious to all the bad shit that's happening, and they're still fucking way happier than I am. And I started to think that, yeah, maybe one is not supposed to be that conscious, I guess.
Yeah, like a philosophical zombie.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think in the future we would have some device that would transport us to our own matrix, our own world, our own consciousness, and just go live there. Fuck the physical.
But at the end of the day, I do think, just for practical purposes, I do think that that the world basically emanates from the mind, because at the end of the day, I am sort of Kantian, I guess, because I after I read the Critique of Pure Reason by Immanuel Kant, I just couldn't let go of the fact that you can't really know if that the world really exists independent of the mind, because as soon as you imagine the world existing independent of someone perceiving it, then you just create another subject, right? So it's like, yeah, I think when I die, I think the world dies with me. It does make sense.
I've been of the inverse opinion of like Cartesian, cogito ergo sum. I'm more of a sum ergo cogito, like being precedes consciousness.
Yeah, and I understand that argument as well. It's just that, like, just think about it. As soon as you take away the subject, there is no object. I mean, there's
I'm
no
gonna
world. So.
lower the IQ real quick and play this clip. Here we go. There's no audio though. You have to read it. She has delusions. Should I just read this all, or I don't know?
I can read it.
Wait, well,
man, rice cells are waking up.
There is no true love. You just said it. Like, well, you wasn't wrong. You wasn't wrong. Shit, Saffron Pill, what's happening here?
Hey, before he does, let me just give my expose, because
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. So here's the thing about time travel into the future. It's people think that you can go into like a Terminator like stance and you can travel to the future, and then somehow you know what happens if you travel to the future? There's a 1/infinity chance that you'll actually travel to the future. Odds are you're probably going to travel into nothing. Like you'll be the only thing there, in which case you don't exist. Why is this the case? Because there are infinitely many realities that are waiting to happen. It's just that a measurement or observation or just a choice makes them happen. So in that sense, time travel into the future is impossible. Time travel into the past requires negative mass, or imaginary mass, as we call it in physics, like tachyons, for instance. But the whole point is that the reason why when you dream you have deja vu is that dreaming is fundamentally, I think, almost indifferent. If you look at the action potentials in your brain from death, it's almost exactly the same, because your brain gets, I think it's completely non-polarized, the brain stem, as in death, and it's a miracle that it gets repolarized when you wake up in that sense. And yeah, so I think that if we do stimulate it from a conscious perspective, that death and sleeping are one and the same when it comes down to neurological consequences, then yeah, I think that when you, so to say, exit this plane into a higher dimension, you can perceive infinity in a different way, and that's what's required to perceive the future. It's possible, but you need infinity to the infinity like processing power, which I think is possible through an added layer of dimensionality, because that's what a dimension is. It's what I describe a dimension to be, is infinity to the power of infinity. But I am theorizing this shit on my own. Like I have written papers about this in the past. But that's beyond the point.
Okay. I mean, with Einsteinian physics and time becoming its own like dimension, and then you have space time, which is space and time intertwined. So that's fourth dimension, and then you get like fifth dimension, which is like time space. That time actually becomes like its own physical reality. So like if you have access to the fifth dimension, yeah, you'd probably be able to time travel. Like you moving just like a few feet, you'd be moving like a few seconds back into the past or into the future, like independent of how time is actually moving.
Yeah, no. Okay, so what you need for any kind of reality is that you need one temporal dimension, or time, for instance, and however many axes of matter that you need to comprise that reality, I find. But when you have that added layer of dimensionality, maybe in that sense, time becomes just XYZ. Like in a sense, it becomes stagnant, and that extra dimension is not the temporal dimension. It's an intriguing thought experiment. Like none of us really know how this is going to function at the end of the day. But my other thought is that human consciousness actually, to some extent, does drive evolution through epigenetics. And like, look, if you think about it, we do have mechanisms in, as stated, epigenetics, that if we do put ourselves into the correct environment through conscious means, we in some sense drive the course of evolution. So that also in some sense does contradict evolution as being free of the consciousness. But obviously we can go about this forever and like we'll never come to any answer. And I think that's kind of just the point, because if we did have any real answer to anything, I think conscious decision making, or the ability to be right or wrong, or a spectrum would cease in some sense.
Yeah, but still, even your conscious actions are even just the top layer of unconscious ones. So at the end of it, you are still a machine. I mean, I don't know. I mean, none of us even had the choice to be born at the end of it. So I still view the universe as hardly deterministic, even though I know that in the quantum realm it is pretty much probabilistic. But
like I have a dumb theory about that.
Wait, pause on that last.
Okay.
So I have to ask this. Also, I want to get the take on IO pill. Like, so I'm sure y'all seen the Interstellar Christopher Nolan movie. And so we actually live in the fourth dimension where, there's up, down, left, right in terms of 3D space that we live in, but nothing ever happens without time and a place. It's like, I'll meet you at 5 o'clock at Starbucks at this place kind of thing. So then if you transcend to the fifth dimension, it's like you can go back and forth in time at any place. And so my question is, when they say love transcends all time, what's your take on that BS?
I mean, I'll be honest, because I saw that movie twice when it came out, and when that scene came out, I'm like, this is pure BS, man. The only reason why she wanted to go to Edmund's planet was to get an orgasm. That's it.
Dang.
I had to bring it up.
Yeah.
That scene pisses me off even when I watch it to this day, man. Like coke, blue pill, red pill nonsense, man.
Yeah, I would say I had that same feeling. Like the movie was super high IQ until they threw in that BS. It pulled me out of it. It pulled me out of it.
I mean, it makes sense with Cooper because he has a biological link to his daughter, but with Brand and Edmund, Edmund, because it was Edmund's planet that they went to last. It's like, no, man, this is nonsense. That legit pissed me off when that came up. And it kind of stuck with me throughout the rest of the movie, too. Yeah. No, my dumb theory about what I was going to get as, with Hegelian dialectics and how everything's kind of unfolding. Like, do you see, everything unfolding to, a singularity that's already, pre-established? Like, you have the Big Bang, but then you also have, the big pull that's pulling everything towards it. That's kind of my dumb thought.
Yeah, Hegel's absolutist theory is interesting, but I believe more in sort of. I believe more in Leibniz's theory of basically that this is basically the best of all possible worlds, and I know it sounds like hope, but I mean, you have to think about it. I mean, the world could have been much worse than what it is right now. I mean, we could have lived in a world where we're kind of constantly getting tortured with no fucking end in view. So, what is it that stopped that sort of world from coming into being? That is what I've always sort of thought about. That there has to be something, and it has to be intelligent.
See, that's why I'm
that is beyond time and space, that basically stopped that world from happening. So I do think that, I don't know, maybe Leibniz was right. I don't know, but yeah.
See, on that's why I'm sort of a teleological mind on that, is because how can you when you say best of all possible worlds, kind of how do you do you have access to other worlds and how they would be? My thought is everything that is because it's necessary for it to exist.
Yeah, and that is basically what the rationalist philosopher before Leibniz Spinoza basically thought that basically everything does arise out of necessity and nothing really personal. But I don't know, because if that was the case, I mean, how is it that things are intelligible? I mean, that you can understand that is the case. I mean, that in of itself is miraculous. That's why I kind of disagree a bit with this whole necessity thing. That I do think that we can perceive that things are arising from necessity in the macro world that we perceive every day, but I think fundamentally, like there is a sort of how can I explain this? There is something metaphysical that controls all of this and basically creates a world that is that was preconceived to basically be the best of all the possible ones, basically.
Yeah, basically my idea of like language is basically how Schopenhauer conceived the will. Like it's like an unconscious force that drives everything and kind of pushes everything. I don't know.
But I mean, he got that from Leibniz as well. I mean, Leibniz had that idea that every soul, every monad, essentially is emanating. I mean, it has its own will, its own appetite, and that our own perceptions are a mixture of, conscious and unconscious perceptions. And we are essentially machine driven by some sort of metaphysical battery, basically. So I mean, Schopenhauer, he was right, but he got most of his ideas from Leibniz too. So
I've never read anything from Leibniz, and basically because from what I've read from Schopenhauer, because Schopenhauer kind of he just rails against Leibniz at like one point in the I think it's in Leibniz, the fourfold root of the principles of sufficient reason. Yeah, he like has a whole section on Leibniz. He has a section on like Descartes and Hegel and Fichte. Like honestly, my favorite parts of Schopenhauer is when he's going off against Hegel. like I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking hated him.
But that's the only. So my thought on Leibniz has been kind of poisoned by Schopenhauer. So maybe I should kind of try to clear that away and read some Leibniz.
Yeah, but I do. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Schopenhauer too, but I do think that he is too fucking pessimistic. I mean, I get his whole idea that the brain is just creating this sort of conscious experience as an individual, to take care of the body and all that. Yeah, I get it, but I don't know. I mean, to say that it just arises from some sort of unconscious will, and that this will is the thing in itself fundamentally. And I don't know. I think that's just no. I do think that the world does arise from something that is inherently intelligent, not blind, like he thought.
Yeah, but I hate to say this, guys, but I think I gotta go. So,
all right, last.
So I'll be seeing y'all Exodus and Revolution. It is over, buddy boyos.
All right, buddy boyos. See you next time.
See ya.
Take care.
See ya. Take care.
Saffron Pill, you're here.
This podcast is getting weird every day.
Yeah, it gets weirder and weirder, dude. We just go in rabbit holes.
Yeah, I think we are good. I mean, it's interesting though. Yeah, it's cool though. I mean, basically, if you want to say you are just a receiver for EM waves, and that's you are just a receiver for EM waves.
What was that? I didn't catch that.
So you are just a receiver for EM waves. That's all you are.
What is EM waves?
Electromagnetic waves.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Brutal.
So I was just thinking whether there are same in fourth dimension also.
Okay.
Probably.
Imagine having the power to travel dimensions and yet you are a simp.
Yeah.
So do we have fifth or 10th dimensional sims walking around like getting like taunted by the 10th dimensional chick.
But the problem,
interdimensional black pills.
yeah, the problem with that is Carl Sagan kind of explained it best. Like if you have the ability to perceive a higher dimension, from a lower dimension to a higher dimension, you would never know that the higher dimension ever exists. But from a lower to, or from a higher to a lower, you would be able to perceive it. But then why would someone on a higher dimension essentially bother with anything that's lower?
because we are thinking of dimensions as kind of a plane of existence. If it's a kind of implication in a tool kind of a way where you can like manipulate dimensions.
Don't take it seriously. I was just saying.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, it's funny to think about interdimensional black pill mogged.
Yep.
Oh, so someone like I assume you know Carl Sagan as well, right? Like, do you think in this modern day era we need more based, I would say, educators like him?
I mean, Carl Sagan, yeah, he's a pretty popular Western educationalist kind of figure. He's very popular. So we need enthusiastic individuals who can like discuss stuff. But the problem with critical and very rational, logical, or argumentative or different formats of thinking is, at the end of the day, to survive this reality, you don't really need this much of thinking for every individual. So there are only gonna be few people around who are going to like bang their heads around this stuff, because frankly speaking, no one cares whether there's 4th dimension, 5th dimension, or XYZ. Unless you can make a helicopter fly out of those dimensions and people can buy some tickets out of it.
No, I mean in this freaking woke, indoctrination camp schools, like Carl Sagan couldn't survive. Like it would be cancel culture. Like too much logics and facts is shunned and kryptonite to these woke agendas.
Yeah, I think the schools in my area, or one of the schools in my area, they're like literally like getting rid of the advanced math classes because of too many Asian kids in the class. It's like crazy.
Oh no, are you serious? That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's true. Like they're literally saying, "Oh, there's too much Asian representation in these classes, so we're gonna get rid of them altogether." And it's like serious, or rather, you can't take them until you're in like the 11th grade, which is like really stupid.
I mean, Carl Sagan was very he was very in love with kind of Indian Hindu culture also. He was very well versed in a lot of philosophies. We call it darshan there. So he was a lot of curious things that he was interested in. So Carl Sagan is pretty famous in India too, because I mean, for a change, he's a guy from the West who has a open mind to the things that Indian culture has or the Eastern culture has.
Anyways, guys, I'm gonna hop off. Mystery, always a pleasure, brother. You
All right,
keep
my buddy.
doing your thing.
See you later, buddy.
Take it easy, brother.
All right, buddy.
Yep. Carl Sagan. Yep.
Good times, man. Miss those days.
Yeah, Carl Sagan was good. We needed someone like him again.
Yep.
Oh shit! I exist again. My bad.
Really quick though, Drolix, do you think that the current generation will talk about their crappy music the same way as in, oh, our digital amplified crappy music, we miss those days kind of a thing? Will they feel like nostalgic for these 2000 and beyond musics? Do you feel that, or any culture?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say like throughout my life, I haven't been a music person. Like it never really interested me, or I was never into metal or rock or whatever or rap. So I'm the wrong guy. But then it doesn't take a genius to figure out the music today is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, yeah, like, you know, Barry White, the classic, like, deep voice, you know, those kind of love songs will be timeless and age classics at any era, I would say. But no one's gonna be fucking, you know, missing Cardi B's WAP in 50 years, I would say. You
Yeah.
know? And
Yeah.
nowadays, the music industry, it's not even about the music or the person. It's just, you know, you have ghostwriters and, you know, all these singers, so to speak, are just a pretty face to sell the facade. And
I mean, I
music
heard
is,
about
yeah, I
yeah,
was
I
gonna say music is not music anymore. It's just this auto-tuned, you know, garbage that, you know, no one's like gonna be yearning for, you know, the modern day rap or pop songs. It's gonna be like the Beatles and, you know, the old school classics.
Yeah.
I think there are pretty much two writers at best in Hollywood that write raps for pretty much all the big artists when they reach a certain level. It's a open secret in industry. Everyone knows it. There are two very ultra rich guys who became rich just by writing raps, and their raps are like hit formula because they know how to like make it viral and stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know, the singer itself is just a face to sell the garbage. Like back then, you know, let's say like the Beatles and like those are independent artists, really know what they're doing, selling their songs, selling the character. Now it's just like you're selling garbage essentially, and you're just a pretty face to the name. It's not even about the artist. It's yeah, it's hard to explain. I don't
Do you,
think
do you
anyone's
think there
gonna
will be
miss
a
the music.
revolution though? There will be a revolution when the youngsters rise and they will say, "Do hell with all the shitty music creators," and will like do a French revolution with the shitty music creators who earned a lot of money because of our wasted times. Do you think that revolution can come where we see all these junk music creators like getting French toasted?
The question is, would they even know any different though? That's the problem. Like when you grow up with shitty music, you might not even know the difference between good and bad music at this point. I mean, I know old stuff still gets played in the radio and stuff like that, but you might not actually be able to like tell the difference. Like, oh yeah, you if you grow up around like if you grew up in a society where this type of music was like played and reinforced all the time, you might not be able to tell. Grim, my God, how the fuck can there be a revolution when most Americans are 300 pounds? What the fuck?
A hover round revolution. It's gonna be fucked up.
Everybody be using those little carts from Walmart.
I think they will order
Yeah.
and cancel their orders online. That will be a revolution, maybe.
No, take away the Netflix and the Uber Eats, you know, that's how you get people to start a war.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, and then this is one of those black pills that isn't recognized. There's so much centralized power in the internet if most people don't even realize. Like so Netflix and you know Hulu and all these other companies, a lot of it, including Apple, I would say, outsourced the you know web hosting and web technologies to Amazon. And Amazon in a sense is too big to fail, but you know, if you just want to ruin the world, just bomb and kill Amazon, so to speak. Everything on the internet will stop working, like literally overnight.
I mean, if you see the latest Jeff Bezos kind of appearance, he was doing Dr. Octavian shit in some lab, and he was very smiling in a way. I mean, he must be
Mhm.
happy, but he gave a smile of that weird, like mad scientist kind of a thing. He had artificial big robotic arms in real, and he was like opening or doing some demo there.
Yeah, he ineffectively controls the world. Like he owns the internet, so to speak. So there's another black pill for you where people don't even know what's happening.
It's done, man.
Like,
I feel about America. It's already a oligarchical setup.
It was founded by Masons.
yeah, I mean, Amazon AWS is king right now, so. And yeah, Google Cloud is a joke, and Microsoft is doing pretty good with Azure. I think it was like 17 billion, but can't compete with AWS. So
That's an insane amount of power for a company to have too.
yeah, and everything is like the way they shut down Parler is the textbook example.
Yep, Parler.
So
Yeah.
maybe in the future, yeah, you would have independent, web hosting services. Getting away from Amazon might be the actual key.
Yeah, because this. I think in the future we'll have a lot of data centers buried in the water, so that will cut down the data storage cost.
Oh, for cooling and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. So Microsoft has already started this long back. So it cuts down the cooling cost a lot. So you have a cheaper processing unit, like big servers and hosting platforms directly submerged in maybe oceans or riverbeds which are deep enough, or lakes or something like that. So if you imagine right now, whatever hosting or something, ultimately it's physically like stored somewhere, right? Whatever hosting we do, be it some small crappy application or a simple website running on HTML or anything. So it's actually stored in some hard device, right? Hardware is there. So what's the actual cost if you go to the data center? It's heating and canceling the heat. That's one of the very big expense apart from physical security and all those things, and maybe some network security. If you minus that, the electricity is a big thing. So by submerging, you cut down that cost.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I
But
mean,
then,
yeah,
yeah,
Rolex.
and then you bring up a good point too, because heating and electricity is the main issue. Not just even in the data center, but in the world together. Like so, this whole like Greta Thunberg and the world climate bullshit. It's like it could be solved literally in a couple years if we just go all nuclear.
But then we'll have no Greta Thunberg eating some packed food out of some big ass ship, yacht, or something like that, and then she preaches to be eco-friendly because she's driving in a luxury boat.
Like, so it's the what do you call it? The NIMBY effect.
NIMBY,
Not
not in my
yeah,
backyard.
NIMBY. Yeah, not in my backyard. So everyone's all terrified about nuclear, but in actuality, nuclear power plant and nuclear reactor technology has come a long way. So you could even almost say nuclear meltdown is a thing of the past. Like it's all self-contained and relatively safe. But then, you get the Fukushima and the, Chernobyl thing, and everyone's like super terrified of it. Yeah, the old reactors might be, but we need to be like retrofitting this and decommissioning and building new ones. And
But
the
the
world's energy
legacy.
crisis can be literally solved in less than 10 to 20 years.
But
But
if you
we're
see,
just too stupid to act upon it.
Rolex, one more thing is there, na? In current electricity grids and system, people still do get shocks and all, and they do die physically out of this installations also, right? So worldwide number of people dying of physical electric shock due to like in appliances in the house or something like that, or maybe in the lines running naked wires in the streets or something like that. People still do get fatal shocks from current electrical systems, right? So there will be casualty. I mean, there are dumb people everywhere. You invent anything, people will find a way to die out
Yeah,
of.
there's a lot of fear mongering around nuclear power for sure. That really shouldn't be there anymore. It's like non-existent now. At the end of the day.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
is there a proper waste disposal method yet, or is it still just throw it in a salt mine kind of thing?
I believe the spent fuel rods can actually be reused after a certain amount of years nowadays. And then the waste, I forgot what the I know that I was talking to a friend about it. He basically says like all the waste byproducts are basically like non-existent now when they actually went for the new technology that we have. There's no one wants to use it because everyone's afraid.
yeah, in my engineering physics class, like it's actually kind of so like if you ask people how much actual nuclear waste there is uh in across the globe, right? Like it's actually kind of minuscule in terms of the whole scale. Like it's probably the size of like I don't know, like 6 or 7 swimming pools, like Olympic sized swimming pools.
Wow.
So if you think about it, like in the global scale, like 6 swimming pools worth of nuclear waste is like literally nothing. And we have now technology that, we can actually recycle this. And also, like there's the other factor is like America polices the world so hardcore when it comes to like plutonium and enriching uranium for, nuclear rods, that it makes it really impossible with like all these regulations.
The funny part is there's a young American kid who built a nuclear reactor in his backyard.
Yep. So yeah, it's all about priorities. Like we have the capacity to fix things, solve problems, but it's always like bullshit government regulation tapes and fear mongering. And even to a better or lack of extent, like people's ignorance and stupidity. Like if you really understand the technology, there's nothing really to fear about. And then like a case study is like Germany is the woke, like they went all invest in these green technologies, and it's actually detriment. Like electricity costs skyrocket. Like solar and wind is only good for during the day and if there's actual wind, right? But a nuclear power plant is gonna produce electricity 24/7, regardless, 365. And so in Germany, like electric bill went skyrocketed after they implemented bullshit green energy. Whereas like in France, I think they built like 3 or 4 more nuclear power plants, and it's cheap, and they're exporting their electricity.
Hey, so one more question about it. Like, as far as solar and wind, basically renewables, what would be the impact of like graphene batteries on that sort of thing?
That might actually be the next technological breakthrough. If it's not, artificial intelligence or general artificial intelligence or what was the other one I was thinking? The quantum computing.
So all this shit's just gonna end up in a coalescing a drone supremacy in a way.
Yeah, and then with this renewable shit, like people don't realize there's so much fucking waste created from
Creation of
creating
the actual
solar
panels
panels
and
and
shit. Yeah.
yeah, like it's actually more toxic and detriment to the environment to create solar farms.
And plus, especially for the European or the Western region where majority of people are like in the colder belts of the things, solar plants are a pretty wacko investment. If you don't have sun at least like 300 days odd days or something like that, or 270 days or something it's useless to have a solar in the first place, right? If you don't have a place where you have a regular wind flow, opening those winds just for the sake of it's waste of money and time.
Hey, I
Yeah,
just
I was gonna say maybe I'm too indoctrinated with logic because the engineering physics professor that taught me, he has a PhD in like plasma physics. Like he was super high IQ and base, so. But yeah,
Yep, virgin
continue.
solar energy, the Chad nuclear plant. Yep.
Hey, I just did think of something though. Like, as far as the next stage of technology, you have basically a revolution in generation. I mean, basically a revolution in energy generation through renewables and basically all of those. Even if you call them renewables or nuclear, whatever. Then you have a revolution in energy storage with the graphene. And then you have a revolution in computing with the quantum computing and basically incoming AI general intelligence. So
here's the
man,
thing, though.
you
What's
might have,
happening is, yeah.
oh, I was gonna say you just might have outlined the next technological breakthrough in order of significance.
yeah, but that's basically the next sort of breakthrough in the Android Aginoid.
I mean, if you have quantum computers and all, the energy requirement may drop down also. I mean, it may happen that quantum computers may turn out to be way eco-friendly, and then we see the electricity consumption of the world on computing going down. Maybe possible, but thing is, quantum computers are in an initial stage right now. It's making some calculations here and there. They're testing it.
Here's another thought. Do you think the quantum computing will put Amazon out of business in terms of data store and storage and cloud?
Yeah, I have one this thing. Many people feel that maybe YouTube or Amazon, these are too big to go. I say, just hold on. These are not here forever. I mean, most of the Eastern people know about this thing that we have different words, but same philosophy that whatever goes up will come down. Even in the West, you might be having some equivalent kind of a thing in English or other languages. So if Amazon is going so high, there might be a time to decay, right? Because you see an example of IBM. IBM used to be the company for computing way back when it was on its peak. No one imagined computing without IBM. Today, IBM survives, but is it the placeholder in that position? No. It
Yeah, I
failed
think
to catch on to.
Apple with their M3 chip overtook the industry.
Yeah.
Wait,
So
they have an M3 now? Shit, I just learned about M1.
So the day we have the first proper working, maybe a blockchain hosting company that exploits the distributed nation of ledger entry to secure the hosting, and plus distributed hosting so that you have encrypted data of people shared throughout the world, and that's how you get hosting. The day we strike that, all these hosting companies will be bankrupt in 1 week.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's protecting the world is less computing power. So
See,
it's like
computers were always
50-50.
out open, right? Drolix, you can add on this point. You have more experience on this. So, computing was always a kind of a network, kind of a thing where people combined to build this thing up. Later on, the private industries started taking it up and they started forming services and products around it. So whenever you see a breakthrough in a large way, lot of breakthroughs are community driven or people driven, which private companies identify as a potential service or a product, and they capture and exploit it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely like I can see Amazon not as big as they are in say like 20, 30 years.
I mean, anyone can launch an app tomorrow, and that's way far ahead in all the logics and all. I mean, if you see basically Amazon, it's working very good, but it's a crappy UI in this age, right? It's a very like copy paste kind of a just fixing the website to run kind of a thing. They have secured it and all, but it's cute. They're trying to do it flawlessly, but you still feel a legacy touch to it, right? You feel it's a old website. So I don't feel that it can go down any system. And one more thing is there, what these people feel, Facebook, Amazon, is this centralized system is only thing what people are looking for. Actually, that's not true, really. I mean, you can have locally developed social media sites for serving only 20,000 people in a community, or for a town or a city, and those things are happening. I mean, not everyone wants to be connected with everyone on the web. That is also a reality. People do it because it's available, it's free right now, and Facebook and all these are doing it.
Yeah, I guess it's the natural cycle of things where, the bigger companies will always buy out the smaller companies.
See, basically, their profit is free. Actually, they have established a very sophisticated engine of harvesting a big pool of data set, right, of the users as consumers. And this should never have been made legal on the first place. I mean, Congress or whoever is governing in whichever country, this data should have been protected like anything in the first place. And God knows why these private companies got a hold of data and they are allowed to like run with it. In a way, they are making
Oh, yeah,
everyone
it's
of us
simple because
guinea pigs.
big tech has a special pass from the government. I think I might have talked about this earlier, but technically speaking, big tech, especially US big tech, is the dominant power, low key, as in it's able to exert its influence globally.
It
So,
does.
FANG, as in Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, Netflix, they basically rule the internet and can influence pretty much all the countries. So, if they want something, Big Daddy government has no option but to kind of kowtow to their demands. And for the average person, we're just fucked.
But here's the catch though, these people are very strong, but people are reacting to them slowly. You can be a great super company situated in whatever country, but ultimately you need to have working offices in a nation to work properly in that nation, right? If you have a real app or a platform that is making millions and billions, you need to like involve agencies and be legal in any country, and you need offices and all. So local governments can try to change the policies which many countries have done, but the thing is these people are so powerful that couple of $1 million for them is nothing to like allow the content in different regions.
Yeah, and then I guess the other black pill is like people don't realize the power that they have, right? So all these tech is only useful because you have users. Like if no one used your app, it's basically worthless. It's worthless than paperweight. So, collectively speaking, if people reject OnlyFans or Facebook or whatever app, then, these businesses will cease to exist.
And it is dying also. I'm frankly speaking, by the raise of hand, I mean we can't raise our hands here, but anyways, so Facebook is dead pretty much. No one uses Facebook. I mean, yeah, anecdotally, you can ask your circle. Rarely anyone uses Facebook. Similarly, all these apps, people are realizing what's happening to them, and in a way, this awakening is coming on that part also. That it's basically a sophisticated digital crack.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
would pull your stocks out of Netflix because quarterly earnings, they have more new subscribers globally, but in the US they lost like 40% of the current subscriber base because they're going woke. So, go woke, go broke is true. I think most people are smart enough to reject this BS.
In
But
India also that's happening. I mean, this reaction to this woke nonsense in India also it's happening, and in China, well, uh, God help China, they have already implemented such steps that Netflix and all they cannot be successful in China. So all power to Chinese. Yeah, on this point they have done it pretty well.
so yeah, like stay based and get yourself knowledgeable and reject all this crap that is cancer to society.
I mean, seriously, do you see the wokeness in the eyes of feminist characters in any movie or serial or sitcom these days? I mean, it's gut wrenching. It's weird. I mean, whether I watch the Indian content or any other content or US content, it's basically the same nonsense. You see their googly eyes. It's always watching and observing, like they're thinking deep and they are trying to add something to the situation, and ultimately it's nothing, it's nonsense. Most of the time it's like if you keep this feminist character separate, the protagonist, the hero of the character, movie or the serial or the script might have had his way far easier, right? If you look at this whole drama going on.
Well, that sort of stuff isn't aimed at you, it's aimed at your children.
Oh yeah.
The environment's set up to alter their thoughts. Like the adults, they're already set in their ways, but somebody who's like 6 or 7 watching that, they don't have a base thought of reality to go on.
I think you have you nailed the final nail in the coffin. It makes sense. They're just trying to target the next generation. Like, I think we're all old enough to know what it used to be like pre-internet, or at least close to it. And the people today have no frame of reference what life used to be like beforehand.
I watched this movie, some random series I was watching, and there was this great movie. I love Wakanda and everything, but why they turned Wakanda into a very weird kind of concept where all the soldiers have to be feminine, very bald-headed characters, like showing some kind of weird thing. I mean, it was very, in a kind of very disrespectful in a way. I mean, it's a very subtle message they're trying to project. It's very, very.
No, actually, if you think about and analyze Wakanda, it's very racist and homophobic.
Yeah.
Because they didn't allow other people into their country. You know,
I mean, I'm all up for a complete nation, but it actually.
You mean xenophobic? Wait.
No, Wakanda is cool and all, but I mean,
mean,
they could have like a realistic approach, right? I mean, why all of a sudden Wakanda has a subliminal matriarchy of a sort, right? If I'm using the word right, is that the word matriarchy or something? Opposite of patriarchy. Opposite of patriarchy. What do we call it? Matriarchy.
Wait. What are you describing?
So the lineage or the main force in the society is feminine, not the masculine.
Wait, you talking about matrilineal?
Yeah, matrilineal kind of a thing. So I got a feeling of that. I think that because these are the same people who try to oppress the community as a whole. I mean, I'm not black, but I can observe the politics of it. The Wakanda and everything, it could have been more alpha and more masculine. And why can't they just pick a real country like any other movie? I mean, why it has to be a weird made up thing? They could have made it, but even if it was imaginary and all, it could have been far. They gave it the optics and all. Please don't forget this propagandist. They gave it all the great optics. It was like highly graphically intense, and everything was very good effects and everything. It was good quality Hollywood production and everything. But still, the base message. I mean, if you're a black teen watching that, what message do you take of your legacy? There's nothing as such to carry. What I observed, it's all like purpose without a cause amplified on steroids.
I mean, Saffron is based on a comic, not a documentary.
Yeah, I know. I understand that it's a fictional thing. I get it, but there's a lack of black-driven content. I mean, these people who try to be woke and they say they are not racist and they're trying to help communities, minorities and everything, they don't do a great job when it comes to them for that, right? The same people who I'm not a politician, and also I will stop at this point.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna cut the stream here. It's 5:36, 5 hours 36 minutes, 5 hours 37 minutes.
Oh my god!
I've been streaming for so long. All right, so last words in the line. Saffron, last words.
Yep, I'll just say be on your purpose and don't just be yourself. Bye.
There you go, buddy. Drolix, last words, buddy boyo.
Take it easy. Another slave waging week begins.
Oh yeah, if you can call it that. In our jobs, it might be a little easier, but yeah. All right, buddy boyo. Jack, you're the last one today. Last words, buddy boyo.
Oh shit. Well, one thing, you certainly approaching them BGS hours, but
oh my god, I'm trying not to. 4 hours. It's like 5 hours and 37 minutes, almost 38 minutes here. Holy shit!
Yeah, you might as well have made the title Shatterpoint, dog.
Yeah, Shatterpoint. I forgot he even has this sometimes. I forget to attend them sometimes. So
yeah.
All right, buddy boy. That was your last words.
Wait. Guess I'm blue ball. I don't know.
Blue balls matter.
So
all right, buddy boy. Androlic's already out. Let's see. No lives matter. No can't breed. Grim. God, Grim has to be FBI, dog. He's just constantly trying to egg us into becoming like crazy here. Blue balls matter. Incela. If you could upload, if you could mind upload, but you had to go into Berserkverse, would you go? You have to be option to be an apostle or your choice as well. I'd probably go. Fuck it, dog. I'd go. Fuck it. I'm only alive because of mystery. Isn't that weird? No pop cherry, don't marry. There you go. No pussy, no peace. Sweet mother of God. 22 people still left in here. That's a lot of people still, really, for comparatively speaking. Oh my God. Tired. Gotta go to work. Gotta prepare for work tomorrow. Gotta put my clothes out. All stuff like that. You have to face Skull Knight. Ooh. That'd be a hard one. Fuck that. I'm not dying. I just want to be an apostle with all the power. I don't have to fucking do anything. Or get killed by an apostle, yeah. Pretty rough. Or killed by guts, rather. He's tired from slaying, boys. Yep. Holy mother of God. All right, buddy boys, I'm out of here. See you guys next week. We'll do it again next weekend, hopefully. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. All right. Peace out, boyos.